All right, thank you very much and welcome back to the program Maakye on 92.9 megahertz. You're from Nana from Ziegah. I'm going to say Kopem say no do ebebo. Na sabredi omampanyini John Dramani Mahama wapa bedwakuo bia National Economic Dialogue Committee wapa ntoma yeba ombaba ye adwuma. Na sabre make say I have Professor John Gachi the Dean of University of Cape Coast Business School and a member of the National Economic Dialogue Committee. Say, Prof, thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you.
Now,
and good morning to your viewers and listeners.
Okay, thank you very much and a good morning to you too. And quickly tell us, I will talk about the State of the Nation address today, but tell us, what is the mandate of this National Economic Dialogue Committee, the objectives?
Our mandate is to organize the dialogue, look at the thematic areas that should be discussed, also select people who should chair the various thematic areas and those people who should present technical papers on the thematic areas and people who should participate in the various thematic areas. And then come out with a recommendation that should guide the 2025 budget and also medium to long-term agenda of the country to recover and to engage on the path of transformation. So that is our agenda briefly.
That will be on the 2nd and the 3rd of March, right?
That will be on the 3rd and 4th of March. That is Monday and Tuesday.
Okay, it is 3rd and 4th rather.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So what this one will be? How different this one will be from the Century one?
Century one was also a national dialogue meant to design a homegrown solution that was fed into the IMF program. So you will recall that during the IMF program, the rendition changed from the IMF imposing its programs on people, on countries, to working with the framework developed by the countries to see its own development. So that's the path that the forum developed, and there are other things that were developed. But this one, our mandate is to ensure that we come up with a recommendation regarding how to restore macroeconomic stability, and that will deal with issues of debt, issues of inflation, issues of exchange rate, environment, interest rate, and the environment that we conduct governance in general. We will deal with some issues with how to deal with our trade issues. We will go to growth-led with debt, where we talk about growth and diversification of the economy, how we can increase our exports, how we will infuse productivity into the Ghanaian economy, and how we are going to infuse technology and focus on human capital development. Then we'll go to another thematic area that focuses on private sector-led growth, where the private sector an environment will be created for the private sector to perform its partnership role and participation in the Ghanaian economy in delivering various aspects of our needs, industrial needs, infrastructure, business development, etc. Then we will also focus on structural and policy reforms that are needed to reform most of our institutions, to strengthen them to become more responsive to the needs of the people. That will affect reforms in how we actually engage in our agriculture. How that will bring reform in governance. That will bring about some legal reforms and the rest that will affect our lives. Then we will look at again restoring good governance and ensuring that we combat corruption. And you know that corruption is one of the challenges of our economy. And if we are able to give a very clear roadmap that would deal with corruption, and we are able to provide tools that other countries are using to deal with, to limit corruption, that will be a great savings for the economy in terms of the benefit that every arrangement that we make gives to us as a people. So these are the thematic areas that will be driving the discussion. And we hope at the end of the day we'll come out with recommendations that will be guiding the government, partly in the immediate budget that will be read, and then partly the medium to long-term trajectory of governance in the country.
Okay. So last week, President Mahama described the economy that it was criminally managed. But opposition is telling us different things. They are saying that they left behind a resilient economy, an economy that looks promising, that can let us attain a single-digit inflation and also stabilize our currency. Prof, tell us what is the state of this economy, the economy of this country, that warrant or requires this dialogue?
So you realize that we have been called upon, given this important mandate to organize economic dialogue. This is not the time that we should be on this side, on that side, to organize the forum. So I think I will limit my comment on that. Every government comes and see what has been done before him and how it should have been done. And if that does not reflect what should have been done, definitely the new government has opportunity to express that. So I do not blame the president for articulating what he has observed and what he has seen. But that is not our mandate. Our mandate is to bring Ghanaians together to chart a path that will change the economic course of the country. And that is the reason why we are inviting political parties like the MPP, other political parties, although other people who participate in politics, and the people with different ideological backgrounds are brought to the dialogue. That's why you will see that in the restoring macroeconomic stability, the person who is chairing that session is Dr. Paul Akwa, the former governor of the Bank of Ghana. That should indicate that it's truly a national dialogue. It's not a political dialogue. And therefore, we shouldn't do anything to create impression that we are on this side and on the other side. So that is the beauty of that. People will be coming from TUC, people will be coming from labor unions, trade associations, people in the area of agriculture will be will be available for discussions, and the rest. The diplomatic community will be present, and the rest. So, and the people from academia will be represented. People from private sector will be represented. People from policy point of view will be represented. People from Bank of Ghana, Trade Ministry, etc. And there is one important aspect of the arrangement is that after the welcome address by the chairman of the planning committee, and then another person will give setting the scene, a brief setting the scene. Then the finance minister will give us the state of the Ghanaian economy. It is then that we will know the nitty-gritty and the details of the economy from the pillars that we have been using from the area of macro economic stability, in the area of growth, in the area of fiscal issues and the monetary issues that we have. All those things will be clearly articulated as it is today. Then after that, the president will give the keynote address, and after the keynote address, then we will be breaking into our breakout session into the thematic areas for deliberation. So that is the arrangement. So I want to focus on that rather than debating on the...
no problem, Prof. So you just said that one of the mandates is to change the economic course of the country. So what are there to be changed?
I didn't say the mandate is to change the economic course.
Oh, okay, no problem. But in the course of...
Our mandate is to come out with a recommendation that will help change the course of economy in the country. You know that we have been railing under high inflation for some time now. It has its effect on the living standard of our people. It has its effect on the economic environment. All these things need to be changed. So when I say to change the economic course, I know that we are not happy with the level of inflation. We are not happy with the exchange rate environment. We are not happy about the interest rate environment. We are not even happy about the social setting of the economy. I believe you are aware that the World Bank has published a report in 2024 and indicated that the benefit from social intervention programs are not the best, even though they are well intentioned. How we should make it better, since will come on the board. So that's the contents within which I'm talking.
Prof, the Sanchi economic dialogue. We saw a lot of NPP elements boycotted the program. Now you are telling us that you have stretched your hands to some people that worked under NPP. For example, Dr. Paula, Dr. Addison. You have invited Dr. Addison. Will you be disappointed if the people that worked under NPP or boycott this one too?
Well, I think people have choices to make. But the point is that I was focusing on the chairpersons and the presenters at the sections. And we met the chairpersons and the presenters at the sections and the rapporteurs for the various sections. All of them agreed to participate. So I do not expect that those people, anybody will be absenting himself from the listing. Dr. Keke Sapon is also chairing one of the sessions, and Dr. Ali Apotogbo is presenting. So it's a diverse group, diverse background, diverse political orientation, diverse ideological orientation. I believe the beauty is that when you read our Chapter 6 of the Constitution, the directive principle of state policy, it is designed in such a way that no matter your political ideology and economic school of thought, you fit into how to manage the Ghanaian economy. And so it is not difficult to bring a blend of people together. It's not difficult to bring people from academia, people from parliamentary leadership and parliamentarians, and then people from business community together to draft a recommendation to promote the well-being of the Ghanaian economy.
So Prof, you just mentioned Mr. Keke Sapon, who is known to be an NPP and an ardent NPP academia. Now tell us, could it be possible for you to tell us, give us some of the names from the side of an NPP that you have invited?
We didn't invite them because they are NPP. We invite them because they are astute in the area. That was why we invited them. We have invited, or we are sending invitation to NPP as a party. We are sending to other NDC as a party. We are sending to other political parties as a party, especially those political parties that participated in the 2024 election. We are sending them invitation to participate in this thing. But for the chairpersons, presenters, we didn't select them because we belong to MPP and the rest. We selected them because that is the area of your expertise.
Is Mr. Alan Chamaten a part of the team? Is it among the team?
I believe Mr. Alan Chamaten is a leader of a political movement, so he will be under that category.
Oh, I see. All right. Now let's switch to the Sona. The State of a Nation address will be done today. So tell us.
And let me add that it is not possible to invite all people who show interest to attend. So the program will be telecast live. It will be streamed live on social media for Ghanaians across the world to watch the preliminary sessions. And some of the discussions. And Ghanaians are encouraged, if you feel that you want to contribute one way or the other, Ghanaians are encouraged to do that through the medium that will be provided on Monday and Tuesday.
All right, like I said, let's stay in the Sona, the State of a Nation address. Prof, what is your expectations?
Well, the expectation is usual because it's a constitutional requirement for the president to give the State of the Nation as he met it. And then to indicate to us how he wants to deal or navigate around the issues that he has met. As we know, he has discovered so many things. He will need to articulate those things to see how we can get a better economy. So for me, that is the gist of the statement. I believe that he will try as much as possible to bring us together as a nation, because that is the way we can develop. He will talk about a few things within the economic sector, and I believe he will generally tell us where he wants us to go. I believe the overall agenda is resetting Ghana. And that resetting Ghana, he will have some time to give us a bite of what he meant by resetting Ghana. Of course, we are in the process of resetting our education. We are in the process of resetting our economy. We are in the process of resetting our energy sector. So all those things will be featuring in his statement. Of course, he will not end by without touching on some of the diplomatic implications of our engagement with our neighbors here and there. So that is what I anticipate that we'll be dealing with.
But so Prof, if I should ask you that Professor John Gachi, how do you see the state of this nation? Your own assessment. How do you see the state of this nation now?
Well, the state of this nation is going through a reset because we are not happy about certain things that had happened in the past. We are not happy about our economic outturn. How we should do it better. That is what is confronting us now. So nobody can tell me that 23.8 inflation is the best for Ghana. Nobody can tell me that interest rate around 30-35% is the best for Ghana. Nobody can tell me that the exchange rate environment is the best for Ghana. Nobody can tell me that our agriculture is the best for Ghana. And nobody can tell me that if you are spending about 26.7 billion on import of food into the country at the end of 2023 is the best for Ghana. So the country needs improvement. That is what there is to the agenda of the president. That is what there is to what the president will want to drive the people towards. So I think that that's our orientation. Of course, you cannot stop politicians from doing politics. So they will do politics. It's better, it's not better. But the truth of the matter is that we are not comfortable. We are not happy about the state of our affairs, the number of young people, and that even people who have educated, they have not got jobs, and they are so scary in the country. And the people, nowadays you see people, the person finished a program at this place, he's not getting job, he's now looking for money to go and do another program here, thinking that that is what is going to make him get jobs. But in proper managed economies, you don't need such high level of education before you get a job. In fact, people complete high school in some economies, they are working and they are satisfied. So that is what we should do to our economy. So our economy needs improvement, and that should be our focus.
Okay. All right, Prof, thank you very much. But my last question before I'll let you go. Tell us, this century, let me take you back to the National Economic Dialogue Committee. The century one, what is the benefit or what result it did yield that we should invest our hope in this one too?
Well, before I get to that, I need to express that the committee has been assured by the President and the nation that the recommendations that will come out of the forum or the dialogue will be adhered to in terms of inculcating some into the budget and then inculcating some into the short-term and medium-term up to long-term framework of economic governance. Some of them will be under the various ministries, and the rest will be under the National Development Commission to plan with. So it is very clear the tone has been set, the commitment has been made to make use of the dialogue in addition to the policies that the President is implementing to manage the economy. In fact, that is the reason why, as part of the engagement, there is a session we call Ministers Takeaway. So Ministers of Communication, Ministers of Finance, Agri, Trade, and about 7 ministries will have a session where they will give a takeaway that they got from the dialogue, and they have opportunity to ask questions to the chairpersons and the presenters of the various sections for clarity, etc. So that is the importance that is attached to it is for quicker implementation and buy-in for various ministries and National Development Planning Commission. And so that assurance is solid. And even there is a proposal to check whether, if it is possible, we can make a national dialogue part of our economic management agenda, so that from time to time, maybe 2 years or 3 years, we can have a national dialogue to assess what we have done. And again, another commitment is that the summary of recommendations will be published, so that when they implement, everybody will know that they are implementing some of the recommendations of the National Economic Dialogue. So it will not be opaque. It will be transparent. It will provide some accountability to the people of Ghana. I must indicate that we have done Senchi for a very long time now. Those indicators we cannot align to it, but it is very clear to me that the Senchi led to the development of what we call homegrown solution for the economy, and that is key that we have implemented so far. But this one, we have learned lessons, and improvements have been designed to ensure that the implementation process is transparent and Ghanaians can attest to whether or not it's being implemented. And again, we are going to be proposing a feedback on the implementation.
Okay. All right, Prof. Thank you very much. God bless you. Hope to get you in the shortest time.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. That was Professor John Gatti, Dean of UCC Business School. And I'm what you say, you know, in common. All right. And che yebesa akwa homano so na yakwa kodi nkomo biem. Mobeka say akwatia member of parliament na mumrebi ye de contempt ediche no ama NPP for the Supreme Court hunsem ye bedi hun komo kakra. And abadwafo baba betena se honorable Daniel Kwasi Ashaiman ono ye former MP Buem oba beka yensa me atwetwe nkomo sanso ene Eric Gregory Kwatia ono ye former Greater Accra Regional Secretary edma New Patriotic Party Osaka omo communication team no ho on the odika ba beka yensa na mama mana kwaba na ye general mo akwaba
Mejo so Ziegah
bibia bokode
obo ade adom mechia etefo nyina ni ahwefo machia titira shama fo nyina ni Patriotic Party Greater Accra mechia obia I think say jumedie na na egusu no se na be ya oman we betimi afa ntuma
pefra yes
nti ye nyina ye be kirekire ya adwen ni nyina ahwede ye be ya oman ni betimi atumpon.
That's it. Ye share common asino. We will talk about what the man said. Professor Gachi said about the whole thing. Yeah, what he had a start interview no. And normal kind Becca. Okay, yeah, call line 1. Yes, I call you common asaba. Okay, young Konyesane on a lawyer Mintalabi and Sancho Komo on a member of the legal team, Dema NDC Akwatia. Okay, Law. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, say baby Aqua Junior. And Supreme Court say, among granting audience in Fama Ura Kumi Honorable Kumi. Now, say moment next step any day.
Ibechi atiefo. Next steps no dey ni na no you see no or court ni sem. Say ma dey wo dey adwuma onya botre ma ne run according to the way I was circle. Because BBA no e won member and enchenchen so na afi. O prepare the be na me kuti even abema first deputy speaker honorable Bernard Ahiafo. How say you give a man a long rope and eventually he will hang himself. You see, no, you have more chance. Say, I'm not going to follow the Supreme Court. I'm going to say the High Court, no, any whole point so between us, na case, no, I could do contempt in this animal money now. You say, you are going to nip up him. But then, so, almost say, some non person mocker, or say a train near running out. Now, we are also near the atom. And they see, you know, and no Supreme Court say amode amonsa ato High Court ni tumi awo say ode asotwen ebeba NS ya komeno e o lansa to so say yen kan Supreme Court gi ni yansa bi no monya de bi no mani baji nanso na meka no bia ni yeme say di omode akodan Supreme Court ni kan wie na ye bogu mi gidi se be bogu ye bogu wie a sa the omode omonsa to so no enye djuma biem nti ho na fi High Court to nya ho kwan say ono so na so e baba esi me be twen na ya ko Supreme Court ya kan wi ya kan wi enke bia
yo lo la catch here ni o for the sake of Kofi eti ano but the top of a chair say momo pa no dear pa na mo pese court High Court the the mam.
Sir, me declare the court and say a quiet fast one electoral commission it declare and as your commission na edin over party elections no in the council no. Now your home sense in the and so omo eto afo no mo declare ndo na yini. But bibia so see na say won to ho say e man say and farm running shows in mobile court. Court. says that declaration now, I'm on the key say, yes, I could be with you, and then the question of Jim there's any idea on the bed in the faculty. In the honest, me now, Bubuki. What Bubuki on the university as well. In the no, now, I come back to my square MPs in Parliament. So, you want to see my home, you want to go to the Parliament faculty. The court. See, and then somebody to come here, but
Lord, Wadama, can now walk a cram, mammy. I said, where you know to Jessica Cradama and Commander Japan. I'm a tonka, have a movie.
As I mean, until I say, I'm going to declare I could hear MP. Say only the MPP me and Yakumino. Na NCNT wansi a man so to wansi and be man so the court. I become was a more court. So court as more obediema. In Junior court that court, you didn't court to move not NGB and not parliament to be swear or elected MPs in. Engineers now see our community not a electoral commission, the leading course on a renew aquatia. In the man is when in and that's I quite to say you see another MPs not some and can you. In the end, that is a vehicle to court and so my interim in Johnson, in Fantono, almost when in. Or this is the council maybe. In general, I thought you can interim objection. And also, no, your court order. Is a court, no, I can't say now, go book court virtual. In general, contempt now, yes, I need court. In the assembly probability, we are empty once for elections in the more electoral commission declared as your commission on the union. I know in assembly cost TV. But there could anyone who should buy any 1 year and they say, who are wounded my court, then a so conference for the other. And a cover contempt in the subai.
Now, I say, mo yes, I didn't know the easy car.
Let's go, Debbie, or do you pay now? Any contempt, and I see petition,
petition in yeah, because I electoral commission in a declare the winner.
I know electoral commission book.
I'm more more responses at to say. I'm more responding.
Debbie.
Not just I don't and any high court the anamebwa.
And the high court,
oh, I see. Okay. And lawyer better say pa na ye gusua ye monitor de bia bebo aso next one may update kopem say asem no ebetwa kra. All right. Yo, thank you very much. We Ora lawyer Isaac Mintalabi, a member of NDC Akwatia PC legal team. And I'm what to say no etwetwen common and check ye be call parliament. Na ya kwa kwahwe no assembly si wo parliament. Abrana a deputy as a deputy attorney general. Yes. Na ye veteran no ura afenyo marking e ka se wakoka ko hye biasa enti onko sasa no nche my goodness. This country. On sasa no and afei honorable ahiafo on the chairman of the appointment committee catcher and say na bi on hwema ye sade no back and forth in exchange and with no minority no chese anhwe ya on betwe om ho de free the vetting of the deputy attorney general and the minister of justice and I say on be rejected so you be call ahomano so enche ne akwa akodi nkomo but before that ne yenko hwe video no na ekwanya efa so a esiye the banter and the back and forth how afenyo marking sparked the whole controversy and the response from the honorable ahiafo.
Just for a second. Honorable nominee, the question is overruled. You are not going to demonstrate. Chairman, if you decide to be whimsical and capricious, it will not advance the work of this committee. Apart from the constitutional issues involved, it is also about our culture. We've had nominees speaking their dialect here. And I do not think that if you start by is overruled. The man is talking about a dance that we all don't know. Until today, if anybody had asked me in the Volta region, as part of our culture, what are the dances, I would have said Agbaja and Bobobo. Today, he is enlightening me and others. And I'm saying that he should demonstrate it just in some 30 seconds. And you saying that, you know, you are disallowing the question.
Honorable Minority Leader, I take offense from the fact that you are saying I'm being whimsical and capricious. So I will urge upon you to withdraw those words you use on me.
Chairman, I will not
stand
withdraw.
by overruling the question that you are not going to
you were whimsical,
any dance.
You were whimsical and capricious in the way you overruled my question. I will not withdraw.
You would not demonstrate any dance. This is not a demonstration for. This is appointment committee. So I insist that you withdraw the word that I'm being whimsical and capricious.
Chairman, I will not withdraw. I'm sorry.
Okay, we and a course so our Parliament appointment committee. Yeah, sebo. Na okay, yeah, some court near Koshe. Ora FenyoMaakye esa kasa wachiri. Yen Korean some Koshe what Ora FenyoMaakye ekai.
One is talking about a dance that we all don't know until today. If anybody had asked me in the Volta region, as part of our culture, what are the dances, I would have said Agbaja and Bobobo. Today, he is enlightening me and others. And I'm saying that he should demonstrate it just in some 30 seconds. And you saying that, you know, you are disallowing the question.
Honorable Minority Leader, I take offense from the fact that you are saying I'm being whimsical and capricious. So I'll urge upon you to withdraw.
Different one. You best about the you promise him on the way. Did KE and one yes, be the actual. So the issue of Parliament, don't know. Na Ora FenyoMaakye and vetting one. And on the chest say the Deputy Attorney General designate Ora Dr. Extreme. And all catching say baby or so free no voter region wabo asabidin alien to ono FenyoMaakye into one demonstrating kakra enfanche and the chairman of the committee ne si debi on shaman and yes because any the demonstration platform I'll bet me ashana mana yes ano mano eti no na Ora FenyoMaakye so antiase I'll just say akoye say the chairman no suppress the minority no and shama adwuma no amoye no entimi nkoso wano na ewem nene yebedi hu komo no Ora FenyoMaakye esa kasa wachire yebekwa akotie enche yebekwa akotie do kasa wachire no Ora the chairman of the committee so say na no biem eno an yegusu a eti all right, so that is that. Now mo amunim say necessary state of a nation address or my penny be call parliament na wakwa the state of the nation no or by the obabeto ye the ohobia ne de aban edisu adu nu do person yeba this country no eno so no ode atodwa ti se na bidi kaka ba for baba betena se na ya pensem eno mamuba before that no mama honorable Eric Gregory Kwati Abamana Kwaba Yegusu Shani Muse Honorable Daniel Kwasi Ashaiman former member of parliament at the Babuim Ebabe Saba before that no main council Chocho industry for product na enfama yewo Chocho tea ewo ho yo Chocho soap Chocho cream yo Chocho antibacterial soap Chocho white tea and Chocho balm. Na Chocho balm no wase men kancho se eye balm kese a ewo ho a se wakobobo e na ho ba bi ateteba eye Chocho balm se won sa online na africhi eye Chocho balm ade bia aye obia hono wo eye Chocho balm se men kancho se wuti na ya oya utete kakra bi uti ni bo gaga utete kakra bi a na odi afa o mama so ebe boss tiawa na tuyare no na etu de ko afa Chocho balm no se sabe mpredua se obi a o kasa nka kakra wom no wote kakra na de ahye ohunum eno no upu ko munu saa no a na atu saa no bani na edeko afo de chocho shower gel e de aba enne ensani yare bebri aba gugu hunam kuchire uhia chocho shower gel na chocho shower gel ni de aloe vera ene de aye eti moisturize o skin no e protect o e do free ensa hodo ni na ho anase ehunam ani yare ni na ho ene meka se yare aba ye kotena kamu ye kodwom ye nam nipa mu wonu obi na ton ade oben ebi a wakote yare bi wo hunam ani uhuni obi so kura yare bi wo no ho enso de atade na ahye so a uhunu enso de na edi sa wo so de na ekoba wonu obi na tifie yare ni bi wo no ho ne ma akotibi ne manso no mba na di agro o mba be kwa akotibi dia be wura dem ho elini na untimi enso untimi nkase o ma o mane ne mba no eni agro e be kwa akofa instability dia ba umpenisa no ene na dware chocho shower gel udware chocho shower gel e be protect we free sa no mani na ho afa chocho skin toner cream enso aba o pese o kokko no eye kokko na hanaha o pese ayi utuntum no so a bright pa a shiny ama ehunu a asa osubasi o kala ya yefe pa eno ye chocho skin toner cream ena obe sra na no a moisturize o body no na amana smooth kama afa chocho shampoo conditioner and hair food and the base no eno de ye ne ya pampa mu pam na no be de na nka enye kra menano de na kenya kra nanso so me dibi ayi ehuru mitirimu ano nyame adome na mitimi ano kama entu so apampa mu pa kope chocho shampoo conditioner ni bi afa dandruff ekoa aba be ye otirimu ma otirimu ni ebubu uko saloon ye retache ye style de mawa ye de afinu no otirimu ana otirimu no half acha abese shafinum utinu ni ebubu ni na ekoda bi uhia chocho shampoo conditioner hair food and the base na do asem dia ma afie o chocho soap o e o chocho hand and foot cream eno so eye cream a obetimi dia fa won sa e motoboto kama sabe mo amusi musi noma mo amuso so mo wo fufuo mo amode pekas ene shovel eye adwuma mesifo afitafo uwie pe na wonsam no kala na nyamede ma wo no eni hobiem afi wonsam no aye tentente debi a wuchia nipa was abrante oye adwumadi ana wonsa na rararare ndukwa se yesa ese debi a wonsa no eye smooth eye peche kama eno no eye chocho hand and foot cream afei oye bema na so your ba ufa adwuma ba na use socks e de to hono mo a na pampa na gi edam ho ni na de bi kwa se yesa socks de otimi sha no eso otimi sha no 2 days 3 days sa ene ye ni kwa se de bia wo change socks da sa etu hia chocho hand and foot cream e ma moisturizing as soften o palm ene o nine ase se ne be ya ebetu nkabodi bia amawaje ofa hodi afa chocho herbal BPT yaka cho se ubp no ho yarese nu ho emo bia nkasa de ne nkira wo da chocho BPT aba bedi asam de amaye omoja ni ntimi nu ho afrisa ni yi afa o pressure ne se kosoro se wo form your sugar level whatever or se bobo chocho herbal BPT ni bi ububo bia blood circulation ni be ye adwuma kama ebe ma pressure ne ebe normalize no ebe ahwe betu ase kra e de amaw eti hwehwe bi etira kwan neto na edu asem emfama na chocho product no e available of pharmacy shop bia any herbal shop bia e wo omanma fa na nyina na ope ba kope tu akoton product am boss ni na no ope ba ko tu akoton anaso ope dodo atu akoton a number is 0551 815388 0551 815388 and 024 472 7348 024 472 7348 and 050 455 5535 050 455 5535 eye chocho mesesa ope bako atu sorry ope bako ako yusu ana ape dodo no atu akoton a eye chocho product ene bedi yasem ede amaye okay eti yeguso honorable Ashaman Daniel Kwasi Ashaman so ababe kayensa former member of parliament at the Mabuem constituency ababe kayensa chebema na kwa but said abidi ka kire mo se owura afenyo maken esa kasa biem abra na bantane ekoso no yenko ne yenko video no enfamra sisia
that in the spirit of cooperation you should put up such a posture.
Kessben.
Chairman, the caucus has observed that in this afternoon's proceedings, Honorable Ahmed Jerry Shaib was the first to experience an unfair treatment at your hand. When it got to me, the leader of the caucus, there were all manner of interruption, including an interruption by the Attorney General himself, of which you curiously said you never heard. Again, the majority chief whip came in interrupting, though not into the mic. It was aimed at obstructing the smooth process of my vetting of the nominee. Eventually, you allowed him to ask a so-called follow-up question. Chairman, we've long assured the majority of our cooperation, but not when such a posture is coming from the chair. We would respect you, but where you are acting in excess of discretion, we would express it. We've had a smooth vetting since Monday in an atmosphere of mutual respect, in a very humorous atmosphere, and all nominees that appeared before us on those 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, we approved them by consensus. Without more, let me conclude as follows. The minority caucus hereby rejects the nomination of the Deputy Attorney General, and that the decision of it would be solely yours as a majority caucus. For today, all other nominees in furtherance of our protest, we are also rejecting them, and then your decision, it will remain your decision as majority caucus.
All right, we ora federal marking kwanya na minority no etwe am ho dia free and also am rejected Deputy Attorney General eno ho asem ena na ode to dwane na quickly the chairman of the committee enso so responde yenkone yenkotie na mo amohwe Facebook no so metime abomani akonhoma na yenkohwe ne etie ekwawa honorable Ahiafo so responded to federal marking
in a short response. I will want to place on record that I am very fair and just person. Honorable Jerry Ahmed was to ask 3 questions, and indeed he has asked 3 questions. Honorable members, I take a great exception to the minority leader saying I am quizzical, capricious, and I rudely interrupted. As a chairman of the committee, I'm entitled to overrule a question. When you want to convert the appointment committee, and for that matter, the vetting room into a dancing floor, I think the just thing for me to do is to overrule that particular question. In Parliament, anytime unparliamentary language is used, by our rules, you will be requested to withdraw and sometimes apologize. When you refuse to do so, he is even lucky that I have not even cited him for contempt. Honorable members.
Okay, honorable Ahiafo, and I'm what to say, so then the response at the buy. And now quickly, over to me, I join here. na wachire wadwene ne akenkan di amount. Number is 0550-596-97925. 0550-596-929. And no air WhatsApp or the buy bekenkan di amount. Afi normal text message no air 0550-567-929. 0550-567-929. Menemo Kasei, Honorable Daniel Kwasi Ashaman, former member of Parliament, Buem constituency, Ababetanase, and Honorable Eric Gregory Kwatia, a former Greater Accra Regional Secretary and a member of National Communication Team, New Patriotic Party Atnase. Member of Moho, Nama Mama Kwabania in Semna Ashishaso, Naniabeka Sona, State of a Nation Address, and on my Peninsula Apaya Bajokua. And yet national economic dialogue on median move to reshape the economy of this country. And also Rebecca Mafia Kwatia, member of Parliament, Ura and this Yaukumi, and also Supreme Court and ruler by Asima Supreme Court catching on ye bedi hun komo and a dear ye boy ye do hun komo sisiano and it's Rebecca Wasam back quickly my main castle with Fancha Fenomakin. Justin Kofi Frimpong se utiemia. Mesramo, Momo Manu Kwafe no marking. Listen to me, Honorable. If I'm making sense, and I say, Bia, may display the ignorance. Honorable, why a member of Parliament? I call Parliament. Parliamentary procedure. Parliamentary business. The way CCT. Meboa. That's fine. Say, yeah, vetting. The vetting committee, no, and I said the appointment committee, no, is consists of the minority and majority. Papa no only lead, you know, from the majority side. So more treaty mo ye behunu. So hekem mo yenim obetimi do complain dia ba. Dia make an what I say. So ya de bia ye unparliamentary. Suppress the minority no a ye behunu. Enti no ba bonte na ba be ka kire say na nipa no ye te say de o complain say Honorable Jerry kasa no ane ye hekel no a eno ne ye te ase. But Obi a ye ranking member Edema appointment committee. Obi appear before the vetting appointment committee. Ghana for ye do so di pano. The mandate is to make sure say ye pesi ye di pano or ye fit. So bet me ye duma na so want me ye. Na ye kaso obi ye fit so bet me ye duma e yasa. Ehi fan ye te sa asem we say. Ehi fan ye de vetting e kono. Yama di panen kwasa wa Parliament because of say one sentinel a majority ne minority no di ni ye asem we ye ka kire hwan ayi papa na mo de vet yi ko metro ho amentiase. It is only a phenomenon can tell me kwane ye vet na yama obi ko sing hymns. It's a hymns no part of the vetting. The vetting no say nipa no a mampania nominating no ye pese ye heso betimi aye adwuma na na so wetimi nye eno tina maba betra na mu doso nipa no ye be he ni CV baby ofri ba na adwuma na ye de be hye ne nsa no ye busa no whole questions ye won kofo no bi wo hokra no a wonim adwuma no ho hwe but ye busa no questions wetimi ania no okra na mutimi endoso nipa no so onkokọ ye adwuma because obetimi akwa be se 3-4 weeks bi afa no ohunu adwuma no nu akwakoto ase cause ebia ye ntimi nkane hyebra na se ni expertise ni hye na ye nkobu sase ye nkoka nche no minisi onkosa afa no market ye body ti the din or the social media obi e body din afa no ya ade no e get into his head. Sit up my brother, sit up. Just to call you from Palmoni and people from Pennyfono, what can be for no market? And you said, yeah, vetting. Will be a cocobusa, a quatra dance be a different. What's the dance that to say? Manipana discover for Ghana for no near pay. Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General, Wababetra, when you know. Yeah, criminal high profile criminal cases. Oh, my penny. Exonerating for we want to get the nitty-gritty of the whole Mubusabusa San Sabran Yetibi Ghana near do the Assam Kokota, Assam Kituabi, Etimi Dibia, your father said 2 years, 3 years, a quaban ye befasu a best Amos Adiano, and on the here. Utimu ya ya dadodo mon kanchira no afenwo Maakye mon kanchira no. Ni timu ya ya ne dadodo enye sa na ye no. Enye veti na akachi obi so onko sing hymns. Enye veti committee na akachi obi so onko samye hwade. Ene ye de. Meme kasafu so ya timi communication service tax ni kotua youth employment for kakra de be kan ye dutua mo members of parliament ye dutua boka etimo hu kwase sanu oba bi koso na nya esese ye ka ade na wote parliament wona ye no up your game wo ya ade ubisa question kama obia de jo ho but tribu ya odadodo set up my brother. But I suppose no maybe because listen to me. Sabi, on my panic for so TV who shall bet me bounable. Yes, a penny for kukuda will be a trap a TV so obo shall bet. Na self just in jihadi. Now for you a motel for repenunum, Toba fedanum, Kotokwahino 2 say tunum. Now Jaya Hoya Jabinum, a you domahine or Siadia yonum, and penny for kukuda. Niga moti TV who a veteran was a Samuel yede. Honorable me show me ignorance and I say me Ramo honorable my memo aquaba. After me aquani and metias. Are you honorable Miss Ramo Fancha me friend aquamo Fancha? Are you honorable afenyo Maakye? Please. Just to call your mon country. Baby odi ne konitrimu ya ne de too much. Honorable Mame Shase Mfafru, yentis enunu fru ansakwa na yakosona. Mame Shase Mfafru, honorable Mame Shase Mfafru hono. Mame mu akwaba, na meme akwaba na Mame Shase Mfafru.
Yeah. Bibia boko de.
Mi nyame adoma bibia boko.
Da nyame ase. Yes. Se o Shase afru me ho.
Meme akwaba anti honorable Mame Shase Mfafru no problem. Go ahead.
Yo opinion misacha acha menia na ebe shawa ha and the chef for ni tiefo ni nyina on say endrano near esi or parliament has endorsed or underscores my perception, especially so about essbenMaakye. Enya pa no me ka say papa we dey onam hon nyina no post na ye ne de enye Ghana ye ba be ye hu etuma, because Indra I was expecting to watch a very educative vetting. It just said, "Oh no, essbenMaakye and Kasano or a lawyer."
Yeah.
And Justice Saisusu or a lawyer.
Yeah.
And there were constitutional issues in this country. There were justice system issues in this country, legal issues in this country. Into your opportunity to hear. And nuna SSA who proper banter. Na you say nipa ye di no ko se onko ye deputy attorney general no. Obetumi aboa ama eniama no yesisa no manato ye. We are moving into what? Constitutional review era.
Yeah.
SSA obisa no question say uhunu say na ye binumu ka say ye review ye constitution. Ye need to mean free omanpenyi biansem say you don't have the power to appoint a minister of finance awope. You don't have the power to appoint a governor of Bank of Ghana. Ubetumi suggest nipa mienu ana miensa, but ne obedi that particular position should not come from you say we na me pay.
Yeah, these are some of the things people are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Na yehu. Because in our recent past, yehu ni governor of Bank of Ghana eye yesika, yehu ni finance minister eye yesika, and a justice system in some areas, even like something that has happened yesterday. It was Supreme Court. Students of the law, as a so bisa question, omun fanshia DSA, went in a embassy. But we lost that opportunity. Me see, personality culture here, and now who culture? Is it this appointment committee? Look, people move with some conditions, so you don't know. People move with conditions. Health conditions are an issue. Then a nipa no dressy. akpiaye kanu enya idea it is like a war culture. I'm also from Voter Oti.
Yeah.
It's a war dance visa.
Yeah.
The way you dress before you do it. Intino eya hondiansa. Do you get it right?
Yeah.
And nipa no botaya betina ho say ombesa sa no enchero. If you want to learn the culture, find time and go. Samuyo festival. This is from around Amfwe area, Aveme Deme. Amfwe in the middle of a Voter region or the upper part. Go and watch.
Oh, I see.
Oh yes.
In between Voter and Oti.
Yes. Oh, from Amfwe you go to Pando. You go to Pando, you move up to Dambaye.
Oh, okay.
Or with the Akuye, which is in Oti region. Do you get it right? Uba down now Uba have. You see, from Amfwe, Uba have, Vakpo have. So it's on that stretch. Udru have barrier. Ubranchi u left her. That's the line.
So you need offer him for
Aveme deme.
Okay.
Yes, that is one of the communities in Amfwe.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Amfwe.
Yeah.
So yesterday was not the day, and I think Nyeye Kaninano and Nuna Waka MPP for essbenMaakye is not there to do you people good, but some of us we are happy as NDC people because Mimi Kase, I told NDC people say, look, never think say even the chairman Onaba here for me no nightina I use one secretary time I'm in parliament. Don't think you are going to handle MPP people with kiss glover at the end of the year. Sadianu nya catch and say nye. Period. Ene bandra. Enunu ene bandra. You should stop because they are not going to listen. They have an agenda. MPP people in parliament have their own agenda. Say almost say the governance no. Say neko they delay, let's do this. Filibustering ni nyina yenim. So don't deal with them because you have the numbers. Indra mi hu ade bi reportage bi ewo de Ghana website. Parliament have rejected Deputy Attorney General. Which parliament? Which parliament? And majority. Which majority? And this is a majority. If MPP is not look when essbenMaakye want to behave this way, we the NDC must stand on the feet that if you don't want to stay, go. We have the numbers and we will govern well. 1992, 93 to 9. No. We should not give essbenMaakye a chance to be misbehaving, doing things that he likes. And before I land, me can't Ghana for society binumu for amwo Freemasons no occult. And this I type of
honorable please you go ahead. But no, please. Let's stay in parliament. You've been to parliament before. In parliamentary job on the USCT any idea.
It doesn't show respect to the chairman. Nientia mimi waha mission no essbenMaakye me friend say leader ni say. O kita di bia say obia whether minority or majority no. Yen friend say leader.
Yeah, because Adakrana honorable Dafia Mepo.
That's right. Offend leader.
And so he's my leader.
Yes. That is what it means.
Yes, on TV3.
That is what it means.
Or call in or react here.
Yes.
And Dafia Mepo no, he's my leader, so I cannot do it.
I like has how say, no maba in the 8th parliament in Nina Muhumia on my friend senior.
Yeah.
Do you get it right? Yeah. They will call me, so you maintain that relationship and respect.
Yeah.
Do you get it right? So you be someone say, a chairman of the committee, Bekacho say withdraw. You say, I'll not withdraw. Even you are repeating those words. That is arrogance. And if MPP think that is the way they will have to go, no problem. We are also here. We are also here to respond to them. We have a nation to govern for 4 years. Do you get it right? NDC has a nation to govern for 4 years. So we will not allow anybody who deliberately thinks that is coming to distort our movement. We will not allow that person. Even on the floor of the house, or Kasa, Manin Kasa, we are not calling for this game or this battle. But he is showing us that he wants to take us to a certain ground which is not good. So if you want to by force feed me with a food that I don't like, I'll reject it, and I must reject it in public. And I think this is what we are telling the NDC people in Parliament. The first deputy speaker, the majority leader, we are telling you this. Never handle MPP with kids' gloves, because they are who they are. Rollins said it so. I was in trade fair that day. They are who they are. Ne obey mu bia de no. Dey na Kwabena J anye. Kwabena J time Atamus by as a national chairman otunika ko MPP headquarters to throw the olive branch for us to move together. Nana do buy then is here. These people, you don't have to hold them with kids' glove. Deal with them. Deal with them. Not at all. Ghana nyo biadia. It is an opportunity. So to me, this is the way we have to go. NDC, if you want to succeed, if the look, who tells you that if the MPP is not at the vetting committee, we can't vet the people? Fifi Kwete was not vetted, but MPP refused to participate during Atamil's time as a deputy finance minister. Didn't he work? He has worked in Dekro Wasanya post. Don't listen to those who are crying their own cry. They have lost. If you listen to the MPP today, more losing just 2 months. They want so much accountability from Mahama. These people, some of them are with bad faith. They are with bad faith. Don't listen to them. Do you get it right? I quite to say, Obia, we need no kwafuma. Or say, me or so yen sure china sadra mimma he ekuani emrenu twem jaipa nipa o se o ma meboanu na ko afo wankasa kodo. At the end of the day, no, NDC, listen and listen good, including myself. At the end of the day, Ghanaians are not going to ask accountability from MPP. They are not. So we should follow our timetable. Do you get it right? We should follow our timetable. That is why when you are peeling cassava, you use the knife to cut off where there are what? The wood that you cannot pound as fufu because it will spoil your fufu. Streamline things and let's go.
Okay. All about terminals for 10 minutes now, but quickly, you said something and I'm in person because GDMO assembly, I sometimes you throw shades it can create a problem. But I feel no marking. What kind of parliament where I explain say Freemason is not an awkward and you know no kwana aka hwasem ye nim panifo bebre din komo a omo join Freemason. Oma explain say Freemason no be a Catholic, be a Methodist, or be a bebre obetimi aba be remu bi. Omo sa Nyankopon di say we are white, ye chenu ma ye konkron say be ya enkeka obi ani mu. Na ye den na wo say ye awkward.
Ne mega church say omuka sa asem no Catholic came out, Catholic bishop came out that we don't endorse Freemasons. Nepa wa kana semunku and yes me domas a Catholic no, our bishops came to say that.
Yeah, I know that, but why do we say
you see kubia their vision is moving higher into obe breni hwase no onyeda. That is the exhibit we saw. Say chama beka chenu say withdraw or say withdraw. The vision of that I believe in that because udom kobia adentina udom kono you uobutayenti udom sakuno and sakuno say you move higher, you shine. Do you get it right? In this kobase at a point in time no obi air catcher say brenwase no, you will not listen, pay your conviction. And ye nyama bebre na emaka echo enye stia nkwa ena enye tire nkwa enye engine nkwa. So this
are you saying say nipa no o ka che ne se ombre no ho ase a wo mre no ho ase ana say sankofo no mo mre mo ho ase dada
because time dia say me was romia na me shine. Do you get it right? Sa moja no e wo sa ekuo no ebi no nipa no. That is why I'm calling it that.
They don't accept defeat.
No.
And I say
no. And yes, they don't accept defeat in public. Do you get it right? They don't. Into a year time onuni speaker assembly over parliament. one who America or the Supreme Court. Somebody has some man. Do you get it right? Ain't it? Or no, not you say move higher, no defeat. Do you get it right? We are not going to deal with that.
All right.
Whether the people in that group, with all due respect to you people, because Mikasa Abeti said, "Mi boom I am singling out what I've seen or I saw yesterday, and that is not good for this nation." Into Parliament, we should be careful. People that we send to Parliament, Sena Mbeye a Kuobi in the Pankwa, because the youth of today they've started. We have been hearing. I'm not a small boy. I move around. They've started joining societies. Nanfanko Parliament, Nanfanko say, Nanfanko law. Those things does not build a nation, because it's a personal aggrandizement decision. It is not a nation building decision, and we should not accept it.
All right, I'm despite from Amasaman. Mr. Ziegah, I don't see essbenMaakye to be a lawyer, because asking a minister designate to dance as a result of vetting, so sad how desperate the NPPs are to mess our smooth moving government, but man no be God. Okay, thank you very much. We also say essbenMaakye is trying to catch a cruise and create controversy such as a no. You cannot say this. Okay, honorable Mami Brown. So now more messages about bet with what yaba. Oh my normal message now. You can card the amount. Number is 0550 567 929 0550 567 929. And I say WhatsApp so 0550 596 929 0550 596 929. Honorable. Honorable Greg. The next 10 minutes here.
Yo, my that's it. I'm say many opinion, Honorable Ashaiman,
yeah.
Yes, I mean, many know a lot of things in common. I mean, okay, send me Ashaiman. That's my constituency.
And you're rich royalty sound.
And me yesu fini the constituency.
Hey, Asamoah.
Okay, Jakrom.
Hey,
so Etina no all church direction now.
Yes, of course, I know the area, and I'm Mr. Mauli, so I also grew up basically.
And I'm moving now to be a canoe.
Then the next thing is I think you're also a Catholic. Oh, a Catholic. Yes, you a Catholic.
Oh, wow.
So we have a lot of things in common. I mean, but the only difference is that on when NDC and I am with the NPP. Ziegah,
but I'm saying, Mame make set we record with street. Vetting, essbenMaakye ebusa papa no a ohu baby ofri no. Ena papa ne kasa no essbenMaakye de onum say agbaja na mosa. Eti o mention different your friend say dance no. And o say it's like o create impression be say as a alien to them. I said as we the ente then to betimi a demonstrate kakra dia kire. Eno na you say chairman here for say on shema papa ne nyesade no. But how essbenMaakye dwell no boil ade no to the extent say because of enuntina ebi ene minority ne etwe omo hodi afri papa na you know ho ene ne ye pese ye kirem yie ma.
I think say a honum na the problem no. But I strongly believe say ye nyina ya hwe vetting over the years, at least ye na Ghana, the democracy as politicians, who vetting be brave. And don't say can say hymns near the. I think Yohana na vetting BMOB called reciting national pledge.
Yeah, Professor
and a whole lot of things. I think say from the dance now kind yes, ebia essbenMaakye a year or make the submission, the preliminary submission, which for me I don't think say a problem be. Also, on nimpo say asafufuobi, which for me I think say not bad because some of these things and say a opinion and think cabra so on demonstrating the nebianka honum that shouldn't have been a problem. Yeah, I say a normal tre. They be say I'm a case tolerance. One ingredient in politics are lucky in this part of our world. Because I don't see, say, anyway should create a problem to that extent for a failure to use words. I think, say, the chairman of the committee, say parliamentary. I mean, to say so, capricious and whimsical. I mean, these are very, very very strong words. And even in the courtroom, such words. And I think now saying yes, simple approach. Okay. Oh, a sample now, sir. And yeah, my description kakra. Now, you find indicate Ghanaians because to say the in Attorney General and the who cases causing financial loss. Obi ko minister. Ebi krana certain agreement be or no onimpo, and these are the people who are supposed to advise all government ministers so that we can avoid these cases, and I said nyoma we beti BSC because causing financial loss to the state say my say sometimes when you can't benefit anything from that, but then obi ko there prison until they in a buy into Attorney General office na sa nyoma we must so a vetting a minister, deputy minister for such a ministry, very, very, very critical. For me, I think say the way handle very unfortunate. And adia ba kuna mesre. When we say so you're leader of a caucus and for the NPP, I will say you be say who questions be. In Ziegah, one. Adwuma na your parliament no. E was say adwuma no e ma o party no nanimonyam e basoro.
That's right.
Yeah. Also that should be the first and foremost. It is not about say what he was say media me ye nyoma bia me pe, but ade na wo ye no e boa wo party ni man krofo e wo outside no e je wo party na to mo ehu say mu wonim dia ye de mamo a mo betima ye akma oman ne tumpo ana if say baby a oman na do sesi ya no the challenges are Ghanaians e face ye hwe say ye ma political position bia enyoma be na de beto akwan mu a e be den e betima ma Ghanaians asetena mu besesa.
That's right.
The average person on the enam Ghana ha nyina no ye politicians no also bia bisa no ho say ye caucus na wo parliament no adwuma omudi no ebe boa yen amoman no agenda say oman no betimi akonanim ana. And for me NPP I was here timi assess sadiwi because say ekoba say oni ye bia wo ye o parliament ye hu minority leaders view pre judgment san ho no say judgment san kasa na obi epekwan atie no mebo ana.
Yeah.
Den na obi epekwan atie no. And Alban Babin, I can't say those days engagements are sorry, no munye notes because the man was what encyclopedia. Me and me former boss, Honorable Hackman, or see the idea commander, also and these were personalities. Abraham Oseedu. These were people the late Japan.
Felix Owusu Japan.
J.H. Owusu Champon.
Yes.
Okaya Brekum.
Yeah, Brekum. Yeah.
One of the most. Yes. These were powerful people. And then baby you do no. I think say enya goodie. And enya say sa ye dragging issues because I don't see say as we say it should result in NPP Becca say yeah boycott.
Yeah, fair.
No,
they are not fair.
I don't think so. Let's see say baby o man one and you may be ya Ghanaians ebenye gidie we mu because Ziegah what elections and look at the results of the 2024 elections.
Yeah.
Any politician bia should set up and know say Ghanaians are wide awake and Ghanaians are observing. You may think say oh yeah the a better crowd affect one kasa crowd or constituency.
Yeah.
A better affect one kasa or constituency. Because enyoma na wo ye nyina say so nyina so da social media it's
all over
everywhere and when we say oh yeah during this vetting and the massa a secret society issue abeye ho and to the extent I tell you say me wo be bosomini also for be frame me say or person onya contact to some of them because we see yes omo join you ma ebuapa. I'm telling you, the person called me. Yes, because if I'm a man for air to find out what is it about. I'm not against it because those are beliefs for every individual. Because that one, your life I will do as I see so, and our eternal life. Me the life that we are living today, and the life that we live in eternity is far more than the years I would do. Into also be you must ask yourself again. I mean, so for when it comes to religious and those matters, now I think MPP ought to set up, and they say the party MPP no share. Baby, I nim dear war and I say ye I war pa ye members of parliament.
Yes.
And ye hono. And I have said it several times that you would hear certain comments coming from very prominent persons leading your party, and the party does not see anything wrong with it. It is very, very serious.
Very serious.
We need to speak. And some of us there, me and I'm sure me kasa you. Me here see and me come as a I have been me call elections or me constituency. Me cancel ya me nim say tie ne chromo and they say na my kind of credit omo fa me see you. I contested the parliamentary and they said no. For me, I am saying it today. Baby a ewiase edu and baby a Ghana edu. MPP or see a set up. Ye best your leadership or parliament and ye be your parliament young Jane who say it is not to pray please MPP for be more because MPP for kakra na ombeji watuma ombe ye no and they my vote the general people who are watching and now tenaka moi then people are saying ye bibia na musi say ye bibia na musi say ofo say nipa no be kwa koto aba ma wo MPP no I think say it is high time because political party biano we image and I'm a man for the to abanama. The image in be as a result of message. We image be solid as a result of what? Message. And sana o the candidate chana ba be so the candidate chano ba na no so aba be hype, then that is where you can win. And to be honest with you, in the last 8th parliament, sana Honorable Haruna Idrisu everybody in this country was saying Haruna Idrisu is a very intelligent person. I don't know whether you heard it. I heard a lot of people who were telling me. And me ankasa, minimum Honorable Haruna Idrisu. He was not the nim kakra, and he was a mate to some of my colleagues. But no Enuks president. And so when people were making these comments, you hear people were even thinking, say, this is a very intelligent. Some people were not even happy. Okay,
yeah, true.
So, why was that perception?
That is the reason why.
Why was that perception? And so I think, say, your leadership now, I won't take a cue from some of these things, and it helped so much because very team be. And this is not the kind of things that we should be going through, so that at least we can move this country forward.
Yes. And but my main setting records was so straight. The reason why Honorable essbenMaakye, Ebusa, Pablo, Opariado, Minister for Youth Development, and the reason Ebusa no fa Freemason, na a kind of civil. It's not a person where you sure say. Or ye Freemason and pa ebiana onumse ono no afenyo no ye Freemason enti bi obe person party bi on ho so de bi che enti okaso ye Freemason ye ni kwaso jama akosa at least obuza na say who is your mother and say amiti and afi obuza say na be ye be man kofo ate sad na say set that records to but you can me no ya adwene say 1992 no de bia would read Professor Michael Kwe book na the book Politics in Ghana was say at a point they realized that if NPP had gone to parliament in 1992 they would have won 1996 election. So the obey so the me only know how be conduct yourself and a man and for a by way oko election as ulusua adia chi na wo lose election no adia chi na sada na your next election campaign as see.
That's right.
How you comport yourself and yet election day no kwa and ye kokoye campaign koton ye hodema ye crofo.
Okay, Ziegah, me fancy me added this to it. Ubekaya, even at that time, 96 to 2000, no, now media space ni nye open to say. But then you can talk of the lives of Banredu, Dr. Adukufo, Hackman Usuajima, and everybody wanted to hear these people. And no kahune a boy MPP that time, my timidi win 2000 elections. And do we have same that you can mention that the people that everybody wants to hear about them,
their qualities from the quality.
So that shows say MPP, I was say yeah very careful about this kind of things.
And for me, Honorable Mama, just a minute. Now, Madika Kacha, I said to you for say, show ye ni na no na yesase ho yare. Yare bia was to biano. We have something that will drive that away. And our faces no, so person new system ni strong. Na yare no entimi we embe ball kwana and then you watch the ma imbush for atransi. We will say, why is the minority leader behaving like a do? I think it has to be straightened and also be positioned. Okay, we read all the text messages, but Fabra number is 020550567929 0550567929. That's a normal text line, and our WhatsApp here 0550596929 0550596929. Obasima atrase obamo akwaba.
Janana.
Imbusto.
Police ni na
na say no hoye de.
Christo adom no hoye pa.
Yeah, the ready asepa. All right, and then am mobile.
Medicine na Frimpong ena no pese yenda Nyankopon ase na afesu yenda tifo nyina ase ma makwa babiem na afesu dwumade mu di no nam se esombo maye na ase Ghana mo maye ni ba ye ho so niema bebre ntimo so aseda ne bi nkoma mo ye ka imboostable mixture e police ni na dro se di wunim dada no ye ba oboboa no si ya na ye ba be kai wo se nkwamo bi woni padua ni mu a etwa se wo hwe na opagya na ho odi ni de biara da ana se immune system bi woni padua ni mu a wo se de biara da wo hwe se na ho odi no soro said the bear ni pedua ne betimi akon edi nyarewa so nkoni meno nti anopeye no ho nkomo na ye ne wo bona ma afidie no nda heya kosisi e bewie no wo hu se no kwasem se ne pabi ewo imboost herbal mixture no emu ye number se didi juma Dr. Steven Yako Sharp osanso ye police ni ewo ye maimu ha ose frɛ no na ne ndi nkomo yare bia ba wo so ache na wo chinchini wano no mu no bebre na wo hu ne se no na wanom ne bia ntumi anje no Dr. se frɛ no no nche okon abefa so imboost no yusu ne beboa amotimi akon edi yare na wakon a wontimi nkono edi ne su enkonim numbers no eye 0246 20 84 96 and 0261 388 149 0261 388 149 sa numbers ni mi nyina ye Dr. Steven Yako Sharp numbers a frɛ na obenya no ebia na wo akra ha sei na opedro no dodo atua obefrɛ 0540
0540
71
01 13 0540
71 01 ofrɛ ni a ye beba wa bobo no na kyese abre wodro ni bi na wo so shop ho odi egu ho no ye ka imboostable mixture enubra ehahama enua hini Ghana ha sei ni wona enimu de ewa pomde ho nsemu beka kyerɛ wo no mbeka no kra ehahama eni nubra de eno ne adura etwa se ye no asofo so beka omo beka mo hu se ehahama eni nubra de eno ne adura etwa se ye no sa woti ase anasa wo Ghana ha wo wiase na se wo mpen hahama eni nubra eni empacho gya didie esan se enuane a yedi no efa ye hahama efa ye nubra a eno no eboa ma ya pomde ho nsem no etumi ekosoro eno nti enei se wo pa pomde ma papa dia eni babia last na me hwe Ghana ni bia wonim de pa na ese wotutu kwa ya kyese ba na pomde ho nsem anya asem keto sanso ye sofo na o kyerɛkyerɛ se Ghana ye wo nepa bebra etimi ma ya pomde ho nsem ekosoro sa de no kra o kansem bebre fa ahaban na ye de ye wa akye no ho na kyese papa na kasafa ho sa se wo pa pomde a eni babia e wo helps mu na no na enei na se ye nipa bebre na ye atwa eno agya na afi ni ya pe quick solution to our health eno nti se nipa no okoye adwuma na wo bre na se wo bafia na wa to painkiller bi no wa nom adekye a oba na wasa akoto na wa nom de bia ogu painkiller so no me pa cho wan hwe ya e bedroom rebi na betima kofo how abre wo liver anase wo kidney eno ti ne ye tu fo ne akai wo se nyame nyansa ne nipa yo mu no wo the immune system bi adua nipadua nim cells tissues ne organs ni nyina ka boma yesi immune system ebi ye adwuma wa adwen mu ebi ye adwuma wo mogya mu empo ye skin ye honam cells ni bi eye adwuma wo mu a ni nyina ehwe abo ye ho ban afri nyarewa ho na se wo no obenya apomden anase yare be nipadua no na betimi ako edisa yare no so ntema atisa immune system anase nkwamo a ye ka ho asem no odie no ewa ahoden ene ya me ne wo kasa nipa bebre anom no bebre na nso so no omuso omu hu ano ni nyina ne se edro na onom no wo se immune system no ye strong wo se immune system na ho ode gina brane ansa na edro no etumi aye adwuma yi enu ti se wo nom edro na se edro ne nya adwuma yi a enu nkire se bi edro no enye papa na emom no enkwam a wo nipadua nim no na wo se etimi so original brane ansa na edro na wo nom no etumi akohwe abo nipadua no ena afi so nipa bia nya de bia na wo yare a wo se wo num nro bebre ansa na wo ato wo se nipadua no nkwamo anankasa sorry edima ye sa na nyame aye no omo ye self defense ema ye nipadua no eno nti se san immune system anase nkwamo no wo ahoden a ya na eden se obeta yare anampo yare ne ba nipadua nim na yare ne ne eden se den pa enam se immune system no wa ahoden no wonum aduro kakra bia bon se na sa yare no etutu ni mrika afri nipadua nim ko eno nti na ye tu nipa nyina afo ni ahemu nkran se yare ne se de etie bia no eni da so nyansan ye wa abra wonum imboostable mixture police ni na duro no na etimi apagya immune system no ahoden ansana imboost bebedwa so ye de try nipa bebre na eba ya so nipa danse a ye nya efri imboost nim no eya akoyese chese yare bia no nyankopon adom ye nya ho adanse testimony ebi mu kra timi yare meka ye nua ba bi ofre me o si o yare ye na yare no sebi mpradua samoni mu na eye nsuo asabi enka enye enewom ena na egugu no ne nsuo na gugu na ama sabi o hia bema se bema no yeso odo na seden kra ono ne ko empemu pe se na bema na asa adwane ko eti edru ba bi no hu ne se wanya spiritual marriage ema bosuma na se konfo bi kra ka chen se o yare we de me ware wa metimi aboa o eno ti wo ware no nenso so entimi afa na nkosi ba bia until se wo sha ase se ono num imboostable mixture no na sa nsuo na egugu ni nyina ejaye na afi obeye obesima no ena ohun se yare na na oyare na emom nya se honhom bi na na eha no eni ya me ne wo kase ebi a wo yare na aba na nya de mekan na enso so no wo hu ne se ebi kra ye honhom asem etoda ya na nya honhom asem obi timi nya typhoid na ontumi ni di ne dro na jo so da ye bone na no hye ne basabasa ne ho yera no ontumi na me pa cha otisa na wutie mi a ye kanfo imboostable mixture police ni na edro no edi amaw yare bi a etiti wo ni paduanim se aduane to ye ma na yamo wo pa anaye mpo obi sine de no ne bo ano honom saa no aduane no fa honom na no ho hyehye no obi so si amamanya body pains obi wo honom kra ulcer amananya back pain enso odwen se bi a eye ebi a na chibremo no kra na se na chikras kase no na ohaw bi aba ho me pa cho utie me na wanu numu no bebre na wo hura no a ye tufu se imboostable mixture ne de nipa bebre na anum bi a omudi adanse eno nti won so unum bi a obedi adanse ye numbers no 0246 20 84 96 0246 20 84 96 medical catch us o pedro ndodo etu dia o be free 0540 71 01 13 enu nti no free ye na chese ba bia wo bia ye mfa edroni bi mra o ebi so kra wanu edroni bi o testimony bi doctor say wo free na e hye nkran pa enu nti wo so free no na fa wa dance na ebra afa imboostable mixture no enye se onum a eboost immune system no na awie esa hwe ema mogya no edi afurusane ye enu nti wo ye obi a wutie me na moja ntumi ndia frusani ye untini no timu se emosisi srade a block veins ni mama moja ni nsuo ni ntimi enkoma ye kanfo imboostable mixture no e dia mawo afen so ankasa wako hospital ma doctor aka cho se o cholesterol no ekosoro the moment akosoro no anhwe betima kofa ohaw bebre e dia brew o pese saade no esoteba form na eye normal woni padua ni ma imboost na bedi wakagina mu imboost crasaponis intetimi di sa adwuma we nyina mawo na afei so ahwe said ya be ya sugar no enkosoro enu nti na wona wo diabetes no imbustable mixture no mu di adanse adanse bebre fa diabetes wo de enya asem ketua yenkasa ye professor nyakote obu enso so ato nanu mutuo se imbustable mixture no obi ba na so ya odi bi ma no na no treat no for diabetes ache nipa no ekura tu no na so de imbust ne ma no nyankopon adom nipa no wade no ho afiri yare ni mu ebia na pressure no ekosoro pa ama sese no wankasa no ohu de wonya wo ho a ye kanfo imbustable mixture na dia ma wo adwuma din bia wo ye no memfa wo ho entu painkillers so na num ni bebre num imbustable mixture na nyi hunam ya ni nyina afiri ho wonum ato untimi ni di oya bema ebia wa ye mre e wo mpam a hunu se eye bibi na aba enema bi na enkoso ye wo nipadua nim ebia na sugar no kosoro dodo ebia na ye stress ebia na ye flames ana empo no wanka se nipadua no enemu yare age aboso enu nti na ama wo mema sem no kofoma imboost no be correct sa anema ni nyina na apagya wo mema sem no kona nimpa sanso so na oba wo menses emba ye enu de eye bonus kra ama wo ho sem aye de ama wa imboost be boa wo afensu so obi biara wo tie me na opese u detoxify wo nipadua opese u didi aduane ne timi digest ye no ye kanfo imbustable mixture e dia ma wo imboost de anka ya kwese wo se efie bia no ebi wom esanse enne adanse a eba no bisi imboost no matasi wo so no ya na menta no menhye da nyare ntimi menta no betene mi fradwuma ba na miti na afi me ho ye mbasabasa me nom ye no ni nyina adwane malaria na hawa nom imbustable mixture man nipadua no nkwamo na nkasa enya adwuma fama wo na bo ho ban efiri nyarewa ho edro ya yeka ho asemi ubenya bia to e wo license chemical shop bia emu pharmacy akese ne nketu anyina ebi ewo mu herbal shops akese ne nketu Ghana hafa na ba bia ya to imboost na apeti afi wo pedodo atu na wa akra ne mpatemu hase ya obeko ekus pharmacy wa shaman dodo na e wo honom widama pharmacy so ashama ho atemana na bo ache wo ho o kanshi drug le herbal shops akese ne nketu anyina imboost anya na wo mu hyene so se imboost ne de ebo ne da form na apomden so enti abodin mu ye bo da form sin obi ade na edro no so ne nom no eye bokwa ache ne nom enya ya enti ko hwehwe bi to nom na pe apomden ma oni padua ye sorry so ifa numbers no na ne Dr. Steven Nyako Sharp ending komo e wo 0246 20 84 96 0246 20 84 96 ana 0540 71 01 Merof me di usi hana na Frimpong Ziegah de aketo so na hyene so se imbustable mixture ne de e apomde mapa e na apomde mapa so imbustable mixture e nam se police ni na ye enti okotobi abetima ka se police ni no edru no nyankopon hira opi Kristo ya adomada se ne ye besan so ne mo ehia
imbustable wow yeah.
This is 92.9. 92.9 This is 92.9 the more variety. Perfect. 92.9. 92.9 the radio station that other radio stations listen to.
Okay, welcome back to the program Maakye on Kessben 92.9 megahertz. Na ye koye numne na Bayport for some country say a fixed deposit there the whole West Africa a Bayport the whole dehu Bayport is some country say and if almost fixed deposit no ntisa ya anum di ni bi Bayport fixed deposit no interest was so no a interest a shame crime interest abetim dia ya adekese Bayport temen country say fixed deposit e okokoye na interest ba ye fan konkoto phone ye fan konkoto radio ye fan konkoto TV debi eye interest ba esese otimi di tre wadwumam wataba mu wadwumanum anase otimi di establish new business Bayport the whole day na Bayport say over flexible ye fan say offer for between the 5,000 ashas ya no more chia wo kwa fixed deposit or shall say 50,000 20,000 debi Bayport the between the 5,000 ashas bibia between boko afei between the 1,350 ashas 55,000 hokono and for so no anase interest no so no very encouraging Bayport semen kancho say semfa so no so eba ne yetua bi ne yajabi muntie ne ye yentua bi ne yajabi yentisa ya no mu amfaso na ba na wo kwa kwagina da no ho ye ode wa dwale awie na wo tu nyamenyo ho ye ode feel spirit osoro okoya yese computer na jame enti ochina no aba ochina wo ba ye na computer na jame yese o ye boss ni ho afi ade chia ne ye boss so ba ye yese o nyabotre kakransa na seni afo betratra honom saa na ye afi na normal pasa afi etua ka ne akwakotua ne ejabi Bayport ntisa Bayport is a play crying se o mature se 91 days no e mature na se do ayi interested mawa ye de mama pepe Bayport the whole day friend number we CC 0245 153 283 0245 153 283 and 026 300 7922 026 300 7922 026 300 7922 Bayport the whole
This is 92.9 92.9 This is 92.9 the more variety. Perfect. 92.9 92.9 the radio station that other radio stations listen to.
Ye gusu geo messages no fabra ye beken kan dia maw ye kwa your next topic number no 0550 596 929 0550 596 929 your WhatsApp line no and a text line no see 0550 567 929 0550 567 929 Emubia no the beken kan dia maw we will say I think the NPP will be in opposition for long because of their leader. The party must call to order. Ni Adama from Beshiashi. God bless Ghana. Beshiashi. Okay. Honorable. Mamisha yensan ko your next topic. Kene say the constitution ekano. And then my opinion who cry man call parliament. And man the state of the nation. Ekoko to Ija. Na Ghana ye state of a nation address and say obe kone ye the politics. Yenka the real state na afia the number bi ni adia. But the state of the nation address on my penny edibeba. What is your expectation?
Yo, opinion Ziegah, as all Ghanaians there, the empire boni say yendi ewo maimu. Ye jubani bibia enkoso. Ba be hwe a ansa na ebe to aba no. Ghana for bebre me ntwantra. Ebi MPP for kakra da aka. Ono mwanya position mudidi no. Mu no be ka say bibia e fine. Nti enamenu nti ube won say aba ye ko tuye no. Na MPP are lose to the extent say man kasa say eyo mwanwa. Nti a na ye ka so mo abrabo no. Nti nde say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama anya kwanya abeji abenjuana esese yehu nia ewo futu no esese yehu because as at the time ayeye campaign nyina no you don't have the power to enter any ministry to order a minister to give you any document ne obeye ni say you pass it through a process say obetumi anya some information ope na obema bande no omo afri ho omo ni ho bio inti insema ahintani nyina no eyeye expectation say ye yimpie especially so in terms of sikansem ekoso because Ziegah na ekoso wo mema amanfo edwuma gupa say me comedy houses be bra first me say first no mu use air condition when say amanfo ye edwuma say ko baby fan kwa na ye edwuma
no
oh say one him say I'm a media ma me chimpa
oza by the air condition here baby abevra bia
office air condition wa ha air condition baby amita kokasa so air condition ho ba enye studio nko na eye office ma Kessben enye sa the other staff offices baby amiko no no enye ha na won say na fan nko no mo so bisa won say adenti no mo so fan no mo so air condition ti say kan sika no na ni ho muze kwancha ndi efa ye di sika na eyo sika na ni ho na office obe sika na beta obeda mfifrim And come be a fan. All the time, a papa being a ska and our MPP, no, or air condition, we see 11 brand our fix it. 11. I don't know why, sir. Says the cow on the bottom. Or person that from the set or henny. Do get me right. I share you know. In tuntun the amount to me rahokra. So some of the issues are me very critical. And say, me perseye who say yaka say, Addison a printed 77 billion. Ediama nanado. Say no cre, and then you no cre. And now amount of money o printy ye perseye. Because minia say u calculate sika. Say 1.7 billion His Excellency dollars His Excellency John Dramani Mahama kas enu na kana odibe we agenda 111. If you multiply it by 15, you have 25 billion Ghana cedis. Do you get it right? Inti say eye nukre say ya printi 77 billion edi mananado ye here just about 25 billion edia we 100 of 11 hospitals legacy project we want to know. So also ye can send me efa okaishi commercial bank omaka say 52.5 billion Ziegah wangasa 52.5 billion has been transferred into unknown source nanado abatina so saa wanya unhwi no sorry koye no. We want to know. Because in the same 52.5 billion, if you deduct 25 billion, and then found we 111 agenda 111, we still have over 25 billion. We want to know what has happened. We want to know what has happened in our banking sector cleanup. Nanka Mahama abai epesa oma liquidity support of 9 billion. And Sona abanu sisako MPP in 2017. Oma faso ICC a revoke license. Ene nuechinu kenoforiata sa kobobusia to the tune of 25 billion. We want to know the secret behind this exercise. Because 6 billion kwa ena mahama momu ena MPP se omentumi antua. Inti se obeji sika na obebobusia. Enye 6 billion na nti eba muse na kodu 25 billion. We want to know the issue of this sky train. Ye kan ho asem. Udi call Professor Meya Okunfihwa osifa call Jogate. Udi call Jogate osifa call Professor Meya Okunfihwa na board in channel. We want to know the secret behind. Because minu on say sika asem kwa na me kan say eche say sika betumi aye bibia wo nipa brabom. Advert bia moye ni nyina sese no ye disika techra na on say usre. So that is what is my concern. Now we have to go to the what? The authority that allows the civil servants to give advice to Kenoforiata to take $58.5 million for cathedral from that emergency voter or contingency and emergency vote. No, we want to know. Contingency vote, we want to know why that money is there. School koda ewo free SHS no. Omu pay duane ade no. The civil servants in the Ministry of Finance no. Omentumi antu Kenoforiata for say, go and take this money and feed our children.
Kessben.
And feed our children. But you are able to advise him to take the money to go and build cathedral that never was. Kessben. Ye free hosu so a yenko esrem baby apolugu dam no ye tumi yi 11.9 million edia ma obi ye pese hu say your excellency uba ye no ejuma 11.9 million ye no eye ejuma emeritus asika na ejuma no ebi ni ho enukure trodo na ye hwehwe ye penukren ejuma no oma ye ebia foundation no oma tunu won hwa asenti ukoho a eno di water cement any water iron rod no de ashanti no Ghana for ye fa ebia diverse machines na ube won say dam no e won so foundation kese no aso ukasa kyerɛ ya na ya jatum na ye binum a ya kasa tia either Nanado ni His Excellency Baumyani, His Excellency Nanado, we will come and apologize. Yes, right. We just want to know the truth behind this nation-wrecking regime. We want to know about all these things. And now, usafri osuswa, ube say drones in Sambi Bomaimu. Yet drones. Yes, see, yeah, deliver moja any day they are called hospitals. We want to know what has happened in that drone purchase project.
Yes,
and our drones also are yet to Ediama Galamsey, Your Excellency. Say if you want to muya Galamsey no yet to drone, I think $3 million. We want to know what has happened. Ube we crown Mpeseyenko Dr. Ajimamenu Akachi. Time owa kundasunu. $81 million. A year sika yemanu UNICEF okoton koda drone. A drone amba dollars no susu amba. Ye kachire na nado nu oko ni konzenze o ye house super besin de papa nu wako omayinu ana ye omudika yinu se so wamba parliament. We want to know. That aside, $4 million. Professor, Dr. Anna Onaba Jumamenu also dito ambulance 25 and 24. Ambulance no susunu amba $4 million no ye pesa yen hu bebi asika no akoshe sese. Ena COVID sika omu party for e ka se o ma chiche na bi aka ne nsa no ye pesa yen hu se na COVID sika no eye akoka ne nsa ye be wie kra no. The Eurobond dodua kenoforiata ejiye Eurobond dodua 2017 2.25 Templeton bond dollars ojiye 2018 $2 billion ojiye 2019 $3 billion ojiye 2020 $3 billion ojiye 2021 $3 billion Eurobond ojiye no ni omudi sa sika ye a intia esa akoba se ye ma minini e papa no ma omudi omusika akosie eto bond government bonds no yesa yire omaji omusika no we any bebrebe abeka kire ni nyina no ye pese ye hu nientia oman no eboka sa enuna ehiami say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on kache now san kachre on shake na say ni free fertilizer ebeba mpese banking women's banking ebeba nyama ebeba taxes ebeba from amadwadifo adidwa kuafo nkuko nketenkete mponchin kesi nantwe kakraka weni nyina esesebra because we must grow what we eat and sell what we could not eat or can it.
Honorable Gregory, State of the Nation address.
Ziegah, I'm say me nuano any makunta na kasa na I'm say Augustu more of the political, the pure partisan political approach.
And I'm very happy you are not a priest.
And I think say
and
yes,
I am
of
happy
course,
he is
because
not a priest.
The very good thing is Abraham MPP what power no. Because Abraham J to me in the year 2017 no. Utie this kind of stories are no. Me there na tembia me pese me can say on my way edu empempen subia I was say timi esigina ye bi say ade we say there ye nyina I was say ye nyina gitum so president Sona constitutional provisions article 67 so also honor so also train the states obia obe train also the policy direction because sabio amembu no enye nipa ba akofo nti wababeje no obi ogifi obi ho na obeka ya Ziegah until say MPP ye be fi power no obetie sena MPP ni e ka say enioma ya hihye ni yempe say NDC vo eba no abese no enye sara na ye ka na enti we bi say ahun say na sabre na ye say enioma na ya hihye ni yempe say NDC vo eba no abese no but utie mama in the last 2 months nyina no mama ko gina ba bia or say the economy and the way this country has been
criminally
managed. So automatically, no, we're summing up everything in this country as it was not done properly. For me, that is where I think say Obibisa said no, you can't. These are the kind of things I hear or my way, my no, tembiano. Partisan approach to matters, you know, very, very entrenched. But going forward, you know, say I feel now, Mama, this is not the first time I almost Sona because why be that?
Okay, honorable where the facha me pa so would you save that? Na me kwa humaros na me Guta president Ora Joseph Obene entertain komo sisia. Mr. Obene, good morning.
Good morning. One is that
never told me that radio be wachi as a TV show.
Aviation. The new meeting into Namika, the expectations and not international member.
Oh, okay. So the State of a Nation address good for more expected there today.
Yeah, and Ukraine, I want to say stability of the local currency in here, but we share the exchange rate any idea for the past 2 years. That's a very important say. The government no your priority. You are strengthening the city. They are buying and she said then what they do. Now we stabilize the local currency now. In effect, bring the inflation down, bring the interest rate down. Now exchange rate regime and so are stable. Then, of course, the taxes are China, so those are people. Japan then are also share the 2 points. Taxes are China every generation. They will be streamlined, the taxes that are more simplified and affordable. You know, now you work in the middle of the 24-hour economy. 24-hour economy, business people, you're possible. Farmers will be providing incentives and the enabling environment. Yes, you are taking opportunity. So, yeah, a bit more party and yes, you get me increase on productivity, employing people to run the shift system to make, 24-hour economy possible. Yeah, can we mean that, as a so it will provide the policies to ensure value for money expenditure. So and now you pay for over expenditure. We overprice our expenditure. If I then you beat me, I'm evaluating our expenditure pattern. Is scrutinizing. Now you remove wasting at the FCO, including corruption on the county. Basically, these are our expectations. Mr. Attack the commissioner.
Okay, Edu so ananka odi akwa edi amaye. Yenim say a State of a Nation address and a different from budget. Enti no ma bia you expect the no. E bia na ebepie we your budget, me bia na the expect no budget the pure State of a Nation address. Baba me musa o, emre bi na wo kase nka beya nkomampanima 11 no. Entina ho for the meantime because it fetches money. Say omanpanini nei say next State of a Nation address or catch say 11 no. Ade aboa yem pa edisika bi dosopo bi boa this country.
No, I'm say yeah, we've gone past that. Or no, na ye me personal na enye mi ku.
Anything that me
pacho me so ti.
Me kasa uko me say.
Na aban so ashe no kete say obeyi ye levi no efro. Oma aka na kete, oma ka wo finance minister aka. Na yen enema ye besi ye free. Yet yet to no so no. Ye levy count, COVID levy count, and a special import levy and so count. The sun nuisance taxes in you say a play na yet me now respite near the
Momo diani 11 ne ka ho meboa.
Nina count special import levy and a COVID levy.
And then I may be say, and Nesebia, penny make comment.
I can so many times, including the finance minister himself. Me wo other please, Mr. Wadauma.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we cannot continue this interview. Why busy? Until on your respite, I will get back to him so that we will continue because I'm a person who busy and assembly. Medical make clear say. Your friend say was send you why you kind of budget and then no maybe so you can state of a nation address but the eba budget no man penny to me my hint e maybe on wa ka sen ke be ya man penny 11 no anka o man stake kakra because a boy for now you say a normal and years the make what say we need money ti be twam ku anye nei ti na person me busa ne say senya asem o kan so man penny be make comment bi na ekoye say 11 oni obeye fi honoma obe disappointed and all this but honorable to us
yo on your respect say inti to say the na me kan so Sona
but my men now say and you betcha kakramo fanche
we don't have enough problem.
Oh you betcha because you say my penny etna say sorry
yes sir.
Why we have more time to free yourself
yes inti
na odi t so say NDC for the t na
I me samo me da for monya ne ntem my why e mo catch a course I had the ya pa me samo catch a course na organize bibimra mas there mo catch on we gana honorable aka no mo fam rest here all right yeah that's it.
Yo, inti se na me kano ene ye expect say president ebe kasa but uhwe president ne last 2 months comment o make nyina no why clear say was sum up the 8 years nyina say it was criminally managed and that is where for me na me what problem with it because yes for instance we say agenda 111 you would need 1.7 billion to complete. Yes. So meaning that something has been done. And so for me, it is not to say, to sum up all the things. To say that those days are not and some of us were against it. You know. There may be areas that you have a problem. When it comes to this excessive borrowing, I think the economies be a war my way except to say be a war on person can say adiana na ekoso no na idea embo mine. So that is a challenge. And to say areas be our isolated areas are president beating but say everything was criminally managed there and to say the same thing na you can say we be mama ba or baba say ejuma ya nyina yes drones or kan I think that drones was very effective. You may talk about maybe the procurement na say be na bia anko ya but I don't think the president's address we there obetimi I highlighted so much the key areas for me that I'm looking at one area about environment the Galamsey matter. President should make an emphatic statement about it. What is the state now before I will take you over and what are his ideas are obetimi are confronting this menace because area bia everybody in this country except the few people who are benefiting from this whole thing. So president at least is an area Minia, I'm say now ni prophet kasana or also ubisa the questions. But another area me say every president enter your direction power has to do with our internal security. Yeah. Because Nana Ziegah obetia nan saying in the northern region yetimi sheka ya shinipa. These are terrible things. And you see, who say isolated Yehuni say bia e si o baby emben wo intino wo the often say it means that kakra there are some people who are developing that kind of strength and yen say yen surrounding countries yen nena could Burkina Faso I think say with the current leader now or a very very firm and he's been able to even stem some of these things. Security should be critical. What is going on? Mobile money operators. Only say some time ago. Now, omu face obitimi kobo omu tu. Ebeye te say a fee system no mukra. But in the last few days, assign ashasia ekoso. Again, I am expecting the president to touch on energy, specifically electricity. Yes, sir, President Dignitary, what is really the situation about electricity generation, the capacity I generate, what is happening, the transmission, or say President Dignitary, because to a large extent in the last few days, you know, while on my way ma, obeko na light call off, obeko na light call off, obehu na nkrofo, so we need to know. And I think the president should be able to tell us something about
the state of the power. Yes.
What we say, Ziegah, a very interesting thing that is happening in this country, and some of us have been speaking about it all this while. When they were talking about these inflation, and then they were talking about exchange rates. Ziegah, unless a young country be our exports, a year less than we import. We are the
import-driven economy.
Yes. Until what Professor Jachi can say, "Quite be far, you be expanding your exports." Say ya my ni ambre and share export authority, export promotion authority. Ebra ni yenyini no. Na ye wo bibi export promotion, export Ghana, export more, export Ghana, export more. Ekofa ekosi sen. Ena ye jazz ha ni mani nyina. Intra-African trade exports. I will say after African continental free trade no. Then you be activating no. So there be young people in this country. Meaning makunte ni krum ni area because of me if you me kopa ukwa ginger ni adia I tell you, and ginger is one antioxidant. No bebrebe ya it's an active ingredient and it is very, very effective. And talk about agriculture. Kwan ben ye be faswa ye betimi anyinya credit ama farmers na mo metimi anya sa products ni etimi export. The more you export these things, you know. And then Ziegah, I watch here. Across the entire country, Ghana for share entire ye pam ha more.
Yeah.
The same thing they call your neighbors in wa ye betimi aiden enye sika. Inti kwan be ne be faswa designers e wo mind we mu ye be support wo mo se na be o betimi produce apparels a ye betimi de akokọ ye neighboring countries ya mo akakoton. These are the areas that we should be thinking about. Inti President State of the Nation address also Timmy am I a highlight of some of these areas. Say na be ya be boaye because no mo na be your be kan no also kan no and no be ma the preamble because the policy direction and that is what the finance minister no be use do na or the be den or the be share the budget ma e be come ministry bia so be ka koye adwuma. So for me I think say a very, very critical education or see a team.
But before we go to education, is a import driven economy. You say how maybe, but yes, we have another problem. Apart from say you import more, young customers you export more. If you say, so what shall say planting for food and jobs now 2020. COVID ni muno say yenya bumper harvest ni ade bi say plantain banana money sa no ma bia ne betimi aboaye a ye bedi no afi na e man de ko Burkina Faso Cote d'Ivoire a no ma short sa no ma ye pia ni na ko afi na ne boa ba be ye den wa Ghana wo pe bi kura wunya.
I think say Ziegah
sa no ma sa issue we have to address Ziegah, watermelon for example.
Correct. When we say bra who increase or exports no say kwen bia mu no most of the products and raw materials come from agriculture.
Yeah.
And to say if it come from agriculture I was also say obe work towards industrialization.
Yeah.
So the way senior can say then you can some of them.
Yes.
You preserve some of them. How do you preserve it? Preservation it comes only when you can have industries you bet me a processes nyoma we mu bi. So say see it Ziegah yɛmfa drinks a yɛnom ɛwɔ Ghana ha no dodoɔ na ɔmo use preservatives a ɛyɛ foreign ingredients na ɔmo de yɛ most of the drinks na yɛnom wɔ Ghana ha sisi no ɔmo tɔ ingredients no from outside no ma ba dilute keke wa ha o no ma branding
I see
from South Africa.
No ma brand. That's what is going on.
Oh, I see.
Yes, that's what our country need. That's what they do.
Many of them.
And majority, this is what is going on. But how many companies they use local ones? No more yeah, more company be but a few of them no more what's our capacity. No, yeah. So I was say a share quite be fast. It's a watermelon. But then you should also appreciate say watermelon over so canny watermelon now a seasonal product and to say since a seasonal product no quite be na be fast or beti manya no all year round because if you can't set up a company a product no raw material no a seasonal then of course if you do no then because there's always produce at certain times and what happens at another time so it means there's such a processing such a product no there's also as a conglomerate of a company say a do time only products no only raw materials now other substitutes be waiting you can keep production ongoing so these are the things that was say as a country no and so president should tell us some of these things directional or beko because Sona no only say Sona no o president and constitution is say una ba bechere because una will lead your mind nti no to a large extent no man no be kan ne no eno nyina na economic dialogue for so kwasha ase a be guide your so and for me they add up to it because the areas I'm touching after for the economy it needs to be looked at.
Okay,
so nobody
now you mentioned
because the macro indicators Ghana betimi yehu betimi ahema obi betimi asset up companies some of these things are not very 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 friendly because you talk about interest rates, you talk about the exchange rate, you talk about inflation and even all these things in the unemployment rate now actually to 15%, you know. Because if you have all these things there, astronomical figures at TTC, definitely you cannot have people going into the production and going into industrialization, and for that reason, then people cannot even open creditor, very difficult. Open creditor, very difficult. And you see, Ziegah, adie ba ko amesre. O say when this mass lock ni ade ba ye no, I was say timi what has been the impact? Because mass lock no money ade ni nep no money ade nep mass lock. And I think say how does it even the repayment rate no I will say because some of these monies are even channeled through the banks because all the fat banks in the except at a point in time people were going to take it from cooperative into a 20 now this kind of 220,000 and how can you run an economy with this type of a model in this 21st century? It is impossible because the mass lock should even have experts you invest the money into business. You don't take the money and then at the end of the day, So these are all the areas, and I think with education there, everybody knows that we need to hear his position on the education, more especially because the area.
Honorable Gregory, you saw both your mom and they saved that. So we'll come back to education, very very important sector. Maybe that person will say Honorable Ashama something about it. But quickly, young Humano Sunyane, Mr. Techi Ado, or head of communication, Abuso Kai spare part dealers, entertain come on, Mr. Ado, good morning and welcome to the program Maakye.
I can't program. What is the first option?
Fachame. Bro, for the so class, to be calm and now catch you and normal penny Sona, spare part dealers, and normal penny bond to now or back catch them was or bar. San money na bi obeye fu ha mamu ho aheha mo no before e be koso na no obetimi abobobi so di akere ne mo ni so ade hunu ene de na mo pese o ma pani ya mamu obetimi abobobi so di akere ye
that's it. Me tia we tia phone after na me tia wan kasa why edwuma pa.
Amen.
Analysis now my year from you better bani nyina no why edwuma nyame sira ho. To
God be the glory. To God be the glory.
Very good. Okay. Mapeni ekọ obo apro no. Kansem yeni yesem bi efa dwedi ayedie. Efa spare parts industry no ho o ma o ka kire say ba obey no fixed rate am dwedi for. Fixed rate no the be ya sa demolish na wunyama ne ba wutimi nji na ekọ demolish na bia ship land $100 $55 a enko Ghana government ono kwa be fast wa you to near them you said me near figure the person or benefits am get before it you know say yebo o ka say e levy oba the first 120 days we dey regulate your COVID-19 that's why for so be any so a high grade no be here free ho and o ka say but say industry so you enter to manufacture any aspect no because you can you do see a memo how can you mabano you keep economy no because the time come say a first spare part industry so you see it need to propose a bana you create the manufacture the marketing TV you say you bush ni airphone meter ni you marketing TV you do up your you mat webet wa hybrid in the yes first you can go crack and farm o hwe Dubai omo nye spare parts ho so ho na you could choose spare parts e o dane e aba you know yes o ko Dubai say there be for charger spare parts ho omo dey free America ni Asia na Europe ni kugu ho na other Africa countries no na other countries ya go tu no mo dey aba na se mo so mo tenyes ka ana yesu yeti mi nya start yan tambi ni enye sabi wa ha eti ni oru mama trust e ka say say na oba na sa kwenya ne ba onu de ka say sa kwenya ne ba o ti ni supporting na eja embe ye let bi mba ho man say yes fa yen ti mi craft support me gu baby na inwere no mi ti ni enye sika no enko tom man o ma bi tu ho ana say ye mo mu tu kwa o mu ko tu ha na sika ni ka o memu ha because you say eyi sugar any money some any eyi anwa annually no close to $3 billion you decide calculate any money baha it's just a passport by the kahwa na yitimi esini money kaka say na there 4-5 years to come no go say economy no a bad because kano e wa ya eti no yes but say o be touch ne ma bi na o mi hu the state na o man wo mu no state na o man wo mi hu because to na you be for yetu ano yetu ato say you be na so for na yetu ato na you hu bibia ni nyo fa so bia na e be ha the state no mi hu o mi hu state
the real true state
the real true state you know because Okaya last year September 19th September Minister of Health the Kessben say ajana 111 say o be here $7 billion abai buy no o see 1.7 billion but yes shocking say obi no to mampanyifo ewo health ho but in Tertiary or see afedi there be 1.4 billion mo if no minister ne kan yokogwe kan no no owo ni fan that is the could be undead and ECG from 2018 to 2023 23 billion Ghana cedis equivalent to dollars 1.5 billion cap da hono only who dey mama mu fa din kan only who ye da ho se o ma ye papa obabi o ma ye bo no bo mu hu na me pese e bia na ma ye papa obabi ni akota so ma ye bo no dey only who dey two state no e na offer beneficiaries are PSHT na the kai owi akufa the core parliament ye to abaye ye core parliament the finance no o say 5.7 and na bitum say 3 million no na nya 5.7 million that means in pro ababe
o say 3.7
one show speech no ema na president o kind of 5.7
Kessben
come omi hu the true state because your marco school ye fiato na say ye di to mama no for na mo ye say we can we na o mapenya de can we na minister be can we na say o mo kan ko ente me le for no fe aduma wo say we na say we ye the last year ta ba nyina say o mu ti yanka asimo kan nyina no ebemu wo ye sofo nke onzi wo ye sofo ntia nke be ka so yodi me na me monitor pa I follow a lot of social media so that if you know ye get before there ye expect am say o mi hu ne ko na nyoka so be ye no because fixed rate ni there ye say yama no 2 years ago because policy no a huge policy. Only me found 1 year ever implemented that policy. They had because the buy any maybe who are you say you. It's in the you live in any that affect for covenant level there and there. Also be years ago, 180 days. You can know better catching all those things. It is or catching yeah. Not transfer. It may be so the smart person your man will stay to the tier. It will be time I can't.
Now yeah shall you. The more cast must say fixed you know. And not there for 2 years, and no more my buying 2 years because it is not easy. Say me no more say, oh say nesi can shed any ho. I buy not creating pressure me who say, sikan who am not describe even the economy say, the past government you know or more managing our economy criminally. Sikan for now. Other than can be a more buying home kakra, be a more mano respite kakra bia. For be a 1.5 year and I say a year. Nike and fansha kakra for 11 in the COVID-19 levy a yeka wasemi. Nike few or corner when you few one and but a strike. To send many we are buying pesika at your fele gaps be so more shan as I can be only few.
One said, which year me can say or can say tax you high nuisance taxes exactly. A bit to say betting tax. If it is a emission levy, if it is a covenant levy, a very useless. A nuisance tax, already a week me a call. But so bet maintaining you levy now, far by 11 or so be years ago. That's what I'm saying, say, you better a check with press of the also. Because of that 3 and 9 years, you say, old administration, almost jam, almost 15 minutes at all. You say it's true. I think I say after 2 years, you know, now the monumental policy of the man Ghana for the form, and yet it's they were starting as you said. But now the emission of the new COVID-19, that year the media, over 2 years ago because a idea a emission start. Not only introduce to for example, a tobu to know, any Sakagua continue called the name country, you know. Roto,
any as no,
yes. It's in the not what BMU, also not after the world here because what you can say, they heavy load call the navy countries now, almost go free. I don't get it. Not to get the free one. Now you introduce society anymore, never find the interest of mine. It is the manifestation, yeah, or now, but not to your many, or to your many years, or young year, the Boagana Puna, and your legacy, you put to Jack. I'm more than a booster for any Ghana mine. You said the but then the appointees, you know, you knew almost so. Almost arrogant, yes, will come after them. Maybe a mass. Okay. Almost humility by your demand because you see, I know, Mama, to tell in Parliament, you know, you don't know your industry, for now, the industry, your mama. So be it to manamaye.
Na say me ye charity I become ye sure say nyame ya domne say state of a nation address no bibia betodwa wi e be safrew na ayi said ye wususi hu ni fire no na ya said hu komo ba before me jaw no say ekoba say de enumanimu ya no we expect so man pani be ka ho asem na bia the next budget ye de ahyem ni atwam te say emission levy COVID-19 levy any 1 or 2 betting tax money I expect to send many we and bebano. So man penna anya no bia or creating pressure be na bia the next year and no be disappointed.
Oh, say me say on my tangible reasons are I will not be disappointed.
Okay.
Because my say my bobo sikebisua ECG $1.5 billion that's a that off. It's energy no more important than everything. So you know that.
Aye.
The energy no yeah. It is so on my tangible reasons are. But I know penny me match in you know say on any budget there. Only side money only do less.
Okay. Na me so Elantra so no me Elantra.
Oh yeah, me Elantra.
Elantra engine ba say.
Elantra engine yeah because yeah they depend yeah no. If you have 25,000
2016.
2016 no. Obenya the 25,000 when you dey chop na 22,000.
You dey chop na 22,000 no.
Ane.
Elantra okay na say me no ka say best 2 years ago na say.
electoral about 2 years. You see, about 2 years ago, no, I was the same range, I was 18, 19, like 20. But OJ, I only analysis now. Who you so vet, no, vet car, no, na, I na even say vet car, no. Now years back, 10 years, no, 10 years back, no, this is the same. Na car, no. Can be one na near 15,000.
I make Kaipa, yeah.
And the can I say you're 95,000. And then music requires 16,000.
Eh.
Clear money, 100,000.
Na say na port ho na amasa no mani na ba meboa.
Me na port ho na. And the reason why I not yet champion of say 58 no onye introduce bia. Who say gedini say mi tukwa no. Me kopa ni me fi America ba, me stop at ba. E dia 40 foot container me fi 10,000, 20 me fi 5,000. Caprices are me. It is security you meet your customer officer. So you are getting woman we are there. Corruption e cost no. You dey reduce no because we go to na bar. Oh, mama 2,000, mama 3,000. Offer man na. Not good for that thing. O me delay sa na bia san. Ade be so we ba na do na cost ya. No more you see rate na that day rate no no dey value na ma. No it is require na cost no. Betina, you person you stop studying now port wo.
Yo. Na okay. Mr. Tertiary, nyame ya adomo a ochina yebesa eti ene ebuku nyame ya adomo ochina yebesa no watwe kokome no ka say omampanyina ba enti yebekọ parliament ni akwa akotie no enti tam chuku ne hwe be ma nyame ya adomo ochina yebesa ba ho biem why.
Medasi about your services.
Meso medasi pa okay. That was Mr. Tertiary, head of communication aboso kind spare parts dealers ana motesi na etwetwe komono sabrede omampanyina ba honorable quickly honorable Ashaman omampanyina ba nche beko parliament na ha yebeko okay se osha access o kasa yebeko parliament na yenko education sector na mpese me bisa say even the NDC people, some of them were hailing Ure Duchu, say he has done well, a marvelous job in the education sector. You get me? Now, what has happened in the education sector require review. And into a penalty education review committee. I see a review, and I say for my education sector in a review. And then now, honorable Ashama Wona, officer warranty sadi.
Yo, open Ziegah, me that say. Now, so send this for being more hailing the medium income.
Oh, but I have seen a lot of people. Maybe okay.
Me casa anipan. I want say only bidding come because oh, where there or me offer into where there me NDC mukraba me penance. And lubina AC. But if you want to look at critical analysis, all the meaning as well because me and Akunta. No, MPP that you went easy. India and Namnia, we be casting me Piabiasem and ye Jumano. Because me from day one, I was in Parliament with Educhum. Time Honorable Matopoko Prempe Minister for Education. Time I man 1.5 billion approval say Uncle Gilo na on via school dining na me Sa time na Honorable Educhum na deputy minister. Na ni entikura mi mpe na asem kura ni say.
Ompe Honorable Educhum asem.
And yes, as a person, as a deputy minister. Do you get me right?
Now ompe na asem.
And until I say, and yes, me mpe na asem as a person, a human being, but a Jumano.
And a Jumano. Now ompe na Jumano.
Rebecca say was spending 10 billion for STEM schools. Do you get me right?
10 billion, yeah.
10 billion. And I was spending 10 billion for free SHS. Now STEM schools, you know, was 10. Yeah, ono na kan yo. Now you look at the number of free SHS schools. Anka enu na say e wo video so enu na say enya chunk of money no. Or say enu nya 10 billion. And at 10 STEM schools so no o see enu enya 10 billion. Analysis we no me share me meeting ano amakwete say all round person. My accounting, my science, ɛna mayɛ agric ne nyinaa mayɛ akeka ho abɛduru market ne wei nyinaa mehwɛ a ɛntie ni another point ni sɛ wabɛsɛe sɛnea schools no ɛkɔ reopening and closures of schools obinom sɛ ɔmo di kɔ semester obinom sɛ ɔmo di essay ɛna ɛka kyɛn sɛ ɔno abɛdutwum abrokyire a wakɔtena no you can't import everything from there to this place as we did no year high school nanu mi sha akoda bi oko SHS first year oko second year mi bisa no so trust of here no or position bi na wanya say or see one trust of here that's no dey akowura second year did you get to free SHS a person so how do you go to school like that look Ghana schools terms no it is contaminous with our agricultural activities time ayeye enkoda no ye makwa secondary school for makwa 3 months somba betine fie no they help the parents especially in the cocoa family we ni nyina no maye ni nyina say akoda to me ko school nde adichie no mama kwan o mama kwan na okotine fie 3 months mini Ziegah do you like that type of education it calls for review na yehu the proper handling of our children. This is education system ayedi bae no enayati secretariat why should we establish another secretariat for free SHS meanwhile GES ewo ho do you get it right GES wo ho no it was handling secondary schools free mu ba bedru GES system no ho ena mo asati free SHS secretariat. That is siphoning the state's money. And nunti na yebre akoye ti say that secretariat for ni nyina ye tuo muka wie kra sika ebe trade ya mankoda no kra no yenya because inka ensese akoda bia ekom dinu e free SHS because we're using all money which is always available ye tu say all no say no ne ebenya no yenya so we have agreed in parliament say free SHS ye di all money no ediberani so why should students go without food why is it so it is anyama way e kan ho a textbooks insu suku adan a onabo matio poku prempe say or the 1.5 billion share school infrastructure nyama ni nyina no school dan susu and soon kodanu.
Okay.
So these are some of the things.
Honorable enche Mr. Facheme pa onche o ma panyi beba so and ma we say eyi for na banana credit ma Rollins and so arrive na ma me reading messages ne kakra free on me esa on be me kwadu say on the message ba me reading na ye to so. We say good morning Mr. Ziegah, your program is the best. I'm George Oheneba Jembibi from Nungwa and I'm a diaba. We will say the NPP and the minority are not ready to learn and they will be in opposition forever and ever. Amen. Or the message but the number is 0531933248 is 338. Okay. We will say good morning. I think Honorable essbenMaakye is not qualified for this vetting process. I think he must apologize to the chairman. But when he refuses, then he must withdraw from his post as minority leader. Thank you. Okay, 0533231400. Okay, yarasi anamudimudi akaho. Entira na me yesadino. Okay, we all say good morning. I'm TJ from Kaswa. Please, we are all Ghanaians. Tell all the NPP that we want our country to move forward. So they should support the president and stop backing the NPP even when they do something bad. So the NPP man should stop supporting Afenyo and tell him the truth. What he did is not right. I don't think the NPP man or support Afenyo at all. Please, will my respected Honorable Osei Mensah to do what essbenMaakye and his colleagues did yesterday? And the criminal shows have you better. Please, Mr. Ziegah, tell Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, the Vice President, and the Electoral Commission. Sorry, please tell Jane Mensah and the Electoral Commission to pay their electoral workers, presiding officers, verification officers and the 2024 elections. Are you an treasure bill? What the NPPs plot secretly and about how they wouldn't allow His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and Jane Nane's administration to operate and not to operate well can't be accommodated anymore. Within and it's prevailing for all Ghanaians to see how unserious and unregrettable they are for destroying this notable country. I'm Despite from Amasaman. Please, good morning, please. Some of us are not this to party before I respect Maakye. Okay, also before not respecting Maakye, blah 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 blah. Okay, thank you very much. May God bless you, sir. Good morning. My name is Prophet Chris from Dansuman. Sir, we should be very careful about the people we send to the parliament. If not, we will go only use evil people to rule parliament who said secret society and not Mr. As for this one there. Honorable Chris, Mr. Fache pa meet me to us for by me Good morning, Mr. Host. Please tell the NPP National Communication Director not to bring this NPP guy again. He doesn't know how to communicate. When NDC was in opposition, did you ever hear them speak against their leaders in parliament? Where ye communicator, please go for TESCON guys. Tom. Okay, thank you very much. I hear about someone like okay. Good morning. This is from Joshua. Afenwa is always asking some questions just to show that he's tough. But please, can we say that he wanted the Attorney General designate to dance so that he could make him get mad? Because it happens in the Volta region a lot. That's if dance without music. Someone can make you make. Okay, I don't get it. Okay, but no problem. Message nasi yepa. Why is it that minority leader behaving like a small boy? I think it has to be straightened and also be positioned well. All right. We say also saying, what I know and understand is politics after voting must not be part of the parliamentary sections. Not even a single day. What Mr. Maakye always does in the parliament seems to be the republic development, not at heart or at heart of all the leadership of the minority. I'm Chris Kimberley. Okay, Kimberley, maybe I'll be a Churchill. We also say I'm Cookie from Tema, Newtown. I'm hoping Mahama will about the 10% deduction. Also, Mahama will talk about the 10% deduction. Okay, we are in a diaba. Cookie adasipa. Yankopon kan enche beko na yakwa kwhwo mampani we say I'm Despite from Masamai. Mr. Ziegah, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will be given his first Sona of his government, and I know the NPP have sharpened their mouth to ask questions which within themselves and knows that it won't be relevant. Okay, thank you very much. God bless you. Same Boachia Samai Kesse and we say Abba was say as a President Mahama prepares to deliver his first State of Nation address. I expect to hear several key announcements, including a significant increase in cocoa prices to 7,500. I also anticipate that the government will report on its efforts to avoid borrowing, reduce fuel prices drastically, and provide a transparent explanation for its appointment decision, particularly with regards to individuals from Voltarian and northern regions. Blah 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 blah. Okay, thank you very much. We also say good morning, Afenyo. We Ghanaians have grown. Stop the disrespect. We are not in the dancing committee. Okay, Sami DC and Odiaba. We also please the one talking should stop NPP. What didn't do when was on okay obezo chese honorable judge o kan na mum ode na mwanye na more power. Okay, I can message in the best to be ban on the bar. Now I see good morning. Mr. Host, please tell the NPP National Communication Director not to bring his okay, we are reading message. We say, okay, Honorable, my member I'm Tanko Ibrahim speaking from East Legon. My NPP man is making some great points. There's a light in his speech, but why? They have been in power for 8 good years. Where was this knowledge? What stopped them from doing all what he's saying now? Okay, we read more messages, so keep them coming. Yeah, better not say chenepa. Etienne so you be call Parliament na omanpanini e sha se peno o sha se se wakasa. You be call what about shaman yanko?
On sha se. Now, I want to go back to some.
Yeah, now say speaker kwako fana ba me hwe no hasi.
Yeah, that's no problem. My brother did mention that Agenda 111 almost say 1.7 billion. So why are we saying that the project or the nation or the government has been criminally managed? The issue anything. Agenda 111 yes. But a car, you see, in Nanado's regime, a car Nanado a jai a Kofi. And no nama say ne juma papa ni nanu. Eba be say wonipa enim.
Ne juma papa ne bini die.
Correct. Oh, enu ni agenda wan ukọ ho a edan wo ho. Do you get it right? Edan wo ho na ebi ya boso, ebi ya mboso, ebi ba ko ya penti. Do you get it right? Ejuma no wo ho. Do you get it right? So we can't say that he didn't do anything. But sika eka obo etu ho sese no. Some people ni anje atum kra ye nyina na ebrende.
Yeah.
Yenyina because say we be 220 billion say 22 crowd and now who kon who jai 700 plus billion. You ask yourself, we have the right to ask say then now this can do ye because agenda 111 there are bulk of money you could have completed this thing legacy, it could have given you more votes. Why didn't you do it? That is the question. Because Sika Mika say, you are printing Sikamo, Governor of Bank of Ghana, Ebe Catcher Ghana for say, Waboka 60.8 billion. How much is Agenda 111 Sika Montumiawi? So these are the issues. And yes, one year Jumabia, a Juma waye, any a car wa bonu. According to say, Wafi Panyaba Afumse, Ombe Buana do wa brasi, or Baba Denu. Minya wado ba watiatia brode bebre soa who say at the end of the day no aboka nipa hudi no bafo wa betiatia bro no so enye se wado wura no but watia bro no so what are you going to get at the end of the day? It's lost. You are not going to make any gains. Now when you go to the exchange rate in Semayekano, it is not only about importation. The exchange rate disparity, suffering. It is not only about that. Between 2022 to 2023, and now Governor of Bank of Ghana are printing 77 billion ediama. Don't you know that if you have excess liquidity in the country, and massive inflation cost, that was what has happened. Because it was getting to the end of 2023 and inflation to 54%. Do you get it right? Now ask yourself, say a COVID Argentina that inflation couldn't rise in 2020 or in 2021. This was the period that Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Honorable Tufosi, Honorable Aveji, Omunyina minority kase Governor Adisi printisika mananado printisika MPP for say yeboa until Governor Nkasa Eba Parliament Ebe Momu report say yes, he has printed money for the MPP government, and that was when the inflation went up. How can you bring it down? Now we have to produce cocoa susuna say cocoa from 966,000 metric tons say about 330. When you look at, you see, 7,000 cocoa price, it is possible. I am coming from cocoa growing area on Wankasa Onim. If you go to my hometown today, a bowl of a lonka of cocoa is selling at 220 Ghana cedis.
Okay.
By the smugglers.
Yeah, honorable. But you stay in the cocoa, but let me take you back. Now can honorable Dr. Addison by Parliament, no be can say what printiska. Okay. When you read the Article 183 that talks about the central bank and the Central Bank of Ghana Act was say Bank of Ghana and kwano who to me kwan say obetweska ediama Ghana. But so at what point that we need to say you be print money?
Yes, at the point sika who printing should be 5% of the 2024 revenue awanya. Do you get it right? That was where the Parliament...
The year under review.
Yes.
5% of the revenue.
Yes, sir. In the year 2025, no. Say, President per se, Bank of Ghana, printing sikamano, no. The quantum of amount to be to me printing say revenue awanya in the year 2024 only 5%.
Oh, I see.
And one problem no a war
which the money that Addison
it is
printing
more and
more than the 5%.
Yes. And a secondly susunu Parliament must be informed. Wa can't Parliament. And one of catch say wa catch Minister of Finance say Ombrambe country Parliament.
So you told the Minister of Finance to relay the information to Parliament.
Yes, but say ujina court then you will tell us say Minister of Finance na the governor mao. That is what it means. And we must discipline ourselves. That is the problem he has created. That is the problem he has. Intinu enuntina obia kasa sika wa printe. So now, if you come to my one will say cocoa load 15 bowls. Do you get it right? Yeah. And a bag no 30 bowls. Inti samimao one olonka ewo mikrum say to be what? To be 220 Ghana cedis. No, if you multiply by 15, no, you are getting over 3,000 Ghana cedis per load. Load no a half bag. Now, it is a smuggling for beton at this price. Edi Kotogwa. Bisa on say Togo for the omu cocoa hintina. Omu one bag no etumiko 7,000. Aye dear entuminko. That is the question we are asking. So the smuggling is going on. The Omampenyankasa Abema price, farm gate price at 3,000, is it? Yeah, 100. Do you get per bag? Yeah. Per bag. Yeah. Sikana Nkasa Kranko. My hometown is cocoa growing area. Sikana uma 3,001 kranu. Fa sikanu kona ento cocoa. Sikanu suso anko. So why won't you say that this country has been criminally managed? Yeah. Now you employ people. National Service Secretariat and our authority. Then you come to NAPE. People were paid on table. You don't pay their social security. Do you get it right? They don't pay tax to the government. Meanwhile, you are taking state money and then paying them on the table. Is that not criminal? Because
we have a temporary staff which almost the internal generated fund in the duty omoka. Most of them you to omoka table. And a table no see a canesa akwa bi o hono you tuawaka internally. It will sign voucher no and be a tuawaka. And so have you investigated that we say?
I was a former member of Parliament. Youth employment internally generated fund omokrati. What internally generated fund? They are taking donor funds. They are taking donor funds. Do they generate any revenue there? Show me. They give entrepreneurs money to do business. So the donor funds are mumayenu enu no mu chedi. Is that the way we should go? Is that the way we should go? That is why it is criminally managed. Intinipakra oye dumama say our officer entrepreneurs busiano. You must put him on the payroll. Not the social security. No so tax and farmer Ghana buying. That did not happen. So it is not good. That is sheer incompetence. That is what you are talking about. The same thing you do at the National Service Authority. So people are taking money that you can't track.
Yes.
Can a nation move like that? That people are taking money as volunteers, you can't track? When the person's name is on the payroll, we can track everybody. Now you say oh tax ma buy. Ye tua social security man. I just say nipa also a volunteer who is as katua man. Obenyi dachi. Did you think about the person's future?
Okay.
These are the issues on the table.
All right. But my men now say, I say Parliament say ma na menomo kasei ukọ the minority side na most of them is a black attire or much black
so
and the majority side no so no
catch on so mu ye o mu fa red nka ho na ye black and red na ni so mu ye they should shut up
and the minority side majority side is so most of them so extra white sana me video live here Kessben TV eyima no me hwe e wa ha say so
government that is paying workers on table paying workers on table
yes
so they should add red to it
the honorable one now parliament aba say na e dey na no person mo kire it's
a normal parliamentary move for serious because nobody is going to ask them any question to talk about anything. In any case, I buy about 2 months and I question red. You are a bitter loser. Nipa ye bitter pass wa lose no. Omu lose na hwe ye no mu ye. Omu she tuntunu. Lose no mu kire we asa afare nyina say ya lose poto. Into mu ntumi she white. Into mu she black.
Dedication. Ziegah, what was it? A man for an Boko. A bright year back could be say,
Officer, they are content gag you. I say, to be cut the officer.
I see, I didn't know Makasetia, your leader. Our parliament and on TRC for test con for no mumba na NDC ni bi antimi ankasa ntia omu leader and anya na person
no person what say the NPP communications director which unto be ba here Richard here body or refer no say omwa it is no mu su test con for bi fan kan sa no person nya
because of the meal or say
there be oh there no say o kasate say a statement onana esma wo kanina no eye den na nata na mo power no wan kasa asem na obejeze o kan sempa ne but data na wo power ne de wan kan ne mo ma ko position
na ba na say o mind don kan
edio aba say Ziegah
yes sir
ebra ye ka kokko asem no ade bi am say nipa be inform any ko but one of the most serious issues are ekoso as far back in 2000 to 2004 na Ghana generate 700,000 tons me boana and then I did not drop here men about 350,000
330,000 metric tons
and encouraging because at least you know somebody say na say ke ekwe yes I think you're hitting almost. I was thinking you're hitting almost about 1.5.
It was all over West Africa. And every country be dropped, including even the Côte d'Ivoire now. Leading they dropped. And about the percentage wise that every country a drop here now. We were able to manage ours well to the extent say percentage, you know, we dropped, but our percentage was manageable. Yeah,
but. A concern or say crime be never fast one.
You are just speaking like a host.
That's because honorable sector made it in the transition team no made us to understand say honorable Edu manage that area no you know he manage it well as per
so
Koko kwani to be talk koko afum o ka kire Ghana for videos so say odo koko afum anya sa sika no da or no de na se tekpe ka fam mma ye do akunda kasa
la voix shama
mo say ono ba shama ha ju eja na o hwe sa sika ya ye kan say Bank of Ghana e try and I think say Bank of Ghana in the last 3 years, you know.
Okay,
image. Na a bit problematic.
Okay, penna ba. Facha me pa na ye ko mahu on a you ho the first lady Lordina Mahama so honti ye ko ne akwa kwhwe penini na yɛbɛba sisi a nsɛm kakra bia mpɛ sɛ yɛbɛmese baako kora nti ɔmapanyin Kofi so aba bɛtena se okay yɛkɔ abasi a
to baby and can farm, Mensumet me baby and come a pema day. Nanso, what the man come about the bony pabata and the pahon, will be a dan and uncle. Yes, you and Sue and the ratio will be our when you do my what did you go or mine. Walk one and you could see enough for you, Queen and I would be an any cosonija. O Breton, you could do for Eja woman, Kunimaba, Agrana, and Riquaba. Akasano makasa French will be an annual boajo. Asana na ho febia when the bonus swallow will attach or one in a banana neighbor. A John no be non tabia, a woman and mediasam. As a chilina non penawasa, a meja woman, Magiaba. What the man come about, dear Shay and said, Yenis, I was swap, any journey I womb. A fair would near be reassasonimu. A bassa while you're a pan swatcher and a pampa. No biasam, yo biasmo. Only pada sending I want my name where we are say. Asama to young conato baby and can farm. Mensumit me baby and come a pema day. Nanso, what the man come about the bony pabata and the pahon will be a dan and uncle. Yes, you and Sue and the ratio will be our when you do my what did you go or mine. Walk one and you could see enough for you, Queen and I would be an any cosonija. O Breton, you could do for Eja woman, Kunimaba, Agrana, and Riquaba, Akasano Macasa French will be an annual boajo. Asana now, Febia, when the bonus swallow will attach or one in a banana neighbor. A John no be non tabia, Eja woman, and mediasam. As a chilina non penawasa, Meja woman, Magiaba, what the man come about, dear Shay and said, Yenis, I was swap, any journey I drew womb. I feel when you have been here, Sonimu. A bassa while you're a pan swatcher and a pampa. No biasam, yo biasmo. Only pada sending I want my name where we are say. Asama to young conato baby and can farm. Mensumit me baby and come a pema day. Nanso, what the man come about the bony pabata and the pahon will be a dan and uncle. Yes, you and Sue and the ratio will be our when you do my what did you go or mine. Walk one and you could see enough for you, Queen and I would be an any cosonija. O Breton, you could do for Eja woman, Kunimaba, Agrana, and Riquaba, Akasano Macasa French will be an annual boajo. Asana now, Febia, when the bonus swallow will attach walk one in a banana neighbor. A John no be non tabia, Eja woman, and mediasam. As a chilina non penawasa, Meja woman, Magiaba.
Ramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces in this August chamber. His Excellency, the President is here in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation to this honorable House. On behalf of leadership and honorable members, it is my privilege and singular honor to welcome His Excellency the President of the Republic to this August House. Honorable members, before I invite His Excellency the President to deliver a message on the state of the nation, I shall recognize the presence in this chamber of the following distinguished personalities. Honorable members, we have to prepare for all eventualities. We have the following distinguished dignitaries with us. Definitely, after welcoming His Excellency the President, he is not here alone. He's present here with his spouse by the name Her Excellency Lordina Mahama. We have the Vice President, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman. We have the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokonu. We also have the spouse of the Chief Justice, Mr. Francis Tokonu. And definitely the spouse of the Speaker, Madame Linda Ofosua Obo. We have the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Deborah. And we have a number of our Lordship, the Justices of the Superior Court of Judicature with us here. We also have the Chairman of the Council of State, our former Speaker, Right Honorable Eduardo Ajahu. And we have the former President, always present, His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor. Honorable members, order, order, order. Honorable members, please, we are recognizing those present. Honorable members, we also have the former First Lady, the evergreen, ever-present, Her Excellency Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rawlings. We have with us the National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Johnson Asedu Inketia. We also have the National Chairman of the new Patriotic Party, Mr. Stephen Ayensu Intim. We have the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Fivi Viavi Kwete. And we have the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. Kofi Frimpong Kodia. We have, as usual, our Excellencies, the diplomatic corps of the various countries in Ghana. You can see, as usual, they have come in their numbers. We are extremely grateful for your presence. And we have the couples, the heads of the various security services with us. And we have our revered chiefs, queens, and queen mothers with us here. And the various heads of all the religious bodies we have in this country. We'll also have the former clerk to Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel Anyimedu, and the recently outgone former clerk to Parliament, Mr. Cyril Kwabena Oteng Insia. Honorable members, in the meantime, this is the list of the dignitaries that I have who are present here with us. May I now, on your behalf, and with the greatest pleasure, invite His Excellency the President to deliver his message. Your Excellency, you may do so now.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency the Vice President, Your Excellency the spouse of the President, Your Ladyship the Chief Justice, our Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Members of the Judiciary, distinguished leaders of our security services, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, our revered Nime Name, chiefs, traditional rulers, religious leaders, the national chairmen of political parties and executives, the good people of Ghana, I wish you a very good morning. Mr. Speaker, Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution requires that the President address the people of Ghana in whom sovereignty resides on the state of the nation. About 30 years ago, in 1996, I took my first steps in public service when I was elected to this august house as the Member of Parliament for the Bole Bamboy constituency. For 12 memorable years, I forged many enduring friendships and alliances while working with colleagues from both sides of the House to shape Ghana's legislative agenda and advance the development of our beloved country, Ghana. It has also been nearly a decade since I said goodbye to this House after delivering what many, including myself, thought at the time would be my final address to Parliament. God Almighty, Providence, and the unpredictability of life have summoned me here once again. On the back of a historic electoral mandate from the people of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation. That mandate came with an unprecedented majority in Parliament. And here I am once again to deliver a message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I wish to convey my heartfelt gratitude to Parliament for the prompt vetting and approval of my nominees for ministerial positions. This efficiency is unmatched in the history of the Fourth Republic. demonstrating the strides we can make when we come together in our dedication to serve the people of our great country. I believe that a similar dispatch will be applied to the approval process for my deputy ministerial nominees. This will enable them to promptly assume office and assist their ministers in delivering our noble vision of resetting our dear nation. In making the nominations and considering the numbers involved, I considered the long expressed sentiment of the Ghanaian people about the sheer size of previous administrations and their associated cost implications. I trust that this significant reduction to 60 ministers and deputy ministers, including regional ministers, will set the stage for further reductions in the size of future governments. With the inauguration of the Council of State, we can begin appointing the staff of the presidency. I intend to significantly reduce the number of staff compared to what existed under previous administrations. All this is aimed at leading by example in cutting down government expenditure and reducing the budget deficit. Let me begin, Mr. Speaker, by invoking the timeless words of the hymnist John Oatman Jr., who encourages us to count our blessings and name them one by one. Yes, we're a nation troubled on many fronts, but we also have many blessings, among which is a now firmly established democracy that, for all its imperfections, has enabled 4 peaceful transfers of power in our land. Nestled in a sub-region that is often plagued by strife and political instability, there's a good reason to take sober satisfaction that these successful, peaceful power transfers have become routine. Mr. Speaker, 50 days ago, I took the solemn oath to assume leadership of this country and serve with truth and humility. This was preceded a month earlier by a watershed election that promised to revive our nation's fortunes and give us a new lease of life. The election result gave us an important opportunity to change course and move off the slippery slopes our country had been descending that had caused so much economic pain, suffering, and grief to our people. In their collective wisdom and with resounding clarity, the Ghanaian people chose to chart a new path to reset the country's economy. And through their votes, they made it clear that they will henceforth demand the highest standards of governance from those they put in positions of leadership. The good people of Ghana elected me to office with a historic electoral margin of nearly 1.7 million votes. Separating me from my next opponent, giving Ghanaians the first female vice president, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. For the National Democratic Congress, NDC, that resounding victory is a selfless call to duty from a people who are tired of years of economic hardship and poor governance. That call therefore places an obligation on us and all who serve, including legislators from both sides of the House, to do our utmost with decency and humility to change the circumstances and the state of our country. Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution requires that I give an account of the state of our nation to Parliament. I'm sad to report that the state of our nation is not good. Our economy is in crisis, and our people are suffering unprecedented hardships. Mr. Speaker, we will host a national economic dialogue on March 3rd and 4th. On March 11th, the Minister of Finance, on my behalf, will present the budget estimates for the financial year 2025 to this August House. These two events will allow us to present the real state of Ghana's economic crisis to the people. Mr. Speaker, it is not my style to lament and shift blame when confronted with challenges. Mr. Speaker, it's not my style to lament and shift blame when confronted with challenges. My approach is to accept challenges and work hard to resolve them. Indeed, this is precisely what the people of Ghana elected me to do. I have therefore not come here to lament on the state of our country, though there's much to lament about. I understand why I was elected with such high voter confidence, and that is to solve Ghana's problems. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, and within the constraints of time, I'll take the liberty to elaborate on how we intend to address the numerous challenges facing us as a nation. Yesterday, February 26, 2025, marks exactly 10 years since I stood in this chamber, at this very spot, to declare my determination to fix Dumso, a legacy problem of power shortages. And Mr. Speaker, I fixed it. Yes, I promised to fix it, and I did. And I wish to place firmly on record that from January 2016 until I handed over the administration of this country on January 7, 2017, there was no power rationing or load management in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, today, inspired by the Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given to me by the good people of Ghana, I am moved to make a similar purposeful and bold declaration that I, John Dramani Mahama, I will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. That I will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. My government, working with you and every Ghanaian, will solve the challenges because we have developed the plan with our people's support. When I decided to run for president again, I did so because of what I knew about the state of our country. I was aware that huge problems awaited me upon assumption of office, but nothing could prepare anyone for the reality of the depths to which our economy and our governance had sunk. Our elders say that a frog's true length can be ascertained only after it has died. Apotrowa ni ehu ne tenten. And how right they were. It is common knowledge that our economy is in dire straits, which is putting it mildly, because an initial assessment of the books we have discovered, after initial assessment of the books, we have discovered that our economic problems are much deeper than was previously known. We have inherited a country that is broken on many fronts. The profundities of the challenges confronting us are staggering. We are saddled with staggering debts and glaring signs of almost deliberate and, in some cases, reckless mismanagement of our resources. Mr. Speaker, not even the restraints of an IMF program were enough for the previous economic managers to exercise prudence in managing our finances. After setting an inflation target of 18% by the end of 2024, the actual outturn was 23.8%, significantly higher than the threshold agreed with the IMF. The Ghana cedi continued its downward slide, losing 19% of its value against the dollar in 2024. It had already in the previous year lost 27.8% of its value. In addition, to the public debt, which amounts to a staggering $700, sold at $2,600 per ton. As a result, the then management of Cocoa Board rolled over these contracts into the 2024-2025 season. Honorable members, Mr. Speaker, this implies that for every ton of cocoa delivered this year, in fulfillment of the rollover contracts, Cocoa Board and Ghanaian farmers are going to lose $4,000 in revenue. Mr. Speaker, as I address this Honorable House, Cocoa Board has supplied 210,000 tons out of the rolled over contract, resulting in a revenue loss of $840 million for both Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer will lose another $495 million by the time the board finishes supplying the remaining rolled over contracts. Additionally, Cocoa Road commitments alone total 21.7 billion cedis, of which only 4.4 billion is included in the total debt of 32.5 billion. This debt has arisen mainly because of the decision in 2019 and 2020 to award road contracts worth over $1 billion because of the election. Mr. Speaker, the energy sector faces significant financial challenges, primarily due to collection and system losses, non-compliance with the cash waterfall mechanism, and legacy debts. The financing shortfall has risen considerably to approximately $2.2 billion, or 34 billion Ghana cedis for 2025. And urgent measures will be needed to reduce it to sustainable levels and ultimately eliminate it. The financial sector continues to struggle despite the reportedly spending of $29.9 billion on the financial sector cleanup exercise up to date. Scant reserves were also left for debt servicing, despite implementing what may be considered the most severe and distressing economic policy in the annals of the Fourth Republic, if not in the entirety of our nation's history. And I'm referring to the domestic debt exchange program. This is in stark contrast to our actions in 2017 before we left office, when we allocated $250 million to the sinking fund handed over to the incoming government to service debts, Ghana's debts. There have been claims that buffers were left for debt repayment, oncoming debt repayment this year. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me give you the statement of account for the debt service reserve account, which is also popularly referred to as the sinking fund. This fund shows a balance of only $64,000 in the dollar account, $64,000 in the dollar account, and 143 million Ghana cedis in the CD account. The repercussions of the accumulation of debt and economic mismanagement will require extensive work and sacrifice to repair. In the next 4 years, to put things in context for you, Mr. Speaker, in the next 4 years, our debt servicing will amount to 280 billion cedis. And this comprises of 150 billion for domestic debt and 130 billion in external debt servicing. Our catastrophic debt position has also severely impacted infrastructural projects that should have been completed. Currently, there are 55 stalled projects due to the default of debt and subsequent restructuring, with a total value of $2.95 billion not disbursed. The stalling of these projects is expected to result in a cost overrun of about 15 billion cedis. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding this gloomy background, I remain committed to leading this government and taking every necessary step to reset our economy, getting things back on track, and working with the good people of our country to build the Ghana we want. Mr. Speaker, we are doubling our efforts to complete all outstanding structural reforms. Through the budget, we will implement corrective measures to restore fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. We're also working hard towards completing the upcoming fourth review of the IMF-supported program. The review is scheduled from April 2nd to April 15th, 2025, and the IMF Executive Board is expected to approve it in June of this year. As we have done previously, we're also building buffers in the sinking fund and adopting prudent debt management practices to ensure prompt repayment of upcoming domestic and external debt maturities. In this respect, government successfully honored the matured coupon payment of $6.081 billion in cash and $3.46 billion in kind, which was due in February 2025 to all domestic debt exchange program bondholders, fully paid. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that we have also built additional buffers in the sinking fund to honor the maturing bonds that are due in July and August. And so bondholders can rest assured that they will be paid to the last peswa, whatever is owed them. With the transparent and prudent measures we have implemented since taking over the administration of this country, I urge my countrymen and women, business owners, and foreign investors to trust our competence in turning our economic fortunes around. Mr. Speaker, since we took office on January 7, 2025, we have upheld our commitment to a fiscal consolidation agenda with a streamlined government. We have eliminated unnecessary expenditures and reduced our reliance on borrowing. Our prudent debt management practices have led to a substantial reduction in interest rates. The 91-day Treasury bill rate, which was 28.51% on January 6, 2025, has dropped to 24.48% as of February 24, 2025. Similarly, the 182-day Treasury bill rate, which was 29.07% as of January 6, 2025, has decreased to date to 25.388%. Mr. Speaker, the 364-day Treasury bill rate has also moved from 30.41% to 27.30% in the same period. We signed a Memorandum of Understanding with our Official Creditor Committee, OCC, to formalize the debt treatment agreed upon with our official creditors. This marks a crucial step towards Ghana's restoration of long-term debt sustainability. The agreement will enable financial resources to support and strengthen our economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, on February 20th, 2025, the National Tripartite Committee and the Public Services Joint Standing Negotiating Committee concluded negotiations on the 2025 minimum wage and base pay for the single spine salary structure, respectively. I want to use this opportunity to reiterate my sincere gratitude to organized labor and the Ghana Employers Association for the understanding and cooperation in reaching this agreement on the minimum wage and the base pay. On the final day of negotiations, I enjoyed the privilege of joining my comrades, the leaders of organized labor, for the concluding discussions. I'm confident that the sacrifice we have all made this year will significantly benefit our economy's health in the future. We look forward to a positive economic outlook as we restore macroeconomic stability, we encourage exports, we activate the 24-hour economy policy, we implement the $10 billion Big Push policy for swift infrastructure development, we rationalize taxes and foster inclusive growth. The goal is prosperity for all, which must be shared and not the prerogative of a select few. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our 120-day social contract with the Ghanaian people, we have put in place the Planning Committee to host the National Economic Dialogue. This dialogue is expected to discuss the state of the economy and reach a consensus on the key policies needed to address the devastating economic crisis confronting us. It will support the development of a homegrown fiscal consolidation program, and it will highlight key structural reforms and policy priorities essential for resetting the economy and creating prosperity for all our people. I believe there's absolute wisdom in what our elders say, that two heads are better than one. Tikro and Kwejina. Consultation and consensus building have always proven to be better than unilateral decision making. It is my hope, therefore, that our colleagues on the other side of the divide will display love of country and participate in this national dialogue, unlike the boycott of the Senchi Forum in 2014. I humbly choose a different path of accommodation and cooperation with all stakeholders. We will continuously engage on important issues so that together, as a nation, we can reset our country and focus on sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, together we shall build the Ghana we all want. Mr. Speaker, my administration inherited an energy sector on the brink of collapse. It was weighed down by unsustainable debt. This unfortunate situation has led to many independent power producers and fuel suppliers threatening to cease their operations. Mr. Speaker, listen to this. Despite collecting over 45 billion cedis in energy sector levies, ESLA, over the last 8 years, the outgone administration has left the Ghanaian people with an energy sector burdened with a staggering debt of 70 billion cedis as of December 2024. It is of deep concern that several state-owned enterprises in the energy sector are struggling to stay afloat, and unless urgent interventions are made, many of them will go under. Financial distress in the energy sector remains a significant obstacle to delivering consistent and affordable electricity to Ghanaians, and it poses an existential threat to our economy in general. Compounding these challenges, critical maintenance activities such as the scheduled pigging of the West African gas pipeline, WACO, were postponed from 2024 to 2025 without sufficient contingency measures for alternative fuel supply. As a result, my administration has had to swiftly mobilize resources to secure emergency fuel supplies to ensure that electricity generation continues despite the closure of the West African gas pipeline. I've been informed that the pigging exercise will be completed in the first week of March, and once again, additional gas will flow from Nigeria. We are anticipating a marked improvement in the power situation once this begins. While the current state of our energy sector poses grave concerns, we must remain resolute in our commitment to restoring stability. I've directed the Minister for Energy and Green Transitions to implement far-reaching reforms, including enforcing a single revenue collection account, strictly adhering to the cash waterfall mechanism, and eliminating all wasteful expenditures by the state utility. Mr. Minister, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, following my directive, Mr. Speaker, following my directive, the Minister has set up an advisory committee to guide the participation of the private sector in metering and billing in order to improve efficiency in revenue collection and also reduce the high commercial and technical losses that are threatening to drown the state-owned utility company. A pilot partnership between ECG and Enclave Power has proved highly successful and provides us with a workable framework. ECG provides bulk supply of power to Enclave Power Limited. This is an organization in Ghana. Enclave Power provides meters and bills to all companies operating in the free zones enclave, with 99% revenue collection and nearly 100% uptime in power supply. This is being done here in Ghana. We can use it to cover the rest of the nation to ensure that we get revenue compliance and be able to bring down tariffs for our people. Mr. Speaker, I'm still getting used to being president, that's why I said Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, reduction in commercial and technical losses will lead to affordable tariffs for everyone and will bring relief to all users of electric power. We also aim in the medium term to achieve 100% gas utilization for power production and to eliminate completely the use of crude oil and fossil fuels. This will save Ghana hundreds of millions of dollars spent on the importation of fuel oils for power production annually. With regards to renewable energy, this administration will soon operationalize a renewable energy and green transition fund to enhance efficiency and accelerate Ghana's transition to renewable energy. This initiative will drive investments in sustainable energy solutions, including solar street lights, rooftop solar installations, off-grid solar systems, electric vehicle charging stations, and rechargeable outboard motors. These measures will reduce dependence on the national grid and position Ghana as a leader in Africa's green energy transition. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's petroleum sector has witnessed a precipitous decline, with crude oil production sinking by more than 32%. This has resulted from the high opacity levels, a very hostile business climate, and excessive political interference in the sector, culminating in most of the major oil companies exiting and stalling all upstream activities. The decline in upstream activity is obvious to any person familiar with the twin cities of Sekondi and Takoradi. Just under a decade ago, these cities were the bustling epicenter of fabrication, logistics, service activity associated with the upstream oil and gas sector. Unfortunately, my recent visit reveals many shut down facilities and many businesses have packed and left the shores of our country. Hundreds of workers have been laid off and left unemployed. I wish to assure the good people of Sekondi Takoradi and indeed the whole Western region that we are going to breathe life back into your area. Mr. Speaker, we have already commenced revitalization of our upstream petroleum sector by creating a business-friendly and congenial environment for our partners and other prospective investors who wish to come in. My meeting with the players in the upstream sector have been extremely positive, and we have been assured of substantial investments running into billions of dollars in the very near future. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Energy and Green Transitions gave the directive for the removal of the unitization based on the arbitration that took place. We believe that this will open the way for an amicable resolution of the issues between Springfield and ENI. And this should make our oil and gas prospects more attractive to investments going forward. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has fertile lands, abundant water, and human resources. Yet we face a paradox. Our food import bill continues to soar, reaching alarming levels of over $2 billion annually. In addition, rising food inflation is burdening households and threatening livelihoods. To address this, we're implementing several well-considered policies to grow the agricultural sector, including agro-processing. This will be backed by reliable power supply to meet our country's needs while advancing exports to earn foreign exchange and strengthen our economy. Mr. Speaker, the Agriculture for Economic Transformation Agenda, AETA for short, will modernize agriculture, enhance agribusiness, ensure food security, it will lower food inflation, it will boost exports, and create sustainable jobs. The Feed Ghana program will increase food production and reduce prices through projects like the Grain Development Project, focusing on rice, maize, and soya bean production. The Vegetable Development Project will target crops such as tomatoes, onions, and pepper. Our Poultry Farm to Table project will eliminate poultry imports and increase local production. Ghana imports 95% of its poultry needs, which costs over $300 million annually. To reverse this trend, government plans to revamp the poultry sector by investing in hatcheries, feed mills, processing, and distribution, working towards eliminating poultry imports. And this is a good one. The Nkukwan Kitinkiti project. We actually have a project called Nkukwan Kitinkiti. The Nkukwan Kitinkiti project will cover 55,000 households, producing eggs and fresh poultry for the market. And it will help reduce our $300 million we spend on importing chicken annually. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen the connection between agriculture and industry, we will prioritize value addition, processing, and distribution. And this will position agriculture as profitable and appealing, making it more attractive to our young people. We will implement an Agri-Next program to facilitate access to land banks by young farmers, to connect graduates with opportunities in the agricultural value chain, and promote greenhouse agriculture among the youth. This initiative will benefit approximately 30,000 young people. Mr. Speaker, the Livestock Development Project will also address Ghana's reliance on imported meats by restocking breeding farms and increasing local livestock production, thereby creating jobs and boosting self-sufficiency. For years, access to mechanization, quality seeds, fertilizer, and extension services has been a major challenge to our farmers. To address this, government will establish our flagship farmer service centers in every agricultural district, ensuring that farmers receive essential mechanization services and resources to improve their productivity and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, also in the fisheries sector, we implement strategic interventions to enhance productivity and sustainability. Key among these initiatives is the continued enforcement of measures to curb illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which threaten our marine biodiversity and the livelihoods of our hard-working fisherfolk. We have intensified surveillance and monitoring operations, bolstered by the deployment of modern technology and strengthened collaboration with our key stakeholders. In the last month, we have expanded the supply of subsidized premixed fuel to support artisanal and industrial fishers, ensuring affordability and availability. We'll also invest further in modern fish landing sites and cold storage facilities to improve post-harvest handling and thereby reduce losses and enhance the quality of our fish products. Aquaculture development is a key focus of our administration. We'll provide financial and technical support, especially to young fish farmers, increasing fish production and reducing our dependence on fish imports. To increase the value addition in this sector, we'll encourage the establishment of fish processing facilities, create more jobs, and boost exports. Our commitment to supporting women in the fishery sector remains steadfast as we implement the programs to empower female fish processors and traders with financial capital and capacity building initiatives. While we work hard to fix the economy and provide jobs in all sectors, including agribusiness, one of the biggest crises we face in this country is youth unemployment. Youth unemployment has led to despair and frustration. The latest estimates show that up to 2 million of our young people are unemployed. This poses a major security risk for our country and requires urgent attention. To bring much needed focus to the desperate and widely scattered youth employment programs and to ensure stricter accountability in their implementation, I have set up the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment in furtherance to the promise I made in the campaign. This ministry, that is the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment, is mandated to formulate, coordinate, and monitor policies and programs to promote youth development and empowerment in this country. Mr. Speaker, as part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy, Mr. Speaker, as part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy, ORA, I've already tasked our investigative bodies to bring the culprits of the National Service Ghost Name scandal to justice. Such brazen theft of public funds must not go unpunished. It is estimated that the criminal addition of some more than 80,000 ghost names could have yielded the suspects over 50 million Ghana cedis every month. Unfortunately, some of these suspects are believed to have absconded from the country already. I have directed that they be declared wanted and their assets traced and frozen until investigations are completed. To achieve a legally robust regime to govern national service, I've also tasked the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment to coordinate and present to Parliament a legislative instrument to support the implementation of the newly passed National Service Authority Act 2024. That's Act 1119. We will introduce short military training as part of our national service scheme. This will instill a sense of fitness and discipline into our youth. The administration of scholarships is another challenge. It has been fraught with a lot of challenges. The poor who genuinely need scholarships are unable to access them because the rich and wealthy always crowd them out. To fulfill our government's vision of promoting transparency, equity, and sustainability in the scholarship scheme, we shall streamline the award process to ensure that not only deserving youth benefit from the system, deserving youth benefit from the system. We shall introduce increased transparency, including publishing the list of beneficiaries every year. Mr. Speaker, job creation is one of our main pillars, and it was one of the major promises we made to the youth of Ghana. To help actualize this promise, we're going to roll out what we call the Ejumawura program. This initiative will create, track, and mentor young businesses annually with a special focus on our youth. For the first phase, the top 2,000 implementable business proposals will be supported with business development training, mentorship, access to startup capital, marketing, and networking to operationalize their innovations and business ideas. We will also launch our flagship National Apprenticeship Program to equip at least 10,000 young people in the informal sector with employable skills, including providing apprenticeship fees and startup kits when they have completed. The Youth Development and the Interior Ministries will facilitate the training of our young people in the Okada business. In areas such as road safety regulations and digital skills, as well as facilitating the acquisition of motorbikes. We will introduce electric motorcycles on a high purchase scheme to eliminate the use of petrol and make their businesses more profitable. Mr. Speaker, Her Excellency the Vice President's Empowerment for Women and People with Disabilities program will also be launched this year. The program will target women and people with disabilities and other vulnerable groups to build their capacity and offer them access to finance to create their own jobs. Mr. Speaker, The Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations will also focus on developing youth IT skills and fostering innovation. Under the 1 Million Coders program, young people will receive training in coding, web app development, digital marketing, and other digital skills. This initiative aims to equip them with the necessary skills for employability in the digital ecosystem. We must provide meaningful and relevant education to prepare our youth for today's technology-driven job market. Despite various reforms, issues related to low-earning incomes persist within Ghana's educational system. I'm committed to ensuring that quality education remains a top priority. The system we have inherited is outdated in many ways and must be realigned to meet the needs of the 21st century and the fourth industrial revolution. Recognizing the urgent need for national dialogue on education and in the spirit of inclusive governance, I launched the National Education Consultative Forum on February 18th in Ho. I look forward to the recommendations which we will incorporate into our sectoral policy reforms. Mr. Speaker, even though Article 38 of the Constitution guarantees equitable access to education across Ghana, 30 years after the Free Compulsory Universal Basic Education FQ program was implemented, its full objectives remain unmet. To tackle this issue, government will redefine the scope of basic education and introduce the Zero to Hero initiative to enhance foundational literacy and numeracy. Additionally, ICT training will be integrated into early childhood education at the basic level. Over the next 3 years, it will be expanded to cover at least 300 classrooms, 30 centers of excellence, 1,000 teachers and district teacher support teams, focusing on the teaching of mathematics and literacy. This year, the Ministry of Education will fully implement a new curriculum for senior high technical schools and STEM schools, introduce a standardized national sign language for hearing impaired learners from kindergarten to SHS, and review the kindergarten and primary school curriculums. To increase access to quality education, we will scale up our social intervention programs like the capitation grants, the feeding grants for special schools, and the government's BECE registration initiative. Mr. Speaker, to promote inclusion and equity, the government will enhance and resource the Islamic Education Unit to recruit more Islamic and Arabic tutors for English-Arabic schools. We will establish STEM and TVET schools in underserved and peri-urban communities. We will provide scholarships to brilliant but needy students in deprived communities, especially for study in law, medicine, and engineering. We will support Islamic colleges of education with infrastructure and logistics, and will enroll youth in Zongo and deprived urban communities in the National Apprentice Program and offer free technical and vocational training. Mr. Speaker, it is important to continue to retain and motivate our teachers in all schools, especially in the rural areas. Government will begin plans for the implementation of the 20% allowance for teachers who agree to serve in rural schools. District assemblies are going to be involved in this scheme to ensure that the teachers are present and teaching in the schools that are selected. This scheme will reward such teachers for their sacrifices and ensure quality education nationwide, not only in urban centers. Mr. Speaker, as part of our Teacher Dabre initiative, the construction of teacher accommodation units to improve welfare and attract teachers to rural areas will commence this year. Mr. Speaker, no new school will be built in this country without teachers' accommodation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, once again for emphasis and for the record, I, John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, will not cancel the free SHS program. I will not cancel the free SHS program. I am determined to make it better by improving its implementation. And also, for the record, students who have benefited from the free SHS since its inception are about 3.4 million. The figure of 5.1 million beneficiaries, as put out by the previous administration, was an exaggerated and false narrative, calculated to achieve political credit. Mr. Speaker, while the free SHS program has improved access. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the double track system remains a challenge, and we are to as I address you. Mr. Speaker, efforts to decentralize school feeding and food management include strengthening procurement and store management records capacity. Once completed, food procurement and management will be fully handed over to the secondary schools to do their. Mr. Speaker, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are central to national development, STEM. We will therefore expand STEM programs at all levels to equip all students for the global economy. We don't believe in building single standalone STEM schools. We believe that STEM must be part of the curriculum of every secondary school. Mr. Speaker, regional TVET centers of excellence will be established to provide practical skills. Every region will get a TVET center of excellence to expand technical and vocational education training. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Ghana has consistently missed its gross tertiary enrollment targets with a rate below 22%, far from the 40% goal that has been set by 2030. Despite over 460,000 secondary graduates coming out annually, 55% qualify for tertiary education, and only 35%, 161,000 of the 460,000 enroll in tertiary education, leaving over 300,000 without access. To address this, government is introducing a no-fee stress policy to eliminate tertiary admission fees, which currently serve as a barrier to higher education for some students. This will be supported by an enhanced student loan scheme, which is called the Student Loan Plus. The no-fee policy will also cover all persons with disabilities. And for emphasis, persons with disabilities will pay no fees for tertiary education throughout their study. And so PWDs who gain admission to tertiary institutions will pay no fees. Additionally, TVET enrollment will be increased from 11% to 20% to boost employment. Mr. Speaker, rising enrollment has strained university infrastructure, causing overcrowding and inadequate accommodation. We are determined to expand access, improve quality, and align tertiary education with national goals, particularly in STEM. Feasibility studies for new public universities or campuses of existing universities to be established in the 6 new regions will commence this year. Seed funding for these projects will come from the GET Fund in order to enhance access. Government will this year engage with the existing public universities to identify suitable sites on their campuses, acquired lands, for the implementation of the private sector participation in the provision of hostels project. This is a partnership between government, the universities, and private investors to expand hostel capacity on their campuses. This will allow more students to be accommodated on the campuses to allow for a better learning environment. Mr. Speaker, academic freedom will be upheld. We will not interfere in the administration of our tertiary universities. And our hope is that the institutions will ensure good governance in their administrative practices. Mr. Speaker, next, our health sector faces significant challenges that jeopardize the very foundation of affordable health care. The Ministry of Health has a total liability of nearly 15 billion cedis, when co-financing obligations, judgment debts, and payments to clear medical commodities at the ports are all put together. The last major hospital equipment replacement program was undertaken in 2014 when I was president. Since then, most hospital equipment in the Ghana Health Service facilities have deteriorated or broken down. Mr. Speaker, the Agenda 111 program, which was started as a knee-jerk reaction during the COVID-19 pandemic, when the Ghanaian public had begun to appreciate the significant investments that the previous NDC administration had made in healthcare facilities, and began to lament the many hospital projects that had stalled under the previous administration, a promise was made to build 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to note that there is no dedicated funding source for such a gargantuan project. There is no dedicated funding source for this gargantuan project. Mr. Speaker, for the record, as I speak, not a single Agenda 111 hospital is operational. In any part of Ghana, I challenge you, not one is operational. Mr. Speaker, and it is worth disclosing, that $400 million has already been disbursed under the Agenda 111 project. Mr. Speaker, at a rate of approximately $80 million per hospital, this $400 million spent could have completed and made operational at least 22 of those hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the money should have been focused on completing a number of hospitals and making them operational, instead of spreading it over the current 111 hospitals. As I speak, some are at the foundation level, and not a single one is operational. I have directed the Minister for Health to present us with a plan on the way forward for this program. And let me add that we are open to public-private partnerships and franchising to complete and operationalize these hospitals. Mr. Speaker, one of the most pressing issues confronting our health sector today is the USAID's sudden 90-day pause in services without prior notice, and the looming threat of complete withdrawal of programs that do not align with the USA's strategic interests. Programs that will be affected include the delivery of medical commodities to regional medical stores and health facilities in the Upper West, Upper East, Northern, and Savannah regions. USAID support for the National HIV/AIDS Control Program includes the supply of antiretroviral therapies in the Western, North, and Afro regions. These will also be affected. The withdrawal puts at risk approximately $78 million in earmarked funds for malaria, maternal and child health, nutrition, and HIV/AIDS. It also covers some programs being run at the Noguchi Memorial Institute in research. The impact will be challenging without urgent intervention. I've therefore directed the Minister of Finance to make immediate financial arrangements to mitigate this loss. And I expect that this will be reflected in his budget, which will be presented to this House next month, on March 11th. Working with the NHIA will revive the Onuado mobile healthcare vans. These vans will provide OPD, ophthalmology, dental, ENT, cancer screening and care in the remote and most vulnerable communities in our country. An earlier attempt to provide mobile health facilities was abandoned after the change of government in 2017. Mr. Speaker, public health experts are grappling with the conundrum of new diseases and re-emergence of old diseases. The unpredictable nature of disease outbreak suggests we must make our health systems more resilient to shocks. Since October last year, Ghana has faced a severe cholera outbreak. As of February 17, 2025, I'm sad to report that 6,300 suspected cases, 545 of these cases were confirmed to be cholera, and unfortunately, we lost 49 of our compatriots. The outbreak has affected 118 districts across the Greater Accra, Central, Western Ashanti, and Eastern regions. To control the situation, we have launched an aggressive vaccination and public education campaign, among other interventions. Mr. Speaker, sanitation within the context of infectious disease outbreaks, personal hygiene, and environmental sanitation must be a major priority for us. Our cities and towns must be made cleaner than what we currently have. We commit to right the wrongs and keep our cities and communities clean through appropriate investment, supervision, and performance tracking in the sanitation sector. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, the Upper West region is facing a severe meningitis outbreak. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you have made an important contribution to ameliorate the situation in your region, and I commend you for that. As of February 17, 2025, 135 suspected cases of meningitis were reported. 22 of those cases were confirmed, and unfortunately, 16 deaths have been reported across 10 districts. We've instituted free treatment for affected persons and deployed a strong national team of health experts to encourage early reporting to health facilities of suspected meningitis. Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the 2024 manifesto of the NDC, my administration is actively developing the framework for the rollout of the free primary health care program. When fully implemented, this initiative will mark a significant step towards Ghana achieving goal number 3.8, which is universal health coverage of the SDGs, by eliminating financial barriers to basic health care access. Also in line with our 120-day manifesto commitment, the composition of the technical committee is far advanced, with plans to establish the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, also known as Maakye, in the coming weeks. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this fund will be dedicated to financing the treatment of non-communicable diseases, which have seen a significant rise over the past decade. As part of this initiative, the government is committing to allocate financial resources towards this project in 2025, with further support to be mobilized from private sector partners to ensure the sustainability of the fund. Once operational, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, otherwise known as Maakye, will directly address the financial burden of patients who require dialysis treatment, cancer care, and other critical, non-communicable disease-related interventions. Together, the free primary health care, which will focus on early detection and prevention and treatment, and the Ghana Medical Trust Fund program, which will focus on relieving the financial burden of treating non-communicable diseases, will help to revolutionize Ghana's healthcare system by improving healthcare accessibility and outcomes and enhancing productivity and well-being across the country. Mr. Speaker, Ghana will become the pharmaceutical manufacturing hub of West Africa. And my previous record in government speaks for itself. When I injected funds into Ghanaian-owned pharmaceutical companies to expand their production capacities. Mr. Speaker, as this exciting phase unfolds under the 24-hour economy initiative, we must strengthen every aspect of our pharmaceutical industry. And this includes the Food and Drugs Authority and the Customs and Security Agencies in order to avert the use of fake drugs and the importation of illicit drugs into our country. We await thorough and unbiased investigation into the alleged opioid pill importation into Ghana and other West African countries. The outcome will be shared, and I can assure you necessary action will be taken. Mr. Speaker, as a social democrat, I'm resolutely committed to eradicating all forms of discrimination in our society. Our vision is to foster fairness and cultivate an inclusive environment where everyone can engage fully and equally in social, economic, and political life. With my Vice President, the history-making Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, we will engage with all stakeholders, including our development partners and civil society organizations, to prioritize gender equality, equity, and social justice. We will establish strong social protection mechanisms and enhance legal safeguards for women, girls, and other vulnerable groups. Our initiative would include enacting comprehensive laws and policies designed to dismantle harmful social norms to enhance access to crucial resources and opportunities, particularly for young women, and reduce overall vulnerability within our society. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to commend you and this House for your unwavering support and guidance, which were instrumental in passing the Affirmative Action Act of 2024, Act 1121, during the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. My government is dedicated to successfully implementing this act to ensure gender equity across the political, social, economic, educational, and cultural spheres. The Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection is actively collaborating with relevant stakeholders to guarantee that this act is fully operational, including attaining the 30% target quota for women in political appointments. I'm pleased to report that women currently make up 23.21% of all appointments, and we are diligently working towards reaching the targets set forth in Act 1121. I'm, however, concerned about achieving gender balance, especially at the local government level. Very few women have mastered the courage to apply for the positions of metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives. And unfortunately, the few who have courageously applied have been edged out on very flimsy and parochial grounds. It is my hope that the National Constitution Review Conference will clear a pathway for the election of DCEs. The Gender Ministry will then be obliged to encourage and support more women to apply and stand for these elective positions. In our pursuit of empowering women, Mr. Speaker, we'll establish the Women's Development Bank. This will be a specialized financial institution designed to support businesses owned and led by women through the provision of low-interest loans and tailored financial services offered under very flexible terms. Consultative processes are underway to ensure the successful launch of this bank. And as part of our 120-day social contract, the Minister for Finance is going to allocate initial funding for the Women's Development Bank in the upcoming budget that will be presented to this House. Mr. Speaker, we are also implementing measures to expand the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program under our Big Leap initiative. As we work towards completing the Ghana National Household Data Census by this year, 2025, we'll reassess the status of LEAP beneficiary households to facilitate the enrollment of new beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to enhancing the legal framework surrounding disability rights by passing the Persons with Disability Amendment Bill. Additionally, we will introduce a legislative instrument to strengthen further the provisions of the Persons with Disability Act, Act 715 of 2006. We reiterate our commitment to ensuring that individuals with disability have access to free tertiary education and equal opportunities to pursue their academic and professional ambitions. Mr. Speaker, the government intends to ensure the implementation of legislation that enjoins public and private employers to reserve 5% of their employment for persons with disabilities. I am aware that a private member was shepherding this bill. Government is going to support that motion in order that 5% of all employment is reserved for persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's sports sector, once again, which was a shining example of excellence within Africa, now finds itself at a very critical juncture. Historically, our nation has been celebrated and has had remarkable achievements in boxing, football, and athletics. Unfortunately, this is no longer the case. However, recent years have unveiled depressing structural deficiencies in administration, funding, infrastructure, and talent development. Immediate and comprehensive reforms are imperative to reclaim our rightful place on the global sports stage. Mr. Speaker, we will develop a comprehensive national sports policy to align with international norms. This policy will be accompanied by an exhaustive review of the Sports Act of 2016, that is Act 934, and the rigorous enforcement of the Sports Regulations 2023 LI 2477. Infrastructure development remains paramount in our strategy. The government is committed to refurbishing existing national stadia, completing youth resource centers, and constructing new sports facilities in the new regions. We'll also prioritize community recreational facilities to foster greater participation in sports at the grassroots level. Recognizing the critical role of youth development, we're implementing a significant overhaul of grassroots sports with the establishment of the School Sports Authority. This body will oversee structured inter-school competitions and talent identification initiatives essential for nurturing future sporting champions. Over 60% of Ghana's elite athletes have emerged from these school sport programs. The ministry has now been renamed the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. To acknowledge the significance of recreation, we will launch a National Recreation Day. This will be a monthly initiative centered on community engagement alongside an annual National Recreation Festival. These initiatives will encourage keep fit activities and promote active lifestyles. It will promote traditional games and strengthen community bonds. Next month, the senior national team, the Black Stars, which is now a pale shadow of its former glory, will play 2 World Cup qualifying matches. I've instructed my office and the Minister for Sports and Recreation to hold the Ghana Football Association accountable to the people of Ghana as we prepare for these games, especially regarding the budget of the FA. There will be no secrecy in how much the government spends on the national teams. The budgets presented by the FA and other sports associations must be known by the public. After all, it is the taxpayers' funds that are used to fund these activities. Expenditure and waste reduction applies to all sectors of the economy, including the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. Mr. Speaker, tourism, culture, and creative arts remain vital cornerstones of our national development strategy, playing a significant role in job creation, cultural exchange, and economic growth. In recent years, the ministry has launched transformative initiatives to position Ghana as a premier global destination, and this is positive. These positive initiatives aim to harness the country's rich cultural heritage, natural beauty, and our dynamic creative sector. Our flagship initiative, the Black Star Experience, aims to establish Ghana as the gateway to Africa for the global diaspora, featuring thoughtfully curated cultural, historic, and creative arts experiences in collaboration with the private sector, diplomatic missions, ministries, departments, and agencies. Our aim is to position the Black Star Experience as a uniquely Ghanaian tourism brand. The Pan-African Month will be a part of the Black Star Experience. It will include street carnivals, a film week, a fashion festival, a food fair, theatrical and drama performances, concert party competitions, and monthly domestic tourism destinations. We will strategically promote meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibition tourism to diversify our tourism offerings. Ghana's peaceful and democratic environment positions us as an attractive hub for international summits, business conventions, and high-profile gatherings. We must capitalize on this unique advantage to maximize our benefits and strengthen our reputation as the country that is closest to the center of the world. We're also committed to revitalizing the Accra Marine Drive project, a significant urban redevelopment initiative which was designed to transform approximately 241 acres of Accra's coastline into a vibrant tourism and economic hub. Although the cabinet approval for this vital project was achieved during my presidency in 2016, progress has stalled. We'll reassess the work completed and take decisive action to bring this all-important project back on track. We will develop the Osu Castle, the former seat of government, and the area around it as a tourist attraction. It will have a pedestrian precinct with arts and craft markets, jewelry, and gold markets. This approximate 22-acre land will become a destination for tourism. Mr. Speaker, our road network is the cornerstone of our nation's infrastructure, facilitating over 90% of the transportation of goods and services across this country. This vital network is critical in supporting agricultural growth by linking farmers to markets, lowering transportation costs, and ensuring quicker access to essential supplies and services. The resulting interconnected benefits foster a vibrant economy and enhance the livelihood of countless of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, while the previous government has made lofty claims about achieving unprecedented milestones in the road sector, available evidence does not support its assertion that it constructed over 13,000 kilometers of new roads. Instead, it has perpetuated a narrative that presents road maintenance and rehabilitation efforts as new construction projects, misleading the public about what has been achieved. The proportion of poor roads has increased, especially in urban centers, where the number of roads in disrepair surged from 46% in 2015 to almost 60% by 2021. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, our road sector is in crisis, mainly due to years of mismanagement. As many as 85% of awarded contracts in the road sector have stalled, and the contractors have stopped work due to non-payment, and most of them have parked their equipment off-site. Mr. Speaker, as of December 2024, unpaid bills owed to contractors in the sector exceeded 20 billion Ghana cedis for work that had been carried out between 2018 and 2024. For instance, the Ghana Road Fund obtained a loan of 600 million Ghana cedis in March 2018 to refinance outstanding debts and borrowed an additional 1.2 billion Ghana cedis from a syndication of banks in November 2019. Alarmingly, upon assuming office, the Ghana Road Fund still had outstanding payments, including some as low as 2,000 Ghana cedis, dating back to 2018. Current commitments for road projects that are unpaid currently stand at an astonishing 105 billion Ghana cedis. Despite these considerable challenges, this government remains steadfast in its commitment to prioritize vital infrastructure projects that address the pressing backlog of poor roads. Our strategy will be anchored in executing our flagship initiative under the Big Push program. The Big Push will see major rehabilitation of many key roads in the feeder roads, urban roads, and highway sectors. We'll also undertake the following key initiatives to revitalize the road sector. We'll reintroduce tolls, road tolls, using modern technology. We'll rationalize the road sector portfolio to focus on high-impact initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we will uncap the road fund in order that it can accumulate more money to pay for road maintenance. Mr. Speaker, we'll minimize sole source procurement to encourage competition, competitive bidding, and enhance public transparency in the procurement processes. Mr. Speaker, the drip equipment, which was acquired at the last moment as a knee-jerk reaction for electioneering purposes, will be reorganized into regional mobile maintenance units to provide emergency road works in the regions. Mr. Speaker, I've realigned the Ministry of Transport to oversee 4 modes of transportation: aviation, maritime, inland water transport, road transport, and railways. The government will commission a feasibility study to develop coastal water transport services. This initiative aims to promote alternative modes of transport and ensure their integration into our existing systems under the National Transport Policy. It also aims to enhance tourism, reduce road traffic, and mitigate environmental pollution. Motorcycles and tricycles, commonly known as Okada, hold significant potential as a more convenient, timely, safe, and cost-effective mode of transport. Currently, the Road Traffic Regulation of 2012, LI 2180, prohibits licensing motorcycles and tricycles for fare-paying passengers. As part of our government policy, the Ministry will amend the regulatory framework to regularize the use of motorcycles and tricycles for commercial passenger transport. In our ongoing effort to revitalize the whole airport, the government will facilitate the establishment of the state-of-the-art pilot training academy and a maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility. The Volta region will become a center of excellence for aviation training and aircraft maintenance. This project will create significant employment opportunities. It will stimulate economic growth and bolster tourism in Ho and the surrounding communities. I have directed the airport company to release 10 acres of land at the Ho airport for this purpose. Mr. Speaker, with the completion of the Tema-Mpakadan rail line, the government will launch passenger services between Tema and Adome. We will also begin developing the necessary infrastructure on the Volta Lake to facilitate freight transport between Tema Port and Bupe as part of our Eastern Corridor multimodal transport system. The Western Railway line will continue to be modernized in partnership with the private sector. This initiative aims to support the efficient transport of bulk cargo and minerals from the mines in Nsuta, Awaso, and Yinehin to the Takrady port, while providing passenger transport along the Western Corridor. Mr. Speaker, the last attempt by the previous administration to re-establish a national airline has failed. We will reopen a transparent process that will receive expressions of interest to invite competent established partners to work with us to establish a national airline. We believe that An efficient national carrier can help reduce fares on routes where external carriers are currently enjoying a monopoly. Mr. Speaker, our communications and digital technology initiatives focus on expanding our national digital infrastructure to stimulate innovation and enhance public service delivery. We're also dedicated to improving access to information and communication technology, promoting the digital economy, ensuring inclusive and equitable growth across all sectors. Nevertheless, the sector faces several significant challenges that hinder our progress, and these include insufficient infrastructure for delivering weather and climate services across all time zones, fragmented and uncoordinated databases, outdated legislation and policies that do not keep pace with a rapidly evolving sector, a lack of adequate technology to effectively detect, prevent, and respond to cybersecurity threats, and a daunting debt burden of almost 2 billion cedis. To revitalize this sector, government is committed to reviewing existing laws and policies to better align them with emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, and machine learning. Additionally, we'll develop and expedite the enactment of the Kofi Annan Center of Excellence Bill. This legislation will establish the necessary framework for the center to concentrate on research and development, consultancy services, and capacity building. Mr. Speaker, access to safe and reliable water and affordable housing significantly enhances the well-being and quality of life of our people. These elements are integral to our reset agenda and fundamental to our vision to build the Ghana that we all want. However, the water sector in Ghana faces considerable challenges, including illegal mining activities that contaminate freshwater sources, rendering them unsafe for drinking and agriculture. This alarming situation highlights the critical need for a decisive and ongoing effort to combat illegal mining to save our environment and our public health. Government will prioritize completing new and ongoing water projects to improve access to safe drinking water. This commitment should be good news for the people in the Keta, Adaklu, Wenchi, Sekendi Takrade, Asankragwa, Sehwioso, Dodoaso, Kweman, Damfa, Goso, Dwabeng, Aveime, and Edubamso. We'll also tackle critical water projects in Damango, Tamale, Yendi, Sunyani, Techiman, and Takwa to ensure broader access to potable water nationwide. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has a coastline that stretches approximately 550 kilometers. 2/3 of this coastline is threatened by tidal wave erosion, which impacts nearly 30% of Ghana's population. Rising sea levels have exacerbated vulnerabilities in coastal areas, leading to flooding, habitat loss, and community displacement. Consequently, coastal protection has emerged as a critical national priority. And so for the communities that are threatened by flood currently, we're going to prioritize building sea defense to be able to protect you. Flooding has become an all too frequent occurrence in many urban centers across the county, resulting in tragic loss of life, livelihood, and property. This scenario underscores the urgent need for sustainable solutions to address these pressing challenges. Many of our drainage systems are inadequate. They are worsened by careless waterway construction and obstruction, and the relentless encroachment on wetlands and floodplains. To tackle these issues, we have to explore alternative sources of funding to support essential drainage works, desilting, flood control, and coastal protection. Mr. Speaker, the quality of life of any nation relies significantly on a well-regulated and efficient housing market that guarantees access to decent homes. Our housing deficit is estimated at over 1.2 million units. And this has been the situation for many decades. High costs associated with land acquisition, construction material, and access to financing have made home ownership unattainable for many, primarily affecting vulnerable populations and contributing to the rise of slums. This government is steadfast in its commitment to complete all ongoing housing initiatives. beginning with the Saglemi Affordable Housing Project. We'll also implement a low-cost social housing project supported by a district housing scheme. This project aims to remove the financial barriers to home ownership. Workers in the formal sector, public or private, who have about 15 to 20 years before retirement, can purchase and own a house in cedis and have the cost deducted monthly from their salaries until the house is fully paid up. Mr. Speaker, illegal mining, commonly known as galamsey, has inflicted tremendous harm on our forests, leading to significant land degradation and pollution of vital water sources. This reckless activity threatens Ghana's environment and public health. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to report that presently 44 of the country's 288 forest reserves have been impacted. An area that is alarmingly equivalent to approximately 8,000 football fields has been completely destroyed. Mr. Speaker, the pollution levels in major rivers within the southwestern basin are critically high, with turbidity levels far exceeding possible units. To combat this urgent crisis, we're implementing a proactive approach that includes robust and impartial law enforcement, meaningful stakeholder engagement, and the creation of alternative livelihoods for our citizens involved in galamsey. We're expanding the Minerals Commission regional offices to strengthen their regulatory oversight. We will establish a framework that categorizes mining activities into small, medium, and large scale, each with its tailored regulations. Mr. Speaker, we will establish a gold board, and we're in the process of doing it. Legislation will come to this House shortly. This gold board will ensure effective governance of the gold industry. At the same time, we wish to take advantage of Ghana's salt production capacity to place it as a central export commodity under the African Continental Free Trade Area. We will also seize opportunities presented by the global shift towards net zero emissions to craft policies related to critical minerals such as lithium. The anticipated development of the integrated aluminium and iron industry will significantly increase the value of Ghana's natural resources. In our commitment to restoring degraded forests, we will launch the Tree for Life restoration policy and the Blue Water Initiative, which will transform mined-out areas into ecological recovery zones. This ambitious afforestation program aims to establish more than 50,000 hectares of new plantations and undertake 5,000 hectares of enrichment planting annually. We'll also implement public sensitization campaigns to foster sustainable forest management practices and uphold the Wildlife Resource Management Act. We're going to involve school children and the general public in tree planting and tree growing. Mr. Speaker, comprehensive reforms will be introduced to enhance transparency and efficiency while ensuring tenure of security in land administration. Climate change remains a pressing concern for Ghana and the global community. To meet our climate mitigation targets, Ghana has allocated 24 million metric tons of its carbon budget, totaling 64 million metric tons of carbon for authorization under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. We've successfully authorized 3 projects which are poised to reduce 5.2 million tons of our carbon emissions. In line with our manifesto, we are committed to strengthening institutional and human capacity through necessary adaptation and mitigation measures to bolster resilience in critical sectors such as agriculture, forestry, energy, and water resources. We also pledge to align our national policies with international efforts to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2050 and promote a fair and just transition to renewable energy sources. Mr. Speaker, we stand on the cusp of making history, the history of a country that prioritizes transparency and accountability as key elements of governance. During my campaign for president, I pledged, as captured by the NDC's 2024 manifesto, to take a strong stance against corruption. Mr. Speaker, we must end state capture. Mr. Speaker, we must end the purchase of state and public assets, such as land and other immovable assets, by members of the political class. Mr. Speaker, I pledge to fight corruption head-on by implementing Operation Recover All the Loot, oral. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, one of the first committees I established, even before my investiture as president, was to establish the oral committee on the sidelines of our transition. It is instructive to announce that the committee received over 2,000 complaints from the public and has since handed over a comprehensive report. This report has been given to the Attorney General for further review, thorough investigation, and eventual prosecutions. Mr. Speaker, the recent arrest related to the unwarranted payment of $2 million of Ghanaian taxpayers' money in the Sky train saga, and then also the National Service Ghost Name scandal, mark only the beginning of a comprehensive response based on the oral committee's findings. Mr. Speaker, let me state that my commitment to fighting corruption will continue with the establishment of a unit at the presidency and the maintenance of the hotline where complaints and reports regarding graft and corruption will continue to be received and transferred to the Office of the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, we will shortly submit for consideration a bill to regulate and restrict the sale of disposal of public lands and state assets. Mr. Speaker, as soon as the 2025 budget is approved, government will immediately take steps to reform the existing anti-corruption agencies by increasing funding and improving transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians voted largely and overwhelmingly and endorsed the NDC because we demonstrated a strong commitment and abhorrence for corruption. We pledged to fight corruption and implement far-reaching reforms that will eventually achieve a sustainable zero-tolerance policy against corruption. Mr. Speaker, the justice and legal sectors play pivotal roles in ensuring accountability and fostering the fair, equitable treatment of all our citizens by the state and its agencies. Delays and uncertainties have plagued justice delivery in Ghana, leading many Ghanaians to perceive a politicization of the judicial process. The public trust in the judiciary's independence is alarmingly low. We must work together to restore confidence in the judiciary. My government will uphold the judiciary's independence and work with the Judicial Council and services to depoliticize justice delivery and collaborate closely with the Chief Justice to combat corruption effectively. Mr. Speaker, in line with our manifesto promise to reform and expand legal education, we have developed a legal education reform bill ready to be presented to Cabinet for approval and laying before this August House Parliament. Mr. Speaker, on January 30th, 2025, I inaugurated the Constitution Review Committee to undertake a comprehensive review of our fundamental law and ensure that it reflects the hopes and aspirations of our citizens. The committee is composed of distinguished scholars, jurists, and professionals who have made significant contributions to our nation in both the public and private sectors. They will engage Ghanaians and consult with the relevant stakeholders and experts over the next 6 months. Their findings will ultimately be presented to the public for approval, followed by submission to Parliament for enactment into law, and referendums will be held where necessary. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that Ghana's internal security remains stable, despite developments primarily rooted in chieftaincy disputes We firmly believe that even amidst conflict, it is essential for our citizens to coexist peacefully and seek amicable resolution to these disputes. We'll initiate comprehensive reform across all security agencies to strengthen our national safety and security. One area that has garnered significant public scrutiny is the recruitment process within our security forces. Accusations of politicization, favoritism, protocol, and selectivity have been prevalent. Let me assure you that we are committed to changing that narrative and fostering a more transparent and equitable recruitment policy so that all our young people who wish to serve in these services have an opportunity to do so. We are dedicated to enhancing the capabilities of the Ghana Police Service, the Prison Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, the Immigration Service, and the Narcotics Control Commission, the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, and all investigative bodies operating under the Ministry of Interior. By motivating and re-equipping these agencies, we aim to effectively maintain internal peace and security. Mr. Speaker, I want to reaffirm this government's unwavering commitment to prioritizing the welfare and well-being of our brave men and women in uniform who sacrifice daily to uphold law and order and secure our nation's peace. We will invest in adequate equipment and suitable accommodation for our security personnel. As Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, I want to emphasize our determination to strengthen our democracies. This is particularly true given the troubled proliferation of military-grade weapons that have fallen into unauthorized hands. These weapons pose a significant threat to our national security and our constitutional democracy. They endanger the safety of all Ghanaians and potentially exacerbate existing conflicts such as chieftaincy disputes, and in many cases fall into the hands of armed robbers. Since taking office, we have pursued a responsible approach to account for these unregistered weapons while maintaining stability within the security apparatus. I'm pleased to report that we've made substantial progress and are committed to ensuring that those responsible for this situation are brought to book. In our efforts to safeguard our citizens, Mr. Speaker, to safeguard our territory, to maintain our democracy, we remain vigilant against the threat of violent extremism and terrorism. Therefore, we are resolute in enhancing our defense mechanisms through diplomacy, counterintelligence, information sharing, infrastructure development, and the acquisition of appropriate technology. Achieving a stable and secure nation necessitates the motivation of our uniformed personnel. Currently, the Ghana Armed Forces faces a housing shortfall of over 17,000 units, and we recognize that the inadequate state of barrack accommodation needs to be addressed promptly. In addition to housing, we'll prioritize improvements to rations and fuel supplies for our security forces. Quality healthcare is another critical aspect of motivating our armed forces. As we work to expand and improve facilities at the Tertiary Military Hospital, complemented by the recently restored oxygen plant, we remain committed to finishing the delayed Afari Kumasi Military Hospital, which is still a top priority for my government. The goal is to complete and operationalize this facility before the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, like many other state institutions under the previous administration, the Ministry of Defense is burdened with approximately 3.7 billion cedis in debt, a figure that continues to grow as new and undisclosed debts are uncovered. However, the demands of our Army, Navy, and Air Force continue to rise, necessitating the need for modern platforms for effective operations. Despite these financial challenges, I am confident that the Ghana Armed Forces possesses the human resources necessary to revitalize the defense industry's holding corporation, which can support the government's efforts in this regard. DHOC, which was begun under the late President John Evans Atta Mills of blessed memory during my tenure as chair of the Armed Forces Council, is essential for fueling Ghana's industrialization drive, which is aligned with our 24-hour economy initiative. Although DHOC has expanded, it has is yet to be fully optimized to deliver the returns needed for the Ghana Armed Forces and our nation. I've tasked the Minister for Defense with incorporating innovative and significant private sector participation into DHOC's operations to harness its considerable potential for economic growth. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's strong international reputation was reaffirmed by the historic participation of foreign leaders during the swearing-in of the President, myself, and Vice President Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman on January 7th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, it reflects the confidence our country's stability and democratic progress has engendered in the international community. Ghana remains committed to its Pan-Africanist ideals, non-alignment, democracy, and global cooperation, and the rule of multilateralism, embracing a policy of friends to all and enemies to none. We'll continue to cultivate diplomatic ties based on mutual respect and shared values. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is open for business. Our policy on economic diplomacy focuses on export diversification, foreign investment, and job creation. A new blueprint and delivery unit at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with clear performance indicators will be launched soon to ensure foreign engagements yield tangible benefits for our people. Because of emerging security threats, especially on our borders, Ghana is committed to security initiatives, particularly in the Sahel region. We'll maintain a continuous engagement with our Sahelian neighbors and continue to work with them to resolve the difficult situation that they are confronted with. I've appointed a special envoy to help sustain diplomatic relations with our Sahelian neighbors, aiming to achieve their reintegration, if possible, back into our regional bloc. Mr. Speaker, we'll expand passport application centers nationwide to reduce processing times to 7 days. We wish that a passport will be delivered within 7 days from the date application is submitted. These comprehensive reports at the Passport Office is going to align with our vision of a 24-hour economy. The Passport Office is going to work 24 hours to process passports that have been applied for. Mr. Speaker, as we reset Ghana to serve Ghanaians better, government will also revamp the labor administration institutions in the country. We'll promote social dialogue and foster harmonious industrial relations among stakeholders. In the coming months, the National Tripartite Committee, led by the Sector Minister, will organize a national labor conference to discuss pertinent issues affecting labor and employers. The recommendations are expected to influence and shape government's policies and programs in this sector. Mr. Speaker, we will launch the Ghana Labor Export Program, which would allow Ghanaians to go abroad and work with countries that we have signed agreements in specialized areas like engineering, technology, welding, carpentry, masonry, and nursing, teaching, and so many and so forth. The government will maintain strict fiduciary responsibility for the operation of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority and the Social Security and National Insurance Trust. This year, the NPRA will fully automate its internal operations and the pension industry will be regulated. This is critical to safeguarding the growing pension fund assets. As part of measures to increase pension coverage in the informal sector, which currently stands at only 11%, the government will implement an informal sector pension inclusion initiative to increase participation in micro-pension schemes. Decentralization has been at the heart of our government system, yet key players in the process, such as assemblymen and women, often face neglect and inadequate compensation. Mr. Speaker, I did promise to pay modest allowance to our assemblymen and women, and I'm committed to keeping this promise. The Honorable Minister, when he presents the budget to this House, would have a provision for allowances for assembly members. Mr. Speaker, I have just unveiled the state of the nation as I came to meet it. I've also disclosed several measures that I intend to take to address the challenges we have inherited. Nonetheless, no matter how well-intentioned our efforts to reset our economy are, they will not yield the desired outcome without the support of the people of Ghana. And so to my dear countrymen and women, you have clearly and unmistakably expressed your displeasure with the poor governance and corruption that has existed in the past. Mr. Speaker, some of our compatriots did so even at the peril of their lives, just as our 28 February crossroads shooting national heroes did in the Gold Coast. May all such martyrs of democracy, those who have died in the process of elections and in the process of just exercising their civil rights, may they rest peacefully in the bosom of the Lord. Mr. Speaker, we will, as I promised, investigate these deaths and we will provide appropriate compensation to the families of those who have died during the elections. My brothers and sisters, you gave me a compelling mandate that leaves no one in doubt about your expectations of me and my government. You embraced the vision to generate new and well-paying jobs through the 24-hour economy initiative. The arrogance of power that you so much abhor will be a thing of the past. I will enforce and demand the highest standards of performance from those I have chosen to work with me to improve the circumstances of our country. I'll publish a code of conduct that they will be strictly made to abide by. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I didn't admit that the entire economic value chain is currently in the internal ICU, in the ICU. As I recall mentioning a few intensive care units, as I recall mentioning a few years ago when we were still in opposition, the economy is even worse than we had envisaged. But this gives us ample opportunity to be innovative in our efforts to resuscitate it. And so what are the key takeaways from me for the people of Ghana? 1, that we shall fight corruption effectively. 2, that we shall run a lean government of no more than 60 ministers. 3, that we shall realign the ministries, agencies, and departments to eliminate duplication. 4, that will introduce austerity, reduce wasteful expenditure and spending, and improving tax collection. 5, that we shall widen Ghana's taxness, reform tax waivers, especially on investments, and return to our homegrown solutions. 6, that we will grow what we eat and reduce imports of food and goods that can easily be produced here in Ghana. Your voice and contributions will prove invaluable on this journey of national reset, and I encourage you to make your voices heard. I commit to the judicious use of your resources, eschewing waste and ostentation. We will always endeavor to make the most of the little we have, so that together we can guarantee a brighter future for our children and our children's children. Though the state of our nation now may appear bleak and the task of addressing it may seem daunting, nothing should stop us from achieving our goals once we set our minds to it. In one collective push, we can resolve to make this great nation bequeathed to us by our forebears and see it come to fruition. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economic challenges are not insurmountable. They present the government and everyone else the opportunity to innovate, to reflect, review, and reset, which is the theme for the commemoration of our scaled-down 68th independence anniversary. Mr. Speaker, it is said that there is strength in unity. Ghana's greatest strength lies in its people, its young and energetic youth. If we stand united, we can be more resilient and build together the power of collective action to overcome economic and social challenges. Every Ghanaian, regardless of political affiliation, background, or status, has a responsibility to play a key role in nation building and work towards a complete reset of our country. Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that we are leaving no one behind as we reset to rebuild the Ghana we want. We will rebuild a Ghana that works for all of us and not just a few. We shall live the dreams of our forebears in our lifetime. And so, my countrymen and women, Where despair once existed, let hope radiate. And where the sun appeared to set on our bright prospects as a nation, let a new dawn of enthusiasm and renewal supplant it. So that when I come and stand here next year to present a message of the state of our nation, it will be one brimming with excitement and happiness. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. I thank honorable members for your kind attention. May God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Honorable members, please resume your seat. Honorable members, honorable members, order. Honorable members, please, honorable members, let me assure you, I have the full support of parents to discipline the students. I will not accept any apologies again. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 72, Rule 4, I convey to His Excellency the President the gratitude of the House for the address. Honorable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this address. So you will soon have your say. In accordance with the standing orders of the House, I want to know from the Majority Leader any indication regarding adjournment of the House. In other words, Honorable Leader, can you move for an adjournment? Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we wish to thank His Excellency the President for fulfilling his constitutional obligations under Article 67 and duly presenting to us a message on the state of the nation. So, Speaker, things are clearly bleak. So, Speaker, I see on this side of the House my colleagues in black Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that they left this economy in a miserable state. And the attire that they adorn today says it all. But this side is in white because His Excellency the President, we knew very well, was bringing to us a message of hope. Mr. Speaker, our elders have cautioned that you don't leave your kraal in the hands of a hyena as a caretaker when you are traveling. Don't be surprised when you come back and the carcasses of all your livestock are gone. Mr. Speaker, what has happened to our economy and our country and the presentation that has been made says it all. It is sad, it is unfortunate. But His Excellency the President has brought us hope. Hope for the youth of this country. Hope for the women. Hope for the Okada drivers. Hope for the private sector. Hope for students. and hope for ordinary Ghanaians who did everything to bring him to office with such an overwhelming number. Mr. Speaker, we have no doubt that everything outlined here gives hope, and this House will support His Excellency to deliver on his commitment. But more importantly, this House will support His Excellency to deliver on the promise of accountability. Those who so damage our economy must be held accountable. And we will support him to deliver on the commitment to accountability. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I move that this House be adjourned to tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of the Minority Caucus, congratulate His Excellency, the President, first on his election. This is the first time after the election that he's been to this chamber and to deliver a message on the state of the nation. Our side take this opportunity to congratulate you and wish you well. Second, Mr. President, on the 21st of February 2013, you notably said, quote, Mr. Speaker, the meat is now down to the bones. This was on the occasion of your address to Parliament. And you said that the meat is now down to the bones. This was at a time, Mr. President, that you were President of Ghana, and you had served as chair of the economic management team of your own government. Yet, when you came to this House, you lamented on the same state of the economy that you had presided and re-echoed the point that we are left with just the bones. Mr. Speaker, the President again says that he has delivered less ministers. But it is clear that his strategy is, if less, more divide. You have appointed few ministers, but more and more and more presidential staffers and more committees. Mr. Speaker, the President again.
Honorable members, please.
The President again came to this House with a familiar story, the usual lamentations. He packaged it in a language as though we have a new beginning. Mr. Speaker, if the President has any concerns, his duty is to fix it. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency, the President, has announced to us a cabinet of 19 with only 2 women. The daughter of the founder of this NDC, Zaneto Rawlings, is missing. Haja Ladi is missing. Helen Intosu is missing. Where are the women in this government? The Vice President.
Honorable members, please, order.
The Vice President is part of the government, and we are seeing only 2 women in cabinet, and the Vice President is sitting there. In percentage terms, we have only 10% of women in cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the President again, as part of his lamentations, is telling the nation that through some arrangements, they have been able to do 2 things. Pay domestic bonds that matured, and then also they have successfully done some financial engineering to pay some energy sector debts to keep our lights on. My question is, Mr. Speaker, has the President any budget? This is the budget he inherited, the revenues he inherited that he has used for this purpose. The same government is condemning. Mr. Speaker, he has today told us that we have 2.2 million Ghanaians unemployed. But what he has forgotten, that in his administration, in less than 100 days, all we know is sack them, dismiss her. Mr. Speaker, on the streets of Accra today, the youth of the country are saying that Mahama Bakun termination bebre. Mr. Speaker, we are happy to hear from the President that he is going to launch the Nkokon Kitinkiti. We are happy to hear this, but we are curious because only yesterday we heard of a confirm. Mr. Speaker, the President talked about the school feeding program, and in his submission on the school feeding program and the status of it, he said that they are now feeding the children well. What he didn't say was that the time he assumed office, the previous government had paid every single one of the caterers. What he failed to tell Ghanaians was that President John Ajekum Kufuor, who is seated in this chamber, was the one who initiated the school feeding program. He did not acknowledge him. Mr. Speaker, what are we seeing in this government? The same old stock. The same old stock. There's nothing new. There is nothing like transformation. Only yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the youth of the NDC besieged the headquarters of the NDC demanding for jobs. Where are the jobs? Mr. Speaker, today we are seeing the 184 or so filling this chamber, the 183, plus the independent MPs who have caucused with the NDC. Today this house is full, but Mr. Speaker, Mr. President must know that the majority is frustrated. They don't come to the chamber because there are no jobs for them. Mr. Speaker, no, we have patience for it.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members, Honorable Minority Leader, you have 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker, when Akufo-Addo was here on his last Sona, Akufo-Addo had patience for Emmanuel Ama Kofi to speak. Mr. Speaker, there must be patience for the minority side. I cannot be limited, Mr. Speaker. Let me finish. Mr. Speaker, what we have heard today fails to acknowledge the strides made in the last 8 years. Mr. Speaker, the President failed to acknowledge that he came to meet a peaceful and a stable country. 2, the President failed to tell us that he came to meet a public and civil service that the government, in spite of all challenges, was able to pay consistently. Mr. Speaker, the President failed to tell us that in spite of all the crisis, consistently, the Akufo-Addo government was able to increase wages. And the minimum we did was 11% as compared to his 10%.
Honorable Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, to conclude.
Your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, to conclude.
Honorable members, my attention has been drawn to the presence of more distinguished members, and I want to draw your attention to them. Honorable members, we have with us in the chamber Honorable Bernard Mona, the PNC presidential candidate for 2024. 2. Honorable members, we have the APC presidential candidate Hassan Abdullahi Ayarga. Honorable members, we also have the national chairman of the PNC, Mr. Asaki Samson Awingobit. And we have the PNC vice presidential candidate in the person of Joycelyn Akofa Doche. Honorable members, I now put the question. The House is adjourned.
Sa bese no nsia abedru sam ebrei is 1:09 na Sona State of a Nation address o mampanyini de nanu disem ababetuja o parliament na me no ka say sa bredi o mampanyina si form a wɔkyeakyea the majority side wɔkyeakyea ɔmo a kyɛ sɛ wɔkɔa no wɔne the vice president na no opoku agyema prof etu ɔkyeakyea ɛsɛ mahunu sɛ ɔkyea the majority leader Mama Yarega we are not chair deputy majority leader etu ogusu church we obekọ the minority side na chese okwa no eti uhwe ni nchemu a yewo ayi aprosi fo mpanyifo no bi eka no ho a chese omampanyini yes bahunu se ochia munta kabu barak yes ayefe pa chese Ghana yewade oye very important your adioye pa yes Richard apia sapo aba betna se yes there's about mo akwaba
na fe pom jeso
na omampanyi de nanu di sematuja una utawo parliament na akoba eba sei no a eba sei na osa akokochia the minority side sure. Na the minority leader together with the leadership of the parliament sure. No makwakoja no kwa eba sei no ana yi kama husu wacha dodompre aha watcha no dompre watcha mama part sure. Yes watcha mama part and watcha afenyo market afenyo wadu afenyo ha what they are pow yes afenyo
so we politics so
how cast some every chira no yeah that is that I don't know Jamaica for the kind of politics yes politics so that is that
oba parliament so teacher oba fin say bia omo kuntokwa but within the parliament na kasa no both sides quite mishia amotu nsadidi so they who screen so no doesn't mean say they are fighting and I say amota omo ho omo fia no mo a ambeko cafeteria horom obeko na MPP ni diabom so omampani presented the first state of the nation address na honorable for your markets say or punchy holes into certain things on my penny anchor doesn't mean say they are going to fight and to be teacher even say they are enemies from here they are going to take pictures
our penya ko cast we say be their chair and you could do upon chroma yes
so it's and you say be
one minority be or then professor now no poku
that was the first Tafu Pankoro MP.
How asefo I don't know. How can so education?
Yes.
No money now education because that asefo
as far as a PRO
at that time. Yes, it means say dey be omudi nsanso. Yes, yeah. Asefo ma hunu ne akwa wa ye kama o.
Oh yes.
Any holiday fear holiday.
Oh nyene ana nyene dey na yes but
hey, there be asefo ye kama.
So osonwa and also a lawyer. So and you know one of those things
na to me omo share ye o idea bi say idea ti no mo share
to say oba parliamentar every friends occasion bia and the kind of dressing size the caucus no choose to wear say ban budget they can choose to wear particular attire to replicate or to represent the state at the Korean exchange. So wearing this black now I'm the bar a chamber no depicting say the state in the home no and you're good. You're painting a picture be about the state, about the country. Say you need to be a papa. Sure. Thank you. And I share at a minority for the share no. Hey, fita. She say I want to say unkunimdie and about my farm. It does happen. E been to quite me bar. I'm bo
red.
E be crap placards. It is so. A displacement or minor so it's a means of protesting or showing that their course or minor their course or minor maybe your bone or something dressing there is a parliamentary practice no bit much at a means of 70 min kobo they are not born in your parliament but you can wear something to demonstrate say be ABCD a course or minor no your bone or something dressing there a part of caucus beer approach caucus be at me plan say share white and I share black and I boko giant and I issue placards and I'm to fa and my popular so I share honorable for makina or say a friend say Oko street in this way I say
Mahama
termination baby a tema Wall Street and so they can pick these things to run with it. You know, it's account over parliament. One of those things.
Yes, quickly, but share normal back community or man penny boss was saying assembly members will be paid allowances as promised. Is it or born to ano? Me atono so aba no promises so ba assembly members will be making sure say ombenya allowance. Nana me bisa say adie ye ntimi mfa ko parliament ne nya no once and for all. Na assemblyman adwuma no do and yet they be no mushia, but they work.
Sure.
Because the assembly members when they go to
about the local governance nankasa.
Yes.
Grassroots work is the assembly.
Assembly, yes.
But amo sika sem assembly member go now bicycle ni bi.
Yeah. The reason is simple because voluntarism.
Sure.
So enye adwuma debia adwuma. So
mandatory kabo ni ho.
Debi.
Allowance.
Certain allowance any side. So what we are saying is that your company come in yadwene. Ese more allowance. But before that no, aden yen fan call parliament. Ni nhemu kena say baby a wo hwe baby a parliament adru no a yen regularize obe. Regularize the assembly job no. Na yen ne say obi abekọ assembly bia no. Untimi nye adwuma bi mfa ka na enye full-time job so that they can have the passion and time for the near to omukai.
Ana kasa mo timpo. Entina omampeni say uti omampeni a was set constitutional review committee that enye some amendment into the constitution. So I think the local government minister and the local government service will factor all these points and then submit it because very soon don't forget the DC's friends and when we'll be going for elections.
Yeah.
So I think it's one of the processes we can as a country. It's a good initiative. See,
okay. Ona na our parliament ha chese wo sign se me pie me boa.
Or sign oba.
Me ba honom. It we say out no year. So oba no be sign.
When you out no, say my best raw. Visitors book. I said
oh say you ba ko so ura mu a o sign no.
When you there obi ba officer.
Oh okay. We chese
date we mampani e de koto library. Until bi mu a omampani from omampani aba nyina no obi ade oba bia no obe sign me bada say time say na me fia no like a book e down no tell akoto no enti no obe sign vice be sign majority the sign minority the sign and then
chief justice
be sign then the speaker also there be sign book say omampani aba visit parliament. So in parliament they do this as a ceremony for omampani bia na service bia no obe sign book no to just show senti obi a omampani bia na so obi sa ebesra parliament. One of those ceremonies are taking place in parliament. I mean from the address omampani touch on several sectors. I mean with regards to Galamsey fight, with regards to equipping the military and then the police service. I mean improving the free SHS na I mean a whole issue say you see between omampani has made it clear say improving school feeding or clear arrests, road construction.
Unpaid bills for road contractors.
Yes.
Between 2018 and 2024 exceeded 20 billion cedis. Hey, challenge easy. 2018, ABC 2020, 2024. There were some contractors I need to Omoka.
I said the capital 2,000 Ghana cedis as of 2018. That's down. So I mean,
you regularize the use of motorcycles and tricycles for transportation.
Same way.
So Okada for that.
All kind of or cancer part na meti reception to cancer part no me twe me konko hwe abonte traffic light don say ahona Okada for no apaki. So I don't know say na obi na ebiem na muti o say den onya can that part now okay through the Ministry of Interior. They are going to train them to ensure say they will go by the safety road safety measures. I saw some jubilation. I was
down there
motor for no. I saw them like ping. I was like, because what President Mahama said, now boys were jubilating. I believe it's me putting measures in place there. These things we can grow it. As all can say, it will be a means of transportation. And then again, he did mention of the marine drive. Marine drive, I don't know. And then marine driving from here to
and Kofa Art Center
Independence. This is a marine drive means of transportation. If this project, but this I think started from the Professor Moses Abreso, and you cut it off for this very project.
And President President Kofi Mantiso Kanwasa Banana Kufuado the manifesto in 2016 was captured. He said yes, and the marine drive
and the dog got a yai and the marine drive no started from her ebesinko. But if this thing is said to me, I mean it
now marine drive near the obi tienia maybe no ma de ko e no
means of transportation your car or your train or wo we mu hye ho ti marine drive ne say o de ofa nsuo so ofa ship na canoe o tren me bia person ko o person ko bia te Independence Square na o person be di traffic mo na we ba odo na hanom canoe na ship one and say boat one ma e be transport you from here straight to ebia as center. That's where you be. So so you try so ala ye tran so the track kwan. That's the marine drive, and it's for the beautification of the city.
You understand?
And then again, let's not forget, say they are doing this in connection or in line with the 24-hour economy. Because the moment yes, thank you. So 24 hours the call for beautification, they will still be working on the same say lake or say river no to operate na kofa call laguna to say call a pronoso and then they'll be extending to the for instance central region. That side. So I mean it's me bemudia. It's me bemudia and I say
adia ba kubi awaka ye me depa me tu na me bom insano. What say Mr. Speaker? Sure. We are committed to completing the Afari military hospital in Ashanti region. Ye me depa na dia we
Afari hospital no. I know you one. No, I know you one. Let's not forget agenda one so. Okay? Big promise the former president Nana Yanko Kufado Maakye, but Sabi went to me and we are commission.
Where is he to Sabi? Went to me
when we are commission. If Oman can say onya that amount of money, that's 1.9 billion, 1.7 billion
which
Amuka say
enyano
credit, Bamunya thank you, but Amuka Samunya a specific amount of money, but one penny say 1.7 billion.
Almost 1.3.
You understand? If you're able to complete these projects, looking at amount of money, you call cathedral, that's 58 million winner. See, to me, any other amount of money say they completed the one. I think not Afari alone. I don't know why I be in Sutemo. Oko, if anything, Kumasekwano sono after Bunzo. Oko in my craft.
Yes,
I'm commission here to the
all class on we had and me.
The seed of Agenda 111. So I'm surprised that yent me Agenda 111 from trade because that was the first place I cut it short for it.
May I dear Yemi Dennis? Sir, Afari Hospital.
I'm anti-swamentation, you know, and I enter budget, you know.
I enter budget, no.
Maybe so say
I enter budget.
Popular swamentation.
I obobo rules no one can, but so a state of a nation.
And I want to so because the man to say bia now Nungwadians man say
Nungwadians says it's also stored. It's also stored. And it tackraded the same contractors. Okay. So
it's the state of the country. Country.
Anyway, but say be a budget the bedroom, they will make provision for it. But ma yen share a Afari hospital na make up myself. A different from Agenda 111.
Oh yes.
Afari hospital any a military hospital, just like a 37 military hospital.
Yeah.
And your regional hospital, Tiseka Rich Hospital, and a regional hospital for Greater Accra. Regional hospital in the war Sewuano, and your war Afari hospital. It was started simultaneously, but in 2008. Na NPP befra bem on my last budget
statement no.
Yes. The estimate into statement. Ena omo capture say ye be ye hospital was Salaga. On be ye bu okumawu district hospitals. The movie on be military hospital and the regional hospital Ashanti region. 2008. Omo ntimi ama bem ena NDC buy. But President Mills buy no. He made an attempt ena uprise ne buy Middle East uprise ne buy because that are not Eurojet for no they were Egyptians it na and a project in the story eti President Mahama buy no or by 2030 no yes or no I have to continue this legacy eti Afari hospital no was shase on na aqua land or clear land ena ya shase kwa besi 2014 just by me can you. And the body to say, how my penny 2014 project the 18 months project. One Timmy and me na ufi abemi. Eti abaya community the politics is say ba. On baby Afari hospital and Sewa hospital. But example, meno kase obeka 8 years one Timmy and me. Na arehu samne say ade ne your stronghold. Tiedi yo. As my can say, obi te serious arehu sam
No. Now the business in the central region, no. Them projects of the health facility banner and be vote me. That's what you have to look at.
Yes. It's when you stronghold and I want to me
sure.
It's papa is oba.
Obey.
Nyame ya domo. But man ti se wade.
No, I say all stored projects.
All stored projects.
So let's assume say what obey no wie. You understand? Because he factor say all stored projects under the previous government. He will try and then what complete it.
Yes.
Let's open pre say then obey me then aye ewie. So otimiya it will be a credit to the NDC government.
Yeah.
A huge credit to the NDC government.
You know why? Because even the Millennium Challenge account here cover by it mu be a DC ye NY highway.
Sure.
President Kofi Anwie. President Nelson baby no obefra President Kofi by. But still a man to ade ni baby no say President Nelson agenda.
On the day I no the commission the final project no yeah wo Achimota overhead no I'm making speech no.
You
understand? So President Kufuor was there. Professor Moss was there, and then the NDC from at the point were angry with Professor Moss.
So President Kufuor by
say on occasion that friend saying big project, but don't forget million account no. I'm going to chance you.
Yeah. Say Papa question do and me first lady.
I'm see friends at what's the name? Airport. Cargo space no. That scan you be see bio friends say airport.
Yeah.
Then again come some you see pineapple friend I think I forgot the name. I want some the same amount of money and suddenly be here George Bush highway. So the million compact project in there is huge. That's Professor Moss a share man penu for so offend back on if
Rosa so no Rosa we take her.
Sure.
Rosa Duncan Williams.
Sure.
Yeah, me Archbishop, me first lady. Or can who be on papa question do mo President Kofi o mo na fight me anya as sika no.
Oh, okay.
The bar ne hankwa say Africa. Baby bebrebe ma me ne boy ma yeah.
That was me that right?
Yes.
That was me that.
So I think say why ya dear.
Sure.
Me dear Bobona Baso. Omo koye esa hospital the MIA. Na wasaka
say economy no.
Yes, o see opese wo ya dear bia. Afra say ye beba betra obesa be state of a nation address. No obede biaka. I bema aniji abagana.
O see this term in legacy term. Ni legacy term. So he's going to fight corruption to the minimum what level? We say means that we block all the loopholes to ensure say he generates money to fix whatever he want to fix, and he will do it. And don't forget, he is priding himself say or setting up Ora. Ziegah. Who's that? Oba no say yes when in crown or setting up Ora to ensure say other states capture a course or the previous administration, the team led by Honorable friends and Samo Black, right?
Samo Black.
Black. Team will go after all this when then or Chema are you the resource? And then he gave an example, say, more NSS ghost names, or by the club then wanted.
Or no, or see one yan and TS do make Ghana. And no more Ghana.
Gift or make sure say yes, or come Morocco. And I'm satisfied, but also by the club they wanted to. Now no more sky train. Kofa friends and I before Kofa Professor
na adia work ka bebrebe na nya publicity.
Oh, say
enya publicity
to show the commitment of fighting corruption because say obo corruption so one massive bia mesimeko corruption my ABCD. Is your example say all are not here no a whole results ni be say you detaining Osonoba. You invite friends Professor Maakye now a friend say you say you invite Honorable Jogate over the sky train.
And
all kind
so
thank you. Or just say this is an example say he is fighting corruption and then those are involved in the NSS ghost name payroll no soon you declare them wanted. What they say so you could see unlike the previous character of Mahama, this is a new character that we are seeing. So what can I say? Where Abibu, he is trying to tell you this is a new Muhammad that you are seeing. The previous again or can say man for us one uncle say he's going to be inclusive or inclusive what government. Oh yes or non quadrin or non quadrin or non quadrin. Since obo oka I can be say tikron kwejina. What's here?
Yeah.
Meaning say he will be consulting. He will be involving. You understand?
Roto no waka ho asem was sort of the using modern technology and the edika ka ho asem. Na ade ba ko shocking nkofo ye was it there will be no secrecy in GFA budget.
Yes.
In the future.
I support
and
it.
person say I have charged the Ministry of Sports to hold GFA accountable
yes.
for all budget for national teams.
Yes. They be seen from FIFA. Said GFA for fin say bia o aban no the friends sports no
FIFA be ban e ne sa no man
the glory of Black Stars is gone. See, so check GFA now I'm attention now Black Star since friends the day are you and the likes of Eddie Amoko winning 2009 World Cup or Egypt. Say me title Bena ye junior side no asako winning biom. Black Prince the age group Black Princesses the maidens from Black Star satellites under 20 111
the age group national teams in there is totally collapsed.
The attention is so much on Black Star let's take a hefty budget. Let's take a fatty budget because this is Black Star they will approve. You see that we are struggling. Cape Coast because of our mismanagement of our stadium. We are begging CAF to approve Cape Coast. Because I'm back cry for me who Kumasi Emfa. Why? But we still have GFA officials sitting there.
Na yet na blasters no
$100,000.
$100,000 na waje no.
Ziegah.
Tie me ba.
Omo
nka sanka waje $100,000. Na ayi black princesses ye do obi kwasa be mpradua pad wanya na menses wanya pad nya yi na manu ya se so makwa akogu baabi obi wo no ma na pe de ma de ma no
Black Queens akobo a won say GFA team nya de mo chi da
akopɛ de skedim
About Black Star there, you see the team.
What has my large groups?
Bon team manager, bon boy, bon home in some day. Don't shit about Janica.
Your boy Alangabe, I'm maybe I see a man $5,000. Are you? You call the state of the power.
Sure.
Power specialist also be the state of power.
I'm for Obeche the state I'm for apomudin and the here. Obeche of power apomudin, we are apomudin.
Dogale ya tra fe na no pa. Aha de pa na ayi oti o man pani die
me be talk akra
ba say you cry he has opened the box of hope for us your bomb pies nyame toast pan fa
guso nyina be didi peche
ye be didi peche ba bia be de paye afari hospital ni also be wi ache dodo dog ache
nyame mo ana be bia ntimi nwe paye
how many years 214 to 11 years. O say a project war Ashanti regional me twa me ntia say dog de bia project bia be no Ashanti region bia problem ba so what's the dia see akase the 12 months na ye 18 months na ya ye nwie years onum say so for line interchange say gradually kakra 2007 project enti aka yemfa say aka 3 years and 2 years not 20 years ye nwie after the hospital 11 years ye nwie that is military hospital regional hospital 11 years ye nwie onum say technically asokwa interchange na mhunu sa no ye nwie yo oh so obi kokwa kati sort what is a president bi akwa kati sort ye nwie omunim si ye nwie because there won't be Stacy Boat anymore there work Kessben ye chiri ho no overhead no so ma pani kofo ko jira hokwa kate so bebwa yes just ya wie project bia be no kumase bia samba ho bedre ho ametiase say ya crowd ya and na gidigidi ni ya wie ni yakoya ba bi and ta crowd interchange is thought ye wie obi amfa ho
eno ntina na say de beba Ashanti bia na yamfa MC Global Kumase so
fantastic
sa baina mampanyi na wakra panyifo nyina waka nti be sha se wakra bia da kontem ba nem se omu ani ni Kumase nti no e delay nti se na stress de de baba Kumase de yema obi owo Kumase and supervise 90 men kontem
good esa that regency na ani na asa na yakuye no mampanya ya de na power specialist eba hospital aba is 26 minutes to the top of the hour 8 you still live on the essbenMaakye and ye dia bedru Kessben maha eti dog about dog ma kwa babiem
yeah nuamenia
the floor is yours is a power ediana now where you draw for na liver care
yeah
ni enu ye dia
no for liver problems either fatty liver enlargement liver cirrhosis liver cancer anything about liver problem be about liver
ye peja na makoma konche TV no so ne ye hwe ade when you liver
problem be about liver there eduaya liver care eduaya liver care enti bibia techema wo liver no ho bia no edowe na wo hia
anyway
na ye wo eduaya SK that is stomach care stomach care no eye bibia wo ye funu say ye titiri no osa ni nedro kese pa eduaya stomach care anything bibi problem bia wo ye funu die ye funu kro bia wo hia eye eduaya
etuase
SK yes that is stomach care and na hebatin we almighty yes we a immune system booster a boosting immune system when me say covid buy no
and ka me be ka ho ase
covid buy no panyumfo yen say heba phobia fa ne draw wo mra ne yen kohwehwem de betimi aboa yes Ekrapimampo Center for Scientific Research into Plant Medicine. Wo recommend say yes, ye do papa.
Na enuro ni 12
mo
etinu a ye de ye gitu mi
say 33.
No mo so
no so ka 8.
Okay.
No mo ka say
betin de na hebatin ene na edi kan yes. Me kai pa. Je no kwa ye bohu se e wa ya ma ayifo agogo hospital for so mo heba department
yes
almost share that part we say no ma nipa na ko many ayi na ko hwe ya ye de ho report ba mu nipa bashi ejola ka wo fast no bash ye na ye de ho report ba nipa na o manya covid e ho a de we say o ya hebatin ono mu a ebuchu immune system no ama ene yare bia no ton kwanta pai sanity
mo nti sanity na adin some say food and drugs authority so I register nyina o mo approve bibia kama nti wonu ma srobia ni ho nti abusua
power package efe
mo medase pa o hu odo na timi say akono we sono so yie broni sa no pe nti bia obia a wo hwe power time ye de nchia efia she Dr. Panyia or da hospital and the doctor akosia edu aya ho de mo bibia brebia ojebre na ohwe power time wutie power time de bia yensema ye kan aya ba ko pe ye say dance die papa nkrofo di fire ho TV so radio so internet ne ya hodo won so be ka dance di fo no bi sei won enu mo ba share Togo ni Cote d'Ivoire de bia bi ba na ebi ko na de na manage kran so bi ba won na ba foforo na oba no kuta obi a wodi ka ba ho card kire sampa de odi ka ba no akodi dance papa ne ho ato no wo mu ankasa ni ehu se maame no papa no oba na fe de wasesa ne nipadua na aye kama entomu so di akire eba power specialist eba hospital ti ba bia wo bia wono wo UK ni US esomo ma de shema ji no de send omo ye lab e the resource papa dance die papa e de ba power enti so wo Ghana ha na wo problem ya de bia tena wo so ache wo de anante abre na eye wo so ya de we de no ana de ko wo mu a wunya ma power enti na wa ya resana twentwen so no bra power specialist eba hospital Kumasi and crime and I say a yet takra the Kumasi of Yase Yani Jasper Flint Station di enhwanimu wo aputo ja contrast kwan so Lake Road and wo akra wo kwabenya eye any block factory no edi enhwanima ye ACP kwan no eso sanso na takra de wo Anaje Estate Customs Road yani singa washing bay no so di enhwanimu numbers no ayem yensa wo de bomode na famu bia ofra ye no baba nkomo branch na eben wo no ne ama direction aba ho na wabeje wa yaresa numbers ne 0555 79 78 78 0200 38 3831 and 0244 544422 Monday to Saturdays and I de age maba labo papa bia wo hia se ma ye no be ye de mfidi be hwehwe mo so hia se ma wo twa scan so hia se ma ye x-ray bibi biara asase ye ma wo ye se CT scan asase wo ye ne hu de ekoso e wo nipadua ni mu a ye be ye ansane de draw account power nyame adom ye sa yade etu ase yade bia tete bia Fabra Power Specialist Eba Hospital na ye muaw ensaw yade wakoye scan wako hospital ya catch us wo kidney stones anasa wo kidney cysts ana renal cells a kidney ho asam na ye ka say ade a ehu pa kame say we nipa best 10 scanner wanya kra no best 6 and 7 omo kidney stones and as kidney cells ama on fe ha nyina yo ya usisi achi lower back hot me to 2 hot me show ahoya wo ya den o Johnson asema ye basa ya na ona si nyina tatai umia na atom wada banya no anim nyina hohono wani asi nyina hohono enne ma me bi oba ye ho na the picture bi o de ba ye wase ho ho a ne nanim nyina hohono wo hwa picture na sabi na no nyina hohono ye kese abusia anya sam ketwa emma kidney enku obra power specialist about hospital ho nyankopon ma doctor kwaso do ahamanura ya de sa ya de we etu ase ba bia wo bia so wanya kidney stones wanya kidney cells Tumrika bra power specialist Herbal Hospital Kumase and Crying and I say a yeta crade fatty liver and so ya de ba ko air koso chesa obra bono ayesrade ba hu na ayefunu na ahunu se tan nena ni nyina aye very yellow yes onya jaundice bo se ni pedro nyina wa ye hoya obo ha ba yes scan okra no na osan ascites ensuo etane efunu no mo ama ne efunu no ahono te se oba pemfo mesro ba bia wo bia awu power time and now take power time so a year fatty liver liver enlargement liver cirrhosis baby biara wo bia no Tumrika bra power specialist Herbal Hospital Kumase and Crying and nasa a yeta krade hepatitis B yade ba ko awiase nyina se ni aduro da bia meka na mani age say monyam ka nyankopon ni say power specialist Herbal Hospital idini ya ba ko pe power specialist Herbal Hospital any hospital ba ko pa yetimi to hepatitis B ase yetimi sayade ma no ko negative ya gya wodo ahodo Ghana ha ni amonone wona wodi adanse TV so radio so internet mi ahodo de edoso obomoden ba say ya wo say ya oba say ya okunu say ya oyire say ya onua bi na test positive misraw e mane hyedem na onsu mane hyedem na onwu bra power specialist Herbal Hospital Kumase and Crying anasa takrad oba ya de befu mojan mu kra de ye ne sa oba e bedi kan ye profile no de confirm say empire re no ho obo okra beba no na osu waseme koye lab ha yeseme hepatitis B wa hyedem na osu a oba ye profile no kra na ebinim na negative enti power yen rely on screening no emfa nya adwuma ye be ye profile na confirm sampire na ewo ho ana se ni ho be ye liver function test be ye kidney function test na ahwe ye be ye scan ahwe se liver no aye fatty aye enlarge aye cirrhosis ana se ensuo pota wo ye funu no mu ye be hwe ni nyina wo be ye viral load count bo hu na moadodo ewo moja no mu na anu maduro no kakra be san ye be hu ba bi eso atia kodru na ahwe unkra ne am woni da so se ba bi waba no waba the right place nyame ye adom ne kokran so a ye mfa no saa ye be san aye profile no dia confirm say virus ba kokra ye den enu moja minti power nyame adom hepatitis B mu ano yetuo masakra edifini peduane mu wo ye bema wo Johnson asama hyase eye basabasa tieniye bema wo tena ho aye de kateta na say rubber be show bema mu eduru sabre ne de na chese uti yate kakra bi na Johnson de kwa ketewa bi na aba bema wo chimansa na Johnson aba Johnson na eba na obema mu ye wo ya obema mu ehyehew wo Johnson wi out nkasa Johnson bi akam wo Johnson wi ne moja di akiri bo kra Johnson na eba ni nyina na eye moja enema de ba na doso ebetima your prostate ebetima your bladder that is cystitis ebetima your kidney ebetima your ureter na so urethra ebetima your untreated infections bi intina oba power yemfiti prekopa madro no ye behwe de do de ne ba ye ne afasa kwan ne so atuade no ase ama ekwa ensan emabia ba bia wo bia yade bia tena so ache no fabra power specialist Herbal Hospital osa yade ba ko a tete ni papa ya no ntine de adu ya stomach care no aba no ebo djuma papa osa ya reboni e betimi atete onko na nyina e komedo a oyam yo ya aduane toy ma yam yo ya udidi mi ayam yo ya na se emfana bi agina oyam na oyefu no ayekutu oyefu mu ayedududu ya na obo no ha nyina yo ya de kopie wachi utanya heartburns bre bia kokohyehew bre bia kokoso hyehyew wudidi na se aduane no antimi anko asa aduane jinjinabo indigestion ya na wonsano nyina titiriti misro Tumrika bra power specialist Herbal Hospital Kumase enkra na se takrade ebinim treat typhoid to malaria tieniye typhoid and malaria are different ayade nyina are different ekwan ya bia fa so ba ene mo ade ba no are different nanso ne signs and symptoms no meka ne se ayade kro typhoid betema otia yo ya wonum be yo onwono ohona be ye hye waposo na poso be ye omre ene saa ne mani nyina sade malaria nso ewo no ye no ntine so bi di saa symptoms so ekọ hospital doctor ne be ye malaria test Only malaria, but because of something into doctor say yeah man malaria treatment. Me one any pani ni malaria. Ebi na ye typhoid. Brapower specialist about hospital. Ye wa typhoid the draw tatashia. Ye betu ya de no asem ho atote. Say malaria so na bana ye malaria na say malaria wo mu a ye no so se be mu odro betu ase. Kompo e wo minimum ye mfa se kan kan ho ye nye surgery ye nye operation ye be mu odro be na ne nyina ama ho atumi atọ. Sanso so ena yade bia hye wo so ache awarefo amopa wo mu nyina momra mu mienu mu ba na yepe sentene se emma bebre etinisuo ma bebre anum nuro nanso ba wura mu pa na problem no firi be ma no mema bebre e wo low sperm count nanso na me se wotimi no oba ne dama no ho ye de no wompa wuntino mu se eno ano no mesro mu mienu nyina momra ye nhwe ba bia problem no wo na ye mo power baby se nya na organ ha no edoso yade bia hye wo ho ache bia no me se fabra power specialist about hospital wo to ase twetwu se ya utu na ne ba bia nyeye ya na ona no agene wutia famo ase ade bi tare ona ase bra power specialist about hospital ye ba yo massage kama ye ba twetwu ntini mu ama ntini mu abiebie ama blood circulation no atimi aye adwuma na onipadua no aye kama titiri na ba onipadua aye dududu ne nyina na ebekọ wakoma timi bo se hwim bo anya ba bia ntena na wanya ba bia nso a na wo ya kwakotu atofom saa nso so obitimi di all right nso tia na ete da bia wo so te wafon wona ma aye ha obitimi dwonso saa na ne ho ne mu nyina aye ha oba power specialist about hospital nyankopa dom aduro wo ho nyamiadom ayaresa wo ho yade bia hye wo so ache severe constipation yade mesro ama otirimu nya ode same dey 2 days 3 days ko arsa bi na me call toilet emfa mo ho safo hene yare bone yade ankasa ne complications no ni nsonso anso no very serious oba power ebeboa obehwe de de sa ho na ba na afie tu ase ma nso so ho atimi atọ yade be na how yade be wo ho wani tumi bruise ukokata so kra wontumi enna wonum nyina nya wode oba power betimi aboa wo ho na sansan bia te ago so ohunam tumi ke cow den ebre bia fili se heat e woni padua ni mu wo tumi hyehyew wo tumi ke cow wo ye ho hwia enye yie bra power specialist about hospital ukokata so wontumi na eno so yare oba e be hwe de ekoso ni padua ni tumi aboa ye be boost me system na wa strong ama na bon ho ban afri yade ahodo nyina mu ye wo kumase won kran ena ye wo takra de kumase wo feyase ye ni Jasper Flint station di enhwani mu wo aputoja contrast kwan ne so Lake Road ena ye wo akra wo kwabenya ACP kwansa ne block factory no edi enhwani mu na fe takra de wo Anaje Estate Customs Road ye ne single washing bin no enso di enhwani mu number say di adwuma na emiensa aye 0555 79 7878 0200 3831 and 0244 544422 Monday to Saturdays and ye de juma Sunday penny da ye juma even holidays ye juma our branches ni nyina mu enti bo modern so baba no bejo ayaresa ba bia wo bia ye tonsa for say wo friend numbers na branch a ebemba bia wo no near my direction about Sabaya treatment no a betimi a content ade ama wutia for ma number mu ya we ya obo se me da na me sori anopa na me de me na se for ma na ne namu no ne namrom no aye ne ya tutu no yes on nante kakra ansa na etimi aba wo de no aye a cough ewa wabawa ache obawa na wi ahora na emoja ewo mu okokuso aye wo ya ehyehyew onfino mfinyina aye wo ya obitime bawa sasabi na odwonsodwonso no ho niam ede ba na edoso bra power specialist about hospital kumase enkran na afi aye takrade genabes ne biem enuro no so de edi kan aka ho asem ye wo liver care aye for liver problem say ye liver fatty liver enlargement and I say liver cirrhosis and you want do ya SK that is stomach care ya funu krobia say ya also say ya den wonya adua ya stomach care ni bia baboa and you want almighty herbatin ya no immune system booster ya no so nya bia be boost immune system no ama ni padua no aka say nya hodene na afi akon atia ya de bia genabes ni biem ne sorry so 0555
0555
79 78
78
78
78
0200
0200
38
38
38
38
31
31
and 0244
0244
54
54
44
44
22 Monday to Saturdays and ye de age my was say baby awje na ohwe power time nyame yadoma da sene sabre yanso ye de apomde hon sam no ebebro.
Okay, thank you very much. Dog, yeah, that's a pa. Other for Mr. Medawasi, say free anopa mu. Money atna sa babedis abesisa and pempesui. After morning show, and ya defer more call Parliament. Nya betremo man penini edna no disem editu just State of the Nation address. Abredi ye ko na Reverend Afol. And so edi erade akasa ababa betwaso. Ye fam nana from Ziegah. Medamuni na amwase nyame adom ochena yebesan ehia bie Sapon Richard apia ene kuche nsem ni na dugu nkrata so de maame na me so be presented the maamo fa no pabesi sa brei afei e must lie sorry the big Andy ka ho no ye technical production so e de maame ena afei omo ka ho nyina support ye fam nana from Ziegah sabredi ye ko medamwase na mekwei me de Esther Smith the brand new fresh one I friend me here and now me de eja mokwan baba